mindset of a person that causes him to approach a game that he paid good money for, a level of toxicity, that it spoils the game for himself and potentially spoils the game for other people. I think that worldview does an injustice to the game. I don't think the game deserves it, and it's just a poor use of the few years of human life we have here on this earth to spend. I don't know.
Holy shit.
Damn,
This
I
got
could've paused it.
philosophical.
Yeah.
God
Man.
damn.
Life is too short, guys. Life is too short. Don't think, just consume. Life is too short.
Yep. Jesus.
and now you guys can see why I wanted to cover this video so much. I honestly forgot a lot. I forgot a lot of this stuff already. We're less than 3 minutes in. I forgot a lot of this stuff, but I remember being annoyed with some of the stuff he says, and that's one of them there. You are paying good money for a game just to hate on it. No, that's not what's happening. People, like, maybe there are some cases where people go and buy something just to hate on it, but legitimately, most people who criticize fucking whatever, Fallout 4 or anything else, they often go in because, hey, it's a game that it looks like they're going to enjoy, that, hey, I hope this is good.
But despite that fact, many of we play can't help but compare the later installments with the originals. And we do this with movies too. This is why sequels very rarely are as good as the original movies. Oftentimes it's true that the sequels are just crap.
Empire Strikes Back would like to have a word with you.
It's because our perceived idea of how the original movies were is just a little bit exaggerated than what they really were. I mean, watch the original Star Wars movie. The very first Star Wars movie that came out.
Yeah, it's fucking great.
Yeah. And it was made by a very interesting cast of crew and characters that helped make it so great.
Well,
people that were willing to tell a certain somebody no at time to time.
It's good. It's a good movie. But come on. It spawned an entire franchise, but it's not some groundbreaking story. Graphics of the time are what made...
Okay, I'm pretty sure Star Wars was a pretty fucking big deal when it came out. Like, I wasn't alive back then, but...
It very much was.
Based on everything I heard, it too was fucking revolutionary. Like,
there's a reason that when they did the re-releases in the theaters, they were packed.
Oh.
Okay, there's a reason for that. It was huge.
It was huge back then. There were basically cults around this thing.
Yes, there are people that believe the Jedi is their actual religion, okay?
Yes.
Never fucking...
And I don't mean that as jokingly. I mean, there are people that actually do.
Yeah, there are people who actually believe that the Force is a real thing and that it is an actual religion that exists.
Well,
so for him to be like, oh, it didn't change anything, it wasn't revolutionary, it literally created a religion.
Well, not even that. Let's draw this back just a little bit. Never fucking mind predicting the future of Half-Life 3. He can't even get this right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you not know that Star Wars was fucking revolutionary for its time?
Yeah, exactly. Star Wars was Blockbuster. It was the Blockbuster. They were interchangeable as words. Blockbuster didn't exist until Star Wars suddenly showed the world that, oh my god, there is a thing that is so ingrains itself into culture, not just moviegoers, but culture itself, that it changes everything.
Well, you can find video from back then for the releases of Empire and Return of the Jedi, where people are going dressed up in costumes in the fucking 70s.
Yeah.
How do you say that unironically?
Groundbreaking story. The graphics of the time are what made the original Star Wars what... It was an intense experience in the theater, but as a story, it's your typical hero saves the princess, defeats the evil wizard. That's the story of Star Wars.
What a fucking reductive way to describe it.
Yeah, seriously.
And you know what? The best part about this is that doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if it's a cliche or anything like that. If it's done well, it's done well. It doesn't matter if we've seen it before.
And one of the most well-known parts of the movie is, or of like any of those movies, it isn't like any of the flashy bits or any of the explosions or the lightsaber duels. It's literally fucking Vader saying, "Luke, you are like I am your father."
Yeah,
Like
all the most
what the
iconic, pretty much all the most iconic movies from the original. Sorry, all the most iconic moments from the original trilogy are character moments. Do or do not. There is no try. You know.
Yeah, exactly. This is
Um,
so stupid. This
even even Obi-Wan sacrificing himself, like that's a big character moment, and
Yeah.
to act like it's, oh, you just defeated the evil space wizard, like fuck off.
Yeah,
Fuck
fuck
Not
you.
off.
only that, but the way that it treated characters, like one of my favorite lines that almost never gets brought up is, "It's not that I like the Empire, I don't, but I can't do anything about it." That was Luke explaining that how he may be against the Empire because he doesn't like their policies, doesn't like the way they treat people, doesn't like anything about them. But what is a moisture farmer from a backwater planet called Tatooine going to do against the fucking Empire?
Yeah, exactly.
And that was another subtle message of the whole, for evil to win, good men do nothing. It's like he feels disempowered. He feels like he can't do anything. So why should he try?
Yeah.
He just wants to live his life. Please leave me alone. Let me live my life. And it's a beautiful message for like when he finally stands up to it. We see what happens when he, a moisture farmer on a nowhere planet, actually stands up to the Empire. The Empire starts to go into free fall.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And again, this is literally just Oxhorn going, well, like basically just the standards thing again of just like, your standards are going to be too high. You expect this game to be literally perfect and like groundbreaking achievement in order to enjoy it. No, nobody's asking for that. People are literally asking for the bare minimum average of a game, and they're not even getting that.
I don't think Bethesda relies upon modders to fix the bugs in their own game, even though the way it works out, that tends to be the case. It tends to be the case that modders will fix these bugs, and then Bethesda just doesn't see the need to fix them themselves because the bugs are already fixed.
So that destroys your argument instantly right there.
That's literally
That means they literally have to rely on the modder to fix it.
Yep. Wow, you're telling me that the one DLC that wasn't led by a complete hack was the one that also didn't have any game-breaking bugs? Wow, color me shocked.
I just love that he's like, everybody will naturally just get the bug fix mods. So Bethesda feels like they don't need to fix those bugs because everybody will have the mod. It's like, that's therefore relying on the modders to fix the problem.
Exactly, it's a self-defeating argument.
You just destroyed your own argument, my dude.
And not even that. That's assuming like incredibly good intentions on Bethesda. We were going to fix it, but we saw the community fixed it before we could. So we'll just leave it alone. There's no reason to do it now. Like, what?
Let's talk about Fallout 76 again for a second, and how many of the game-breaking, critical, awful bugs that came directly from Fallout 4 because they still didn't fix shit.
If I could wrap up these thoughts with one little sentence, it would be that we shouldn't compare Fallout 4 to our idea of perfection.
Oh my god, fuck off with this disingenuous bullshit.
Yeah. Plus, I like how he's ascribing motive when he doesn't know. He's just saying that this is how it is.
Yeah, he's literally just assuming how everyone else thinks and feels and where their criticism is coming from.
That we shouldn't compare Fallout 4 to our idea of perfection. I think one of the greatest dangers in any movement is when you look for the purest form of something. But when you look for purity in a game, well, this part of the game wasn't done perfectly. This expectation for perfection, well, I paid my hard-earned money for this game, and so I expect it to be perfect. And you have a choice. You can either still enjoy the game despite the fact that it's not perfect, and see that in your mind as a bad purchase simply because it wasn't perfect. But if the way that you think is a little bit toxic, then you're going to be sitting there going, not every hour that I've spent playing this game has been perfect. I'm not saying, and I never will say, that Fallout 4 is a perfect game. If you're seeking perfection, then don't look here. But the pro tip in life is that you can't find perfection anywhere. Don't expect perfection. Don't expect perfection, or else you will be disappointed. Well, it would be a good game. Would not be a perfect game. Perfection. Perfection. My argument is that we're going to be happier people if we choose to appreciate it for what it is, instead of comparing it to some idea of perfection.
Oh my god.
That's all.
Shut
Ladies
up.
and gentlemen, those are my thoughts on Fallout.
Well, in summary,
Horrible.
here's how you like Fallout 4. You just gotta like it.
You just gotta Stockholm syndrome yourself.
Uh,
All you gotta do.
Also, I like how at that last bit there, he's like, well, I'm sure if we all came together and figured out a way to blah, 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 we could figure out a way we could all like it. Okay, put something forward. Put anything forward. Are you going to actually add anything to that? Are you going to actually put something out there where we could come to some sort of compromise? Or are you just going to sit there and keep saying, well, you're toxic if you disagree with me? Because that's all I've heard through this whole fucking thing.
And I say that because scientists in our own world frequently retcon reality. For example,
No. Fuck you.
What?
Oh my god.
Scientists can rewrite our actual reality, and they can retcon our reality. It's like, no. No, they just discovered, like, more accurate information. It's not a retcon, you massive land whale. What the hell?
Oh my god. It's like thousands of years ago, people thought praying to the moon or to the sun or whatever would fucking cure their diseases. And then we find out that's not true, so we change our records. Oh yeah, praying to the sun? It doesn't actually do anything. That's not a retcon! You're not
Sorry, man.
retconning the
A
world!
retcon. Sorry,
I
it's an
know,
addition
dude.
retcon.
Dude, no. You don't understand. The scientists are just that powerful. We're clearly mistaken here. Scientists are so powerful, they can literally rewrite the fabric of reality on a whim. They do it every day, according to Oxhorn. I don't even, like, oh my god.
Wow. How the fuck do you say that?
Who knows? God, is this another stream of conscious thought video?
It might be. I'm already getting Star Wars was not influential vibes.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah.
Somebody asked if Dr. Fauci is a mage. Somebody said Isaac Newton's responsible for nailing us to the ground.
Oh god, yeah. Oh man, that's always like those jokes I made, like, who the hell invented gravity? If we go back fast and kill them, we all float, right?
This is what happens at Bethesda when you write the main story of a game, and even some of the smaller stories. So let's say, okay, we're going to write the great American novel. It's going to be this thick. And on every page will be written comedy and tragedy, and it'll be wonderful, it'll be amazing. And you're going to give this book, this great American novel, to the player. And what are they going to do with it? They're going to rip out every page and make paper airplanes out of them.
Talk about an insulting view of your player base. Maybe if you didn't cultivate the idiot players who's, oh, paper, I'm gonna make a paper hat out of it. Like, do you think that Obsidian's fan base does this? Emil, do you think Obsidian's fan base would see the novels that are written for, say maybe they did something like Pillars of Eternity, this hypothetical game that exists that has literal novels worth of writing in it? Do you think that the player just rips all that out and doesn't pay attention to that at all?
Well, what's insane is that, every game is going to have the players who just don't give a shit about the story. That doesn't mean you don't write a good story. Like,
Yeah.
I was going to comment until you got into the paper airplanes thing. I thought he was going somewhere else with this, and then I remembered, oh, this is the paper airplanes moment. I thought what he was getting at was, Great Gatsby, Moby Dick, these are stories that are non-interactive, and as a game designer, I gotta make something that's interactive, which I agree with. And then I was going to continue in saying, in practice, he doesn't do that.
It's the adaptation thing. It's the same thing with, like, from A Song of Ice and Fire to Game of Thrones, the first few seasons. There were changes that were made, but they feel natural and logical to how a story would be told in a visual form, because now you don't need like the internal dialogues and stuff like that. You can see it on the character's face and everything instead. How they react, how like where are they looking with their eyes, or like what are they doing in the scene. Like it's an adaptation thing. Doesn't mean that you don't write a story at all, Emil.
Yeah, I feel like he's shifting blame here a bit, and well, not a bit, he just is.
yeah.
Yeah.
The issue is, as you mentioned, that he's already cultivated a player base that does not care about story in the first place, and the second part being the stories that ML writes just aren't good. Fallout 4, Fallout 3, Skyrim, even Oblivion, they don't have very engaging, interesting stories. I wouldn't call Oblivion's bad, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't call it all that great.
I wouldn't call it the next great American novel.
No.
It's that, the thing of people making paper airplanes out of your stories is because I cannot take your story seriously.
Yeah.
Especially because the attitude at Bethesda very clearly demonstrates that not even the developers take their own stories seriously.
Well, what you're going to realize in just a second, too, is he's referring to something a little bit different, too.
Oh, no.
Which makes this even worse, in my opinion. So, let's
get to that.
And they're never going to see your story. Because the story is there, right? But they are going to spend 30 hours making shacks. Okay?
What?
That's even fucking worse. So,
Fuck.
you put all this time and effort into your story, only for the players to ignore it and go build shacks for 30 hours. That doesn't mean you should write fucking garbage, you idiot. This is just fucking insane to me, because obviously there's going to be people who are heavily invested in the story. Like, if you had done your job right, there would have been people who are very heavily invested in your story, or at the very least, the world of Fallout, that they want to see more stories in Fallout, you know?
Yeah, like Obsidian. Emil, is the fact that Obsidian exists, like, an embarrassment to you? Like, do you wake up every morning going, oh god, Obsidian proves I'm wrong?
And as Cool with a K points out, story and gameplay aren't these opposing forces. You can have both.
Yeah.
Like, I can spend even 100 hours building my wooden shack, and I could still appreciate the story. It just happens to be Fallout 4 does not have a good story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once people start building shacks, it means they will no longer finish the game? Well, with how tedious and mind-numbing the building aspect is, maybe they're like, wow, this is their big gimmick? Okay, I'm out. So maybe he's onto something here.
Well, here's a personal example I can kind of give with this that just proves the point he's making. It's fucking retarded. So, when I was a kid and playing Morrowind, I was like 12, 13. I didn't really care much about story or doing quests. I liked messing around in the world and killing NPCs and stealing stuff and just not doing anything in particular in the game. I quite vividly remember constantly taunting NPCs into combat so I wouldn't get bounties when I killed them. And man, I went all over the fucking map playing this game looking for NPCs to kill that might have cool gear or just whatever. And here and there I would do some quests and stuff. But then when I got older, I gained more of an appreciation for the actual writing. I paid attention to things that were happening in the story and in the world and why certain things existed the way they do. Just because someone's going to play your game and not give a fuck about any of the writing you put into it just is not an excuse or a free pass to write fucking garbage.
So, Emil, if you think it's a waste of time to write for video games, why are you a video game writer?
Yeah,
Why
people
are
in
you
chat
being
did point
paid?
out, why are you the lead writer if you feel that writing isn't fulfilling?
Hey Gordon, awkward pause.
Hopefully.
It's me, Barney, awkward pause. From Black Mesa, awkward pause, mug for camera while fans of the series mark.
Okay, he does not pause that much.
No.
He does not pause. Hey,
Yeah.
Gordon, it's me, Barney, from Black Mesa. Do you notice how there was just, like, a single slight pause between any of those words?
I wonder if he's going to play the actual clip that just proves what he said is wrong.
Well, let's find out. Let's
Please,
see if he
please,
actually...
God. Please, God.
Please play that play.
Series mark out.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh, get
Whoa! Did you see how he had to snip in those things? They're like, awkward pause, there in the text, and they were barely a millisecond long?
Yeah, that...
Mm.
You're really stretching, buddy. Oh my god.
Holy crap.
There's like one very, very slight pause there, and then it's just him talking as normal. It's me, Barney, from Black Mesa, about that beer I owed you.
Now, about that beer I owed you. And then he pauses as he's taking his mask off. Hey, it's me, Gordon, Barney, from Black Mesa. And he had to actually show on the screen with the flashing thing, awkward pause.
Yeah,
Like,
he had to put...
Did you see how short that text was
Well-
on the screen for?
Well, that's why he had to put the awkward pause text in, because if he had just straight played the clip, people would be saying, hey, there's no pauses here. I mean, people still probably said it because holy fucking... God, that's
Yes.
insane. I want to hear that again. I'm rolling it back.
Yeah.
$2
Ready.
super chat from, I hope I pronounce this right, Peek? Or Peaky the cat? Thank you. It's not a pause, it's a period. Yes! Alright, let's hear that again, though, because...
Black Mesa, awkward pause, mug for camera while fans of the series mark out.
About that beer I owed you. It's me, Gordon, Barney from Black Mesa.
Oh, get over yourself. So you
Hey,
retconned
sorry
Barney into
about
this-
the scare.
Yeah, that's...
Did you notice how short those pauses were? Awkward pauses. Have you never heard anybody else speak in their life, sir? Ever?
Apparently not.
Cool. That's it, guys. That's all I got. If you want to post angry comments and try to change my mind, give it your best fucking shot. I'm a reasonable guy. I'd like to...
No,
No,
you
you're
aren't.
not!
You're
No, you're
absolutely not.
fucking not! Oh.
You have just proven you are anything but reasonable.
Welcome comments, but you will never convince me otherwise on this issue.
So you're not reasonable. You just said you are a reasonable guy. You have never convinced me on this issue. Well, talk about being unreasonable.
You can try and convince me. I'm a reasonable guy, but you're never going to convince me that's not fucking reasonable. You fucking... God damn it!
Unless they invent some entirely new set of plot points, which knowing Valve is going to happen for Half-Life 3. Dr. Breen is similarly retconned into the story, replacing the
Is it
original administrator who was assumed to be G-Man.
No, he doesn't
Oh,
replace them.
he
It just turns
just-
out that he
oh
was
my
the
God.
administrator.
He even defeated his own fucking argument. G-Man was assumed to be the administrator. Well, that's your assumptions. That's not retconning it, but fucking changing it. That's not even
Yeah.
changing it because it wasn't written in stone back then. Nothing in Half-Life 1 said G-Man is the administrator. So it's not a
Yeah.
fucking retcon.
Yeah, exactly. And you do need the line of sight. Oh, wait. You notice how instant Siri was there? Hold on. I just caught that.
Oh, let's go back then.
Okay, go back a bit. What was his criticism about here? All right.
Okay, let's wind it back here.
memory. Walk a doorway and the game tries to load a new texture. The game locks up and the sound skips. It lasts for between a half a second to over 10. Switch to a new weapon. The game tries to load the sound files for it.
Okay. This is what he exactly said. Switch to a new weapon. The game tries to load the sound files for it.
Yep.
Watch very carefully what actually happens.
Lock up.
Bam! Right there on the screen. You disingenuous little shit. You lying piece of shit.
I think
notice what's on the screen. No, notice what's on the screen.
Saved.
Yeah, it's because he saved. That's what the lockup was. Because he showed us earlier him saving caused the lockup, not switching to the weapon. You little shit.
Most of the game just window of your airboat or buggy or your muscle car. So much time and effort gone into areas you just speed through without stopping. And when you do spend a lot of time somewhere, it's dark, or it's a cave, or it's a facility with copy-paste fucking walls and a little goddamn tram ride. Half-Life 2 is a loud, colorful game. In the Half-Life trilogy, there were many quiet tableaus. French word there.
I'm so sophisticated. French word there. Oh my god. Sorry, it's hard not to make fun of you when you start doing twatty shit like that.
Yeah. Hello there. Just give me a moment to figure out how to switch over because, oh god, I don't know where this... Okay, there it is. That's why that wouldn't switch over. Huh. Hello, everyone. Oh, that shouldn't actually be there. We're not watching the default watch together video. Let me undeafen myself so Pagan and Setch can join. You guys should be able to hear me now.
Yep.
So yeah, obviously I wasn't able to get clips for the first 50 episodes finished, but, you know, there's some pretty good ones in there for the first 4, at least.
Yeah, man, I remember. Holy shit, I remember that fucking lockup one now real good. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, definitely remembering a lot of stuff going through the old videos. Like, there's so much more I wanted to include, but literally clips from the first 4 episodes was... How long was that fucking video? Give me a second. That was 26 minutes and 32 seconds of clips just from the first 4 episodes. It's like, yeah, we're not going to be able to... we're not going to be able to get clips from the first 50 episodes of STAG to play for the anniversary, because it's going to end up being like 3 or 4 hours fucking long. So, it actually kind of works out, I guess. I didn't finish it in time. What I'm thinking of doing is, I guess I should enable Discord so people can see the icons, too. Rip.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Why isn't it showing... I know why it's not showing. Fuck. Give me a second. Oh god, that horrible thing you posted almost came up in our Discord window. Oh god, Stag 50 is tainted forever. Anyways, yeah, what I might do is just, grab clips from each of the episodes and put them in groups of, like, 10 episodes. So, from episode, 1 to 10, that'll be its own video set of clips, and 11 to 20, and so on and so forth until we reach, 50.
Yeah, that can work. We've also got a bunch of work done on a new video script.
Yeah, all 3 of us are working together to make a response to a hilariously awful video. It is quite amusing. Yeah, it is.
Hilariously awful is very appropriate.
Yeah, it's definitely something else. The thing is with the Half-Life 2 video, at first I liked the video because I was disappointed with Half-Life 2 after Half-Life 1. However, something felt off about it, so I watched it a second time and realized how bad it was. Yeah, that video was fucking terrible.
Yep.
Like
I said, I caught that little shit, like, faking a lockup.
We almost kind of missed that too, by the way.
Yeah.
Something weird's happening with Discord too, because I'm still seeing Pagan's icon from Friday, but where it's showing at the side where the members are, it's showing he has a different icon now. That's weird.
Oh, click on it.
Click on it?
Mhm.
Oh.
And it changed over. Yeah.
Huh, that's weird. I've never seen that before. $2 from... Remembering the good times before we experienced all the pain we have in the past year. $2 from Barbara. Thank you. Why the hell isn't Murder Frog part of the call? Murder Frog couldn't be here today. I'm very sorry.
What, did you get, I think there was another super chat, I think.
Oh, there was?
Yeah, or maybe was that part of the video?
Yeah, so the chat that was on screen was not the current chat for today's stream. That was the chats that were there during those streams.
Yeah, Jennifer, in that Half-Life 2 video, he admitted earlier that every time he saved the game, it would cause him to freeze up for a bit, which was a bug that happened with Source games, because Source had a weird way of saving. And then later on, he starts complaining about how, and I keep locking up every time I change weapons, which is bullshit. And I caught him. I'm like, motherfucker, I saw that save game. And so I had to go back and show Creetosis.
Well,
I go, no, let's go back to watch this shit.
Well, actually, we kind of missed it at first because we were talking about his overall point. And then we hit play and you just caught the end of the saving, like, disappearing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That was something else for sure. 100 Polish Lodi from Geiger. Thank you. Did I say that right?
Yeah, Polish Lodi.
Okay, yeah. Here you go, fellas. Some money since I wasn't there for the first part. Happy 50 pop champagne. Well, thank you.
Whee!
I suppose we should start bringing in some guests and get the watch together set up. Actually, are you guys in... Okay, you three are. Well, you three. You two and me. I don't know how many of our guests will be interested in the other videos here, which I haven't previewed nearly enough, but I don't think they really need previewing because they're that... It's coming from someone who pretty consistently seems to make terrible videos from what we've seen in the past. Someone we've covered twice already, but this first person isn't. So yeah, I am going to... hold on, let's... Oh no. Oh no, things are going a little bit weird. You're fucking... Okay, that's where that is.
I like this comment.
Uh-oh.
Watching all these STAG streams, I'm starting to believe Setch is secretly a psyker with all these predictions being accurate. Again, there's a reason why we have a space on the bingo card if Setch calls it.
Yeah. I think it's just experience and seeing so much stupidity over time, though. Because it's like, okay, we know how disingenuous or stupid people are going to act, so it's like, well, okay, yeah, so they're probably going to do this or they're probably going to do that.
Yeah.
Like, after a while, I think me and Pagan are going to start picking up more and more, like, guessing, like, oh, hey, this person's going to say this or that person's going to say that, because we... well, we've already started doing it in some stags. It's like, oh my god, is he going to do this? Then they do.
God, I still love the Acer Thorn thing when I'm picking out the fact that, like, why did you do white HUD and everything like that? That's just weird.
Yeah,
my god, that turned out to be like the smoking gun to realize that he stole a bunch of footage from people. It's like, fucking hell.
Yeah. Because that seems like something so innocuous at first, because it's something... I was like, okay, it doesn't really matter that he changed it to white. Like, what? That okay? But then it turned out to be super relevant. Like, more relevant than you would expect.
Mm-hmm.
I think Setch and Pagan may talk about guns in the stream. That is very possible.
Yep. Very.
Anyways, yeah, I'll start. Hold on.
Getting the guess and then prepping the quiz.
Oh,
Funny.
that is something I wanted to talk about, because I talked about it with Pagan, but you weren't here for that because you didn't join the call. I think we are going to hold off on the Movie Bob quiz because Captain Dirk can't be here today.
Oh.
And maybe in 2 weeks we can do it, because Indigo Gaming has expressed interest in the quiz. I need to do a double check on some of the people we talked about coming in here, but I'm going to add the first 3 right now. And I guess they'll join when they're ready. Ah, hello there.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep, I actually probably need to turn you down a bit. That's quite loud.
Okay, let me know if you need to turn me
Yep.
down. I can turn myself down as well. Is that good?
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay, cool.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I just need to double check to see if... So I mentioned this on the other stream the other day. I'm incredibly unprepared and disorganized for this. I promise I'll try to not let this happen next year. It's just... Yeah. Did we have, I don't know how much Sofian P knows about Fallout, but I'll message him quickly.
Meanwhile,
Anyways,
50 Norwegian crowns from Fino. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, sir. Stop calling Kree a furry. He's a feathery, goddammit.
I'm neither!
I hadn't seen those earlier clips of the earlier stags. The guy was like, I'm a reasonable guy, but don't try to change my opinion or else I'll just disagree with you no matter what. And it's like, oh, okay. Really
Yeah,
reasonable.
exactly.
Yeah, I lost my shit when I heard that for the first time, because it's just so fucking insane. You could try to change my mind. I'm a reasonable guy. You can't change my mind. It's like, what? How do you say this within 30 seconds of each other?
It's like the embodiment of that Inigo Montoya meme from Princess Bride.
Oh yeah, I don't think you know what those words mean.
Yeah. You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means. I still love the French word. Like, what the fuck? French word.
It's like, I saw this word once, and it makes me sound intelligent. Let me just throw it into this random video where I just rant and swear the whole time. It's completely out of place, but it makes me sound smart, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
God, wait till... So, I don't want to spoil anything. We're not going to spoil too much. We are currently working on a video where a guy doesn't know what any of the logical fallacies actually are. And he starts, like, warping fallacies, like, once again, Creetosis is kicking the burden of proof down the road. And we're like, what?
It's not even for something that, like, you can prove or disprove. It's literally in regards to an anecdotal statement. It's like, yeah, I'm going to disprove that using facts and logic. What?
Oh, God.
I mean, unless you're just calling somebody a chronic liar and that their anecdote wasn't true, I think it's pretty honest when people say, hey, I don't have any, broad statistics, but an anecdote is blah. It's one example. Could be an extremely rare example, but it is an example.
Yeah. And here, the anecdote that was provided was, I think I know where every single person lives in Megaton. That means it's well designed. It's like, no.
Yeah, it's not proof of that at all.
First off, it's an anecdote that you know where everyone is. Like, okay, sure, fine. We can accept that, maybe you do. That does not correlate to something being well designed.
No.
mean, you could pretty much, that could apply to pretty much anything except for maybe a game where it randomizes their locations every single time you enter the city. Then you would never remember, I guess, but that's not really, usually not really a thing, and doesn't really mean it was well designed. It just means you probably played it enough to memorize it.
Yeah,
It could
because
be applicable to anything.
that's the thing. Memory is going to vary from person to person. This is something I said in our call yesterday, obviously off stream, is someone could memorize something extremely complex, and someone could forget something that should be very easy to remember. That's just how people are.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Me, I still have problems memorizing my new phone number just because it's not as sing-songy as my old phone numbers, and I keep trying to default back to those because they're ingrained in my memory. It's like I've had this phone for over 2 years now.
Yeah, it's rough. I used to remember so many things when I was younger. I used to work on a switchboard, so I'd remember like cell phone numbers of people I'd never met.
Wow.
Yeah.
But now I pretty much only remember the phone number, my own phone number. I don't even know my wife's phone number.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
terrible
that-
with phone numbers. I always have been.
Yeah, that's rough. Whenever anybody asks me, like, remember your dad's phone number? It's like, no. What? Like, why would I remember my dad's phone number? Hold on, let me get my phone out. It's probably saved in here somewhere.
It's actually super interesting. I'd almost like to see a study. I'm sure somebody has done a study on it where like our electronic devices have probably damaged our memory because we don't have to remember things anymore. You know, we don't have to remember everything about a particular topic because we can get a Wikipedia page in 5 seconds. We don't have to remember our phone numbers. We don't have to remember addresses. You know, it's really interesting. I bet there's probably something there.
Yeah, maybe.
Um,
Explain.
Help! I just got run over.
Oh.
Help! I just got run over. How do I call the ambulance? I don't know.
What? Oh, yeah. I might have to turn you down too a bit, too. You're kind of loud there.
Yes, phone.
Yeah. How are you doing today?
I exist, and I am here to celebrate the 50th STAG. Well, 51st, all things considered.
Nah, it's the 50th.
Yeah,
I didn't know we got Siren Head as a guest.
What?
I like how we have this many people, and then Pagan still manages to be in the exact middle.
I am the king.
Anyways, we've got a watch together up for a Fallout versus Fallout 3 versus New Vegas video, objective comparison.
My favorite.
Objective. Wow.
Yeah, you
It'll
ready
be
to hear
very
him
objective.
objectively?
I hope.
I'm not gonna make assumptions just yet. Just wait till I watch it.
Yeah.
But generally, when you title something like that, it's indicative of quite the opposite.
Nah, he's gonna settle this once and for all with objective facts and reasoning.
Then we should have no problem.
Yeah, exactly.
It's objectively his opinion.
Oh God, if they actually say that. Whoa.
I only see 6 people in the watch together out of 7 that are in the call. Who's missing?
Oh, I might be logging in here. Hang on a second.
All right.
There.
Yeah, sweet.
I'll go grab the super chats we missed. Oh, you're in. Okay.
I can do the one super chat just so you don't get a sound bite.
All right.
$2 super chat from Barbaroy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not a fairy, but owls are damn sexy. Creed 2022.
Not something I've ever said.
Exactly, and he will never say it still.
That's
Get
very
bored.
feathery of you, Cree.
$5 from Alpha
Feathery.
Craig. Thank you. Been up since 2 a.m. Caught a bat and couldn't sleep after. Jesus, how the fuck do you catch a bat? Gonna test it for rabies tomorrow. Taking my cat to the vet for a rabies shot tomorrow.
Damn.
Yeah, that's... Wow. Hopefully the bat is clean, and hopefully your cat is nice and healthy and safe.
Yep. And the vet will see the cat and be like, "This is a beautiful cat. Here you go, kitty. Have some catnip treats." And you'll have to. Hopefully, won't get the tweaker kitty. You'll have a kitty that just mellows out.
Yeah.
Oh, no, the cat's gonna morb.
Oh no.
Oh my god, that movie
Was amazing.
Shit. Oh god, my favorite part was when he looked right into the bad guy's eyes and said, "It's Morbin time," and then he morbed all over him. Holy shit! God, they're just that movie. I'll talk. Besides all the jokes and memes, that movie's an utter disaster on every level. I can't fathom anything in the writing team of anything making sense. It's so fucked. Like it just hurts. The chronological series of events don't fucking work because they accidentally showed both serums being on the table still after the murder of the nurse. And they're both full. Oh. Oh.
Hey,
God.
you know what my favorite part about Morbius is? It's that time. It's that part in the movie where the audience collectively trolled the fucking the producers into re-releasing it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, maybe it was just in movie theaters too soon, and now people have really gotten appreciated for it, and they want to see it on the big screen. It's like, no, they're being ironic.
I'll be honest. I'll be honest. If it had released in theater, like re-released in theaters near me, I might actually have gone. Because why not?
It's amazing that he gets all these supernatural powers just from injecting some bat blood.
My favorite thing in the whole Morbius thing is the comment section. The comment sections are on anything Morbius related is absolutely gold.
Oh, absolutely.
Like I couldn't believe it when I saw that the have sex scene where the guy is like dancing to the have sex, Geek's dead, da, da, and it's like, and the comments are absolutely golden. My favorite one is probably it's like, this movie has a really deep and substantial themes. Like for example, the subtle insinuation that of the song "Have Sex" is a nod toward the Morbius fans who often do have sex and everything like that.
Oh, God, yeah.
It's pretty great.
I just love the fact that Matt Smith, Lucian, in the movie, he's just like doing a really weird like angle, and he's like thrusting towards himself, like, oh yeah, and it's like, have sex, excess, and it's like, what are you doing, movie? What? It's like, first off, what are you doing, Matt Smith? But second off, what is this fucking song?
Well, we know what Matt Smith is doing. He's having fun with a shit fucking movie, and he realizes how bad it is.
Yeah, I have a feeling that he realized how awful the script was.
Matt Smith is like had nothing but like he's a high effort actor, but he said like nothing but poor choices in movies between this, Terminator, Genesis, and God, I think he's in the new Game of Thrones prequel or something like that.
Yeah,
like,
he is.
He puts in a lot of effort, and he's a good actor, but goddamn, he needs a better agent.
I think the worst thing I've heard about the new Game of Thrones prequel, there are too many white people, so Charles Targaryen's gonna get blackface. It's like, oh no.
Oh God.
The thing is, I haven't seen Morpheus, but all the memes that come out of it kind of give me a general idea of what it might be like. Is it really okay? Is it just a bad film, or is it one of those so bad that it's good, like the Room or Birdemic?
Okay, it's
just really bad.
It's not Room. It's not the Room tier. But when I watched it with Pagan, I had a lot of fun fucking laughing at it with him because it's just absurd and ridiculous. If you can get a friend that has like a good sense of humor about terrible movies and just sit down and watch it with them, then I absolutely recommend it.
Let's just say the quality of the movie. When at the start of the movie, there's this long helicopter ride, and they touch down with some cargo, and the mercenaries get out of the helicopter.
It again.
Good.
I was just saying to these guys, fucking of course we would have internet troubles today of all days. Like, pick one day for there to be no internet trouble, it'd be today. Yeah, fuck you, Cree. Fuck you. Oh, thank you, internet provider. I love you very much.
We need to get you out of Cubanida.
Well, here's the problem: the STAG and the the EFAP audience is now stretched because they stream on Sundays now. It's too much podcast going on for Sunday. The internet's getting overloaded.
Rip.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway, should we finally get on to this video?
Yeah, but I will say, just from the get-go, doing a side-by-side comparison or analysis or whatever he's doing, the video is less than 18 minutes long. There's so many things to get into with both games. Like, not just New Vegas, but with 3, and trying to do an objective analysis thing in only 18 minutes, you got to be very talented to do it. But
No, man, what do you mean? He could totally cover everything from both games and objectively qualify each of them and as one is better.
Yep.
He could totally do that, yeah.
I
No
don't-
problem.
I wouldn't... Look, I wouldn't be able to cover each of the side quests in Fallout 3 in depth in 18 minutes, because it's literally 1 minute each. No intro to the video. Let alone comparing 2 entire games to each other. Like, this is something that should be several hours long.
how
I
long do you
think-
think... go ahead.
I think Fallout 3 has more features than Fallout New Vegas. For example, floating buildings.
My favorite point when previewing
Therefore,
this,
we win.
I'm gonna slightly spoil one thing. I think my favorite part when I previewed this was his reasoning for why Fallout 3 has a better story than New Vegas.
Oh no.
Pardon?
Oh, no.
Alpha Craig is saying we missed his second super chat. I'll grab that very quickly, then we'll start.
Yeah.
Again, just to remind everyone, starting with the next stag, we'll be reading super chats at the end of the stream. $2 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. Working double 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Slept only 3 hours. Fuck my life. Holy shit. Yeah, that's brutal.
Yeah,
That's
damn.
Okay, I'm looking at the stream while it's going. I can kind of count the pixels on the screen here, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
with
you have to
that.
manually set it to have
Set it
better.
back again.
Yeah, you gotta increase the quality all by yourself when it does that.
All right, fair is fair. All right.
Anyways, we all ready to get started?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sure.
Yup.
Alrighty. As usual, if anyone wants to pause, feel free to pause at any time to talk about whatever potential amazing arguments we hear, and there's possibilities of pause wars happening. Me and Such do it all the time, so if it happens, don't worry.
All right.
I just want to say I can't pause. On the phone, I'm already stretching it, and everything I'm doing is fucking delayed for some reason.
Okay, fair.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Hey, this is Jeff, and today I'm going to definitively and objectively answer the question, which is the better game, Fallout 3 or Fallout New Vegas? Now, this might seem like troll bait, but I welcome it when people challenge my opinions, because it gives me the chance to strengthen.
Okay, so
You're already fucked.
Stop.
number one, opinions. Opinions are not objective fact, but opinions can also be wrong. So be careful with that. It is not. You're already trying to throw up a criticism shield of like affect my opinions. Like,
It's my favorite argument, the subjectivity shield.
yeah.
Yeah, but this is the worst implementation we've ever seen, because most times people, they won't say, I'm doing this objectively, by the way, this is my opinion. It's like, what the actual fuck are you talking about?
You know, I was joking. I was joking when I said that it's an objective opinion. I didn't actually think it would start like that.
It seems like it's just kind of a common theme at this point. Whenever you see a criticism video of New Vegas or something akin to a comparison of Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, it's always just at the very beginning they have to defend themselves by saying, all this is just my opinion, guys, or my opinion, this is all my subjective opinion and everything like that. It's just like, that should go without saying, but you're also titling it an objective analysis of these things. So like I don't.
Well, he also said this is the definitive and objective look between these two.
Right.
Yeah, you can't use opinion as this.
It also goes a lot farther beyond just Fallout, because you see this in a lot of videos. There's a lot of videos about movies where the point is, oh, well, this is why Man of Steel is actually a really well written movie. These are all just my opinions, but like you see that kind of thing all the time.
You can have a different perception of what other people see in these movies and games because, these things are art and art is subjective and all that. However, there are good ways to execute these different elements, and there are ways to make things generally consistent without completely falling off the rails. There's a science behind it, but, at the end of the day, being like, I'm going to be objectively doing this, and then coming out and saying, yeah, but this is my opinion. I'm fine with people challenging my opinions. Like, okay, is this an opinion piece or is this an objective analysis? Which one is it?
It's an objective opinion.
You said
I love
it's
how right out of
science.
the gate. Go ahead.
Yes? No, you go.
Okay, I was just gonna say, I love how right out of the gate, before he even got to the fucking objective part or anything, literally just him introducing his name was enough for chat to start bullying because we already got my name Jeff in the fucking chat. My name Jeff.
Also, you're using. Hopefully, you don't actually use it in the video. Hopefully, this is just part of your introduction. But you're using modded content already, so please tell me you're not going to use mods as part of your discussion of which one is objectively better. Because I don't give a shit if you're going to give it to New Vegas in the end. If you're using mods, your entire point's invalid.
You're giving me Ace Thorn flashbacks, honestly.
No, it's the white HUD.
Morrowind.
If I remember correctly, I don't think he uses mods as in fact, I think this might be the only mod he has. I think it's literally just this shirt, if I remember correctly.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I said, that's understandable. If you're using it as part of your introduction, part of your opening, fine. As long as you don't bring mods up as part of your objective analysis of either of the game's qualities, then it's
Yeah. I don't even mind if people say, I like this game better because it has all these great mods. It's like, okay, that's you saying what you like. It's not you saying this game is factually better than the other.
I'm curious how long this defense that he has is gonna be for the video, because the whole introduction could be 3 minutes, and maybe the last 14 minutes or whatever he'll actually get into it. But usually these introductions of defending themselves are very long, so I just hope that's not the case here.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, Prometheus said it's a science, and I think that this person we're covering, this JF that we're covering, certainly adheres to the science. The science that's stupid.
All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
And any weak points in my sometimes even changes my mind, but you can't argue with facts. So I'm going to rate both games.
Okay, well, I agree with you in principle. You can't argue with facts. However, if we've learned anything from doing STAG, people will absolutely argue with facts all the time.
Well, not only that, you can argue with facts if someone, if they think it's something that's factual, but their basis to support it is not there, then, they consider it to be a fact, but it's one that's factually incorrect.
Yeah.
Did I mishear? Could you go back a couple seconds?
Yeah,
Did
sure.
you say... Yeah, he said something kind of funny, I think.
All right.
Because it gives me the chance to strengthen any weak points in my reasoning, sometimes even changes my mind. But you can't argue with facts. So I'm going to rate both games and enough.
He said he's going to rape both games, doesn't he?
He said rape. He said rape.
I'm gonna rape them. I'm gonna grape you. No, we can't allow that. Come here, kids. It's graping time. No. That's not appropriate. I'm the graper. It's no, stop.
I've been having audio issues, but to me, it just sounds exactly like he's saying grape rather than rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm willing to listen to his argumentation. Is you can't argue with facts? All right, let's hear it. You know, I'm ready for it.
Exactly.
You know?
We were actually having this exact same problem when we were writing the script for the video we're covering last night, where there's numerous points where this person just says something, we're like, what the fuck? And we have to listen back to it numerous times, and most of them that we got, one of them was just complete gibberish.
Yeah, we still don't know what the fuck poly and is supposed to be. I don't know. I can't figure it out.
Yeah.
Poly and Head in the Clouds Inventor archetype.
What?
Like, what?
Yeah, it's bizarre.
I thought he said Napoleon, but then we re-listened to it, and he starts with a P. And then we were like, is he trying to say that Moira Brown is polyamorous?
Yeah.
But what the fuck?
And he didn't even call her Moira Brown. He's like, Moira Brown?
Yeah, Moira Brown.
Like, what?
Is Moira Brown even a romance option? I didn't even know that.
No, she's not. That's the thing.
So how do they know she's that?
Well, we don't know if that's what he's saying.
That's exactly it.
He just says poly and we don't know what that means.
I feel like that's just that person. I mean, it sounds like that person is just kind of projecting kind of their own ideas onto a character.
Well, this person projects a lot.
Lots of projecting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, I just want to point out, too, that it's understandable that he might say something fucking weird like that, because if you read any of the comments or, like, posts or anything he makes, he will randomly swap words with absolute nonsense in sentences where it's like, I see what word you're going for, but that's absolutely not it. Like,
mole-wrapped meat.
Well, yeah, mole-wrapped meat is one of them, but...
I can't believe he kept that in.
Well, here's something from the description of his video. This is goddamn hilarious. It doesn't take college education to spot logical fallacies in arguments. Just time, attention, and patience. Here's a link that will help you to spot them when you suspense it as being used.
Suspense?
Suspense!
Yeah, it's... You could tell from the video, he clearly, like, I don't think English is his first language, but it's like, it's so bad. And there's also just something about the way he talks where it's like, so either your first language is not English or you actually have some sort of like impediment, because there is something definitely not quite right with the way he talks. And man, the amount of mistakes he makes. The wrapped meat thing, and then he says rat, but he kept the spelling mistake in, but corrects it.
It was text on screen of what I said in my video.
Yeah, hang on. I want to get the other thing that you had as evidence, like his thing when calling you a wannabe Mauler.
Oh, which one was
that? But it's so
that?
fucked that it almost sounds like he hates Mauler as well, but apparently he holds Mauler in really high regard.
Yeah, it's just bizarre all the way around. $2 from MAS. Thank you. Or, I guess that's Mass. Hello, all my A-thorns. No. No, please, no.
No.
Watch your language, sir.
That reminds me of people on Twitter talking about the Joker movie, and they fucking star out a random letter so people can't search it. It's like Ace or Thorn, but you just star out one of the letters so he can't find what you're talking about.
God, oh man, while we were doing that video yesterday, we all kind of came to the conclusion that this guy that we're covering is literally like the new Acer Thorn.
Just without the lawsuits, hopefully.
Hopefully without the lawsuits.
Yeah, hopefully without the lawsuits, but in terms of like insanity, it's like it's exactly the same.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I come back and the first thing I hear is the new Acer Thorn. Are you trying to get me? Are you trying to get me sick or someone shot?
So the new guy we're covering, this is something he said in Reddit. All right. No, he thinks that if he keeps it that long, no one would dare response to it. I can already prove that Creetosis is either an liar or idiot in under 10 minutes. But what fun would that be? Won't be Mauler, who use quotes cheap tricks to fool people into thinking he's what he is saying is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, and keep in mind, he talks like that in his video.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like that's how it's so hard to understand what he's saying half the time for me. I'm just like, what the fuck did he even just say?
How is anyone supposed to debunk something like that?
Well, that's
don't even know what he said.
It just gets funnier and funnier when he starts claiming like, "Wow, an appeal to common sense fallacy." It's like, motherfucker, that was not an appeal to common sense fallacy. But what you just did in trying to counter it was an appeal to stupidity fallacy, you idiot.
Oh, I love how literally in the same sentence where he's accusing Creetosis of making a straw man argument, he makes a fucking straw man argument.
You know, I always love those comments and videos that say things like, I could do this thing that might substantiate my claims and make me actually look smart in this situation. But what fun would that be? Why would I do that? You know, stuff like that. It's just, I don't know. It's just a weird thing.
It comes off as like shitty anime cartoon villain logic. I could do this, but I'm not going to because I am that good. It's like, okay, so if you can prove me to be a liar or stupid in 10 minutes, then fucking do it. If you want to tear apart the rest of the video, you can still do so after that. But you know what would win a lot of people over to your side really fast? Oh, hey, here's irrefutable proof that this fucking idiot with an owl icon is wrong.
Yeah.
But he doesn't. So it comes across as he can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, God. We even have a joke of if this is the caliber of Creetosis' enemies, Creetosis' critics, he's either not trying hard enough or he's immune to criticism.
$2 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. Low intelligence courier dialogue IRL? Yeah, very much seems like it.
Wait, did you get Barbaroy? $5 from Barbaroy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wait a damn minute. This is an EFAP. You aren't even British, are you?
Nope.
Uh-oh. Oh, the game's up.
No, thankfully we're not. We're better.
We've been busted.
Oh yeah, as Boss points out, what pagan are we working with today? Pagan 1.0 or 2.0?
There is some Scottish far back in my background on both sides of the family, actually. But the past 3 or 4, maybe even 5 generations have all been in Canada on both sides. So, yeah.
I'm sorry to hear.
No, it'll be easier. It'll be easier to indoctrinate them when we annex the country. Come on.
I'm sorry to hear about your disability, Cree.
Remember, Cree, we're right here for you if you ever.
Thank you. It's very much appreciated. Anyways.
Well, back to the intro of the video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get into this because, it's so fucking bad.
Number of important categories, give them an indisputable quantitative score. Let's get started.
Okay.
Oh, I would be very worried about that.
Ooh.
Yeah, because even if you go through this as objectively as possible, it is really hard to wait. Does that shift it closer to a 7, or is it like a 6.9? You know what I mean? There's always that like ambiguity in score, so that's why I kind of agree with Yahtzee, even though Yahtzee fucks up his reviews a lot. I agree with Yahtzee that really you shouldn't be looking for a review score number, right? Because it just kind of fucks with things. You should hear the substance of the issues, the substance of the praise instead.
I typically find myself enjoying reviewers that don't give out review scores because it, like, to be able to say this is a 2 out of 10 or 3 out of 10 in the max of maybe a 2-hour video or 3-hour video or whatever, it's very hard to justify a lot of numbers, and it's really difficult to quantify a lot of these categories in a 1 out of 10 type of category.
Yeah.
As I said, there's a science behind it, but like at the end of the day, it's very difficult to add points to certain things and have a score when it comes to things like storytelling and writing and whatnot. You know what I mean?
Especially when you have times where you come across something so bad that you need to shift your scale. It's like, okay, so this movie is a 1 out of 10, but this other movie we've watched is clearly also a 1 out of 10. is so much better than this newer movie. So maybe we should shift that up to 2 or 3.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
it's
why-
the age-old question. How does a 10 out of 10 first-person shooter compare to a 10 out of 10 sports?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was something that Total Biscuit was trying to fight against as well. Just the idea of just arbitrary number scores, because they really don't mean anything. And
Yeah.
not only that, but it's extremely contextual as well, because the year it's released, what's released around it. A game that comes out of the blue, and there's not been a similar game for a while, for like 3 to 5 years, could be rated higher just because of the context than it would had it been released next to the best game of its genre. So there's so many issues with the rating score. Like in theory alone, that's what I kind of like about the idea from, say, Rotten Tomatoes, the idea of like an aggregate score, like percentage of people recommend, percentage of people don't recommend, just as like a binary. In theory alone, obviously the problem with Rotten Tomatoes is that most of the critics score are people who are literally living inside their own anal cavity, so it doesn't really matter what they think. But in theory, that would make sense. Like, okay, 55% of people recommend this. I guess it's kind of like how Steam score works. That's like not a terrible idea. It can obviously be subject to grades, both positive and negative grades and scores. So yeah, there's no real perfect system, but at least the binary, like, do you like this game? Would you recommend it? Yes or no? That at least makes some sense, you know?
Indigo, are you telling me 7 out of 10 middle of the road doesn't make perfect sense to you?
Yeah. Oh, God.
Actual quote we've had to deal with.
Yeah, that was on the Second Opinion Half-Life 2 video. 7 out of 10, middle of the road. It's like, what?
What?
Yeah. Remember, he has a PhD in truth, though.
PhD in truth?
Yes.
Yes.
Did he say that?
Yes. He says he has a PhD in truth.
Like, obviously it's supposed to be a dumb joke, but it comes across as really fucking bad when you're like, oh, Half-Life 2 doesn't have that many enemy types, it has this and that and these, and let's move on.
Yeah, he started realizing that Half-Life 2 had more enemy types and variety than Half-Life 1 did. And he had to abandon ship.
Yeah, and he didn't cut it. That's the thing. He could have cut that from the video, and he just left it in. And it's like, what? Also, the fucking where he actually does try to present a research paper as if like, see, I actually do have a PhD in truth. And then we looked at it and we were like, this wouldn't even meet the standards for being accepted.
Yeah. It was under the word limit. It barely got the page limit, and he only got that because he double spaced every fucking line and shit. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Second Opinion, man. That's why I call him a contrarian, because I think they argue points on the basis of I'm going to be on the opposite side of what everybody else is saying, but don't articulate their points well enough to say their stuff and their opinions in earnest. Like they're saying these are objective facts. This is just how it is, but they can't argue from even on their standpoint.
Yeah.
In fact, the last Second Opinion video I did, I ended up arguing in favor of a point better than the person I was debunking.
Nice.
You call it steel manning, right? Like where you try to find the best version of the argument against you to be able to argue better against that stance, right? Where you
You're trying to reinforce your point.
Because it was that easy to debunk him just from base level, so I had to kind of give him more than he really deserved in my video.
Yeah. And things like monster variety and stuff like that isn't very hard. I remember the very first EFAP I was on at, we were spent like 11-12 hours on Resident Evil 8, and during that time we all kind of came to the conclusion it's like there isn't much enemy variety in the game. And so actually in real time pulled up the Wikipedias of each of the Resident Evil games and compared it, and sure enough, about half the monsters in RE8 were in one level, and the rest had like maybe 1 to 2 each level, and it kind of to reiterate that point, and not just because subjectively you can kind of say, it doesn't seem like there's much variety, maybe the enemies aren't that different, but no, in fact there wasn't that many enemies in the game.
That was the problem with 7. It was like, I guess if you count each family member going after you as an enemy, but then it's like, what are your other enemies? Some mold monster.
It was mole monster with B. Oh,
Yeah, I never played 7 all the way through, but one of the monsters, quote unquote, in 8 is literally a fail state that you can't defeat. It's just a weird monster baby creature that follows you.
Oh
And if
yeah,
it gets
that's
you, you die.
yeah.
That's considered one of the monsters. And funnily enough, the one area that we all liked the most was the area that actually had like 5 or 6 different types of enemies, because they all had different tactics and different strengths and weaknesses. And like, hey, this kind of feels like a game here.
Yeah, and then you get to the point when a boss character is like, "Oh no, my one weakness that only I knew about, and I built the machine itself. Oh, how dare you!"
We looked that up, and it's like he literally built like it would be like God, what's a good example? It'd be like if Superman Superman designed a kryptonite gun.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Or like kryptonite didn't exist on Earth at all. There was no such thing as kryptonite. And then Lex Luthor breaks in and finds in Superman's basement like notes like, "I have invented this thing, which is the only thing that could kill me."
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember listening to that EFAP. I was actually at work hand-piling boxes when you guys were doing that live, and it kept me entertained through the night. But the whole time I couldn't help but think, man, Resident Evil 8 sounds like so many missed opportunities, and if they had just taken those opportunities, it would have been a really good game that I would have enjoyed.
Yeah, it had tons of potential, and we were lamenting about how many great aspects were kind of just thrown under the bus because, I mean, especially Mahler, he's a big Buffy, Gothic, vampire, werewolf fan, so we all love the idea of having sort of a Gothic horror kind of take on Resident Evil.
That's the thing, too, is the cover of the game kind of implies that Chris Redfield is going to, like, get infected with werewolfism or fucking whatever. It's like, holy shit, what a cool story that would be to deal with. It's just, oh yeah, that actually has nothing to do with the actual story of the game. He's just kind of there, and there's no werewolves either. It's just people who grow a lot of hair.
Stand back, everybody. Chris Redfield is wolfing. Oh no, he's wolfing out. It's wolfing time. Oh god.
What do you mean? You didn't enjoy gunning down lichens with 900 bullets? You weren't scared by that?
Yeah, holy shit. Talk about like you play from this disempowered perspective like through the entire game. And also it doesn't make sense that if Ethan is now fully mold, how does any of this stuff kill him? But anyways, that's beside the point. Like it seems the mold works whenever it feels like it wants to work. But you're disempowered as a mold and an immortal mold monster, and then you go to Chris motherfucking Redfield, and suddenly you have like an entire fucking battalion armory on your back, and you're just like orbital strikes, machine guns, woo! I'm calling the A-10 Warhogs, baby, woo! It's like, what the fuck is that?
He's literally just pushing there alone with an SMG and 900 bullets.
Yeah.
Not just that, sorry.
No, go ahead.
The idea of orbital strikes for this little shithole shack village is just the funniest thing in the world.
Dude, oh god damn. Just
not to mention that it was like, it's some like European town or whatever. It's like, wouldn't that cause World War III or something? If America just decided to like nuke a town or something in Poland or wherever it was. I don't remember where it's supposed to be.
I'm still trying to figure out why the fuck is Chris, why did they bring back Umbrella? Why is Chris part of Umbrella? And now apparently the BAS or whatever or the BSAA are the bad guys. And like, what? What happened?
Yeah, that's fucking weird. Also, this fucking comment: Chris punched too many boulders to turn into a furry.
$2 from Ecstasy323. Thank you. Creetosis, sorry for your Pokemon stream yesterday. That's fine. The progress lost wasn't all that much, and I could probably get back there fairly quickly. It's just frustrating losing progress like that.
Yep.
Did it crash again? I remember I was on a stream while it crashed like a week ago or something.
I talked to an NPC and the game locked up because I guess I wasn't supposed to talk to that NPC or something.
It just kind of happens with hacks and stuff like that. Is you'll have those ones where they forgot something and there's a dialogue that has a flag in the code.
Or you didn't hit a trigger somewhere or something. Yeah.
It's understandable. That's just what the risk you play when you play those like ROM hack style stuff.
Yeah.
$5 from Itako the Tricky. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patrolling all these bad takes in this compilation video almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter or 9mm in my chest. Not sure which.
You want to have your lungs blown out of your entire torso, Itako?
Oh my god.
Let's get back to the video.
Yeah.
Category is graphics. So, looking at the graphics objectively, they use the same Gamebryo graphics engine. Their textures are the same resolution. Their models have about the same.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, there's also a lot of complication by it. Somebody really got in a really like a hot heated discussion with me one time. There is a difference between the Gamebryo engine and the renderer. I wish I was more versed in that, but that isn't. I don't think that's technically accurate. It's not necessary. As of one point, I think it was Oblivion, where they started developing their own renderer. Does anyone know on the stream know what I'm talking about for the Bethesda games? I don't know. It's just a point it stuck in my mind. Somebody got in an argument with me about that.
It's like, I'd say there probably is, and that person's probably correct, because everybody has their little tism that they specifically hyper focus on. But I'm just looking at this, the base thing is like they're the same size of textures. I was like, I don't think that's true. I'm pretty positive New Vegas has higher resolution texture work and uses because I'm pretty sure this was when super textures or whatever was becoming big because of like Rage.
Oh, you mean what was it? The mega texture?
Mega textures or something like that.
Did their engine didn't support mega textures, did it? I know that was like something that John Carmack designed, kind of basically pioneered. I don't know if that engine necessarily supported that, did it?
I don't. I think that's what made it so revolutionary was the fact that it could kind of be slotted into everything. I don't know. I'd have to ask if somebody's that particular tism, they know that. Please let us know in chat. But I'm pretty positive, though, just in general, though, all the texture work for New Vegas is much higher quality. Like, has much more dimensions put into it, much higher resolution, and a lot more characteristics in it than the ones in Fallout 3.
Yeah, I mean, as time goes on, people get more comfortable with the engine and stuff like that. But of course, this is a different developer. I'd have to look at that. I don't have a straight up answer right this second, but I wouldn't doubt that possibly as more time went on and the tools got better and everything like that, that the Bethesda was able to support Obsidian and get better textures and all that kind of stuff like that. Also, just different developers, different techniques. They might put more.
Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. It wouldn't have mattered anyways. Rage came out after, so I was in the ballpark, but no, Rage came out afterwards.
Yeah, no, that technology is super cool. They're able to put like 32,000 pixel by 32,000 pixel, like have one giant image and basically sample from that one image, and therefore get, I think, more efficient memory management and stuff like that. Really cool technology. I don't know if modern games do that as much, but I know Rage was pretty revolutionary for it.
Yeah, but even if I'm not sure where the point is going to go for either in favor of New Vegas or 3, honestly, but what I will say is the graphics of these games are, I think, kind of a really small part of the whole Fallout experience overall. And I mean, you can give the point either way. I'm just saying it's not really that big of a thing because, no matter what you look at what time frame, the graphics are going to be outdated down the line. I think design, like world design and stuff like that, is something we can really get into. That's much more important, I think.
That's what I always argue in favor of. I hate the idea of graphics being this be all end all thing, because if you just focus purely on graphics, well, your game immediately dates itself the moment anybody comes out with like anything that has a better renderer or shaders or lighting engine. The moment RTX came out, everything that was just purely focused on graphics, immediately outdated, obsolete, and doesn't look as good anymore. But
Yeah.
when you have an aesthetic, I would much rather talk about things in terms of aesthetic. And you could clearly see that New Vegas has a very unified aesthetic. This whole kind of goldenrod look, this goldenrod glow to everything, to kind of mimic what it's like being in the western desert states.
It kind of reminds me of the 7 times that they Bethesda re-released Skyrim in the span of 10 years. Like they sold us the same game for 10 years and we let them. But regardless of that, though, you know, the graphics got a little better each and every time, but it was the same game. It was the same experience. And then, you know, and eventually down the line, they added the ability for you to use mods on console generations and whatnot. But all I'm saying is it's the same experience regardless of how pretty the lights are and how beautiful the grass and the floor is, you know?
So
Yeah.
I do find it odd that he's going with the graphics direction here, especially when art direction should be more important, and he does bring it up, but he like separates the two, and then it's like, but then why even talk about graphics then?
Yeah, that's strange.
Like I said, for as much as I don't like World of Warcraft, the reason World of Warcraft held up for so long is because they went for pure art style over graphics.
Yeah. Like, I've got a lot of problems with at least modern World of Warcraft. I really love the fucking art style for World of Warcraft, especially in the earlier days. The first 2-3 expansions was like vanilla. Brand Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King was very great art style.
Yeah, and if you're starting to argue about graphic fidelity and everything like that, I think that probably the most cutting edge this has ever been was probably Morrowind. I think they were pretty much at the bleeding edge with Morrowind.
Yep.
That had more polys, more texture, a higher res texture, everything like that, pretty much than any other game that I recall at the time. Maybe like your bleeding edge FPS games might be comparable, like, you know, Unreal or something like that, but it was pretty much, you know, bleeding edge for RPGs at least. But by the time Fallout 3 came out, I remember I bought Fallout 3 and Far Cry 2, I think the same week, I want to say. And I remember Far Cry 2 blowing it out of the water. It still looks good, Far Cry 2. If you play that game again, just the way that all the trees and bushes sway, you can, you know, brush fires, plant life moves out of the way when you walk through it. You know, it was quite revolutionary for the time.
And the most memorable thing of all in Far Cry 2, when you get hurt and you decide that you need to emergency patch yourself and get treated as some of the most cringe-inducing cutscene or little vignettes, I say more appropriate, things you will ever see. Somebody put a lot of effort into those animations. Oh my god.
Yeah, like poking your bullet through your arm and patching it up.
Yeah, or your character brings his hand up and there's a rusty nail sticking through between the fingers, and it's like, oh, and he grabs it and he starts pulling it and he hisses like, ee! He lets go and has to grab it again and wiggle it and then pop it free. It's like, oh god.
Yeah. The fucking wire in the knee is what always got me. I was like, it's just like yanking this fucking long ass wire out of your kneecap. Like, how did that even get in there? Jesus.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I can give graphics is, well, you know, good graphics and everything, is that it might be able to contribute in small parts to the immersion aspect of certain games and stuff like that. You know, like being able to kind of put yourself in that world and stuff like that. You would probably require, you know, relatively decent graphics to do so.
Yeah.
But
overall,
but then there's the characters and all this other stuff that you also need to focus on, which unfortunately a lot of games these days focus a lot more on the graphical fidelity of things rather than the quality of the content that's within the game itself.
Yeah, and I can actually give you an example towards your point. Milsims. Milsims will oftentimes go for graphics over an art style because they're trying to simulate something. So it's understandable. So as milsims get more graphically intense, and I would argue like Escape from Tarkov is a milsim, not in the traditional sense of milsim, but obviously it is trying to simulate that military style of experience, and they go for graphics above all of everything else. But they also have, incredibly intricate animation teams and everything. Like, holy shit.
I'll have to check it out.
$5 super chat.
Escape from Tarkov is great. I just have to say, sorry to interrupt, Sech, I have to go. So, yeah, sorry for the abrupt halt there.
Oh,
all right. Well, it's good having you on while you were here.
Yeah, and if we're still on if you come back later and we're still on, feel free to jump back in.
Yeah.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Have
Cheers,
a good
guys,
one.
and if I don't come back, have a nice stream, yeah?
Will do.
Yeah.
$5 super chat from the Dwarfcast Noah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey Stag, how's my favorite furry chat doing? Just started Babylon 5. It is so good. Absolutely. I highly recommend Babylon 5. There is some wonkiness here and there, but I definitely recommend Babylon 5. It has probably one of the best overarching stories in any sci-fi I have ever seen.
I'm kind of curious on where this guy will give the point to. Maybe he might give it to Fallout New Vegas because the game came out after Fallout 3. Only a little after, but I think he might give it to New Vegas. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, but even then, like I said before, if you give it to New Vegas, but you're using faulty premises, I'm still going to be upset.
No, I mean, yeah, true.
Yeah.
Same guns, there's no significant difference. That's just a measurable, inarguable fact. So in terms of the technical specifications, it's a tie. You might say, but how can that be? Fallout 3 is so uniformly brown and gray, and New Vegas has much more variety and color. Yes, but that's a visual design choice, not a limitation of the graphics engine. Consciously or subconsciously, I think that's part of the game's commentary on nuclear war. Among areas that were largely untouched, even a desert has more vitality than a once lush mid-Atlantic temperate zone that would...
What? No. Oh god, you're getting into the modern artsy-fartsy, like, sort of thing. It's like, it was a commentary on the harshness of nuclear reality, a place that was untouched. Like, House reveals that the Mojave Wasteland was targeted with a fuck ton of nukes. It was kind of disturbing how much China wanted to literally glass America, is what it seems like, based off of House's words. Like, the number of nuclear weapons that his defense systems intercepted is crazy.
Yeah.
He played the game, right? Did he realize that there's rad scorpions and hot spots of radiation and everything in New Vegas? Like, it's just as radiated, just as mutated as the whatever DC area was. They just have the only real aesthetic difference for the most part is that Fallout New Vegas on the outside has a brown yellow color filter, whereas Fallout 3 had a green color filter.
Yeah, I don't know why he said it. New Vegas was mostly, or Fallout 3 was mostly brown and gray instead of green and gray.
Yeah.
If you turn off that green filter, it is mostly brown and gray. It actually looks kind of bad, but the green filter kind of integrates the color palette a little bit by tinting everything a bit green. But yeah, I agree with it if you turn the color filter off, but you can't do that without, modding the game.
Without mods,
Yeah.
I think he's trying to be like, oh, well, New Vegas wasn't directly affected because the bombs that got through didn't directly hit New Vegas. So therefore, it's a lot more alive than Fallout 3 is. But that still doesn't fucking matter.
He lightly touched up on the limitations of the engine and stuff like that. And I kind of want to... a lot of it, when it comes to these limitations, a lot of it isn't the fact that the limitations exist. It's how that how you can apply, what you want to put in, despite those limitations, and that's where design comes in to graphical fidelity, and I think that Fallout New Vegas, I think, has just, as a world, and this is just me saying this, as a world, I think it has much cleaner design when it comes to certain locations, That's where I would put my point at.
I think my point in this would be New Vegas was clearly thought out to be what a surviving wasteland would look like in a post-apocalypse, whereas Fallout 3, its entire design purpose was, who could blow up DC better than we can?
Yeah, which is something they literally said.
Yeah.
All right.
So it just feels like the one was designed to take a logical look about how would a society develop in a wasteland after the apocalypse, and the other one was designed to be like all those familiar stores that you walked through as a child, those monuments destroyed and broken and shattered everywhere across the horizon.
But
but
now,
if you've never been to those, it's less impactful.
It also kind of feels like he's kind of giving these games an out, in the sense of he's saying, oh, but all these bad aspects of these games, graphics and design, are indicative of the cruel nature of the world and this, that, and the other, and given that, I think that kind of just gives a get out of jail free card for, certain games that you like when you say things like that,
Yeah.
All right, we will. I'm curious on how he'll cap it off, though. So you guys want to keep going?
Yeah, let's back up just a little bit, just in case, because we've already done a lot of pausing, so there could be a hiccup. So here we go.
Yeah, there usually is.
Among areas that were largely untouched, even a desert has more vitality than a once lush mid-Atlantic temperate zone that was hit hard by nuclear weapons. Nonetheless, even though Fallout 3 does a great job of presenting that atmosphere of unrelenting desolation, I'd have to give the edge to New Vegas simply because it does have that variety. The lighting schemes can be a bit heavy-handed at times, like Camp Forlorn Hope and Cottonwood Cove, but the contrast between different areas keeps you from getting desensitized. On the other hand, you might say, if they're technically equal, why is the performance better in Fallout 3? Well, that's just because New Vegas is a busier game in general, especially in areas like the Strip, where there are way more objects with animation and physics, or just generally in the desert, where the line of sight is forever. So when you're walking around and a new exterior cell loads, you get some lag. But knowing why it happens doesn't change the fact that it happens. On the same PC with exactly the same graphics settings for both games, I get a measurably lower frame rate in New Vegas than I do in Fallout 3. So, Fallout 3...
Okay. Again, push back on this. You have a sample size of 1 here, right? So, literally, if a single person on their same exact PC, doesn't need to be your specs or anything, because, you haven't brought up your specs or anything like that, but if on their PC they get way better frame rates, more consistent, stable frame rates on Fallout New Vegas instead of Fallout 3, your point is destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a bit anecdotal, to be honest.
When was this video made?
Let's check that out. Just give me a minute.
Because I'm wondering if it was before or after the update for Fallout 3.
Yeah, because it was likely after the update. Everything that's stripped out, games for Windows Live and everything.
Because wouldn't that improve frame rate?
Yeah.
Are we sure this isn't an April Fool's joke? April 1st, 2018.
Oh.
That was before the update.
Yeah, so it was before they stripped out all games for Windows Live stuff.
Wait, so this video was made April 1st.
It was uploaded April 1st, but that also doesn't necessarily mean it's a joke video either, though.
Comments... Yeah, I mean, we'd have to see if they get incredibly ridiculous later. So
it's kind of giving me that feel a little bit, like just the kind of.
Well, my example will always be Acer Thorn was being legitimate. You know?
Yeah, that's the scary.
Rainbow Hawk is being legitimate in what he said.
Oh yeah.
Um.
Oh, what a fucking wild ride.
Yeah.
I don't know if the. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was just about to say the whole argument against how Fallout New Vegas is busier. I don't think that's necessarily. There's much ground for that. Actually, maybe if you argue New Vegas itself, but famously, Josh Sawyer said he had to make a compromise because they had to break up the strip because of the memory issues and stuff like that. Just like they had to break up the Capital and Oblivion because of memory issues on the consoles. But otherwise, density-wise, the terrain and the architecture in Vegas and Fallout 3 are comparable. I would say that the more likely suspect of why it runs worse, why New Vegas runs worse, is just lack of time for optimization. The game had a famously short development cycle, and they probably didn't have as much time to optimize it. You can have the same exact quality of graphics, give it 3 months of optimization. They can optimize how much is loading past your viewport, texture, lower the resolution of textures at a distance, make things turn to low poly models at a distance, all kind of stuff. And quite possibly they didn't have enough time to do that.
And he talks about how there are lower frame rates in certain areas in Fallout New Vegas, and and that might be the case, but you're kind of, I think it's necessary to kind of find areas that are just as densely populated in Fallout 3 as in Fallout New Vegas and kind of do a side-by-side comparison. And even then, there's a lot of other factors at play. Like Fallout New Vegas does a lot to try to keep things running. Like for example, when when Oliver Swanwick tells you he won the lottery, he literally goes away to get himself killed. He goes by a scorpion nest to get himself killed so that the game can kind of keep on pushing what it needs to push out,
So my issue with this is that he makes it sound as if consistently New Vegas always has a lower frame rate, which I've played both of these games vanilla for years, and they're almost the same. It's literally dependent on where you are in those games.
Yeah.
So it's not
if you
consistent.
go to the entrance of what was it? The floral vault, you're gonna have frame drops.
Now, if he's talking about consistently throughout the entire experience, then I might be able to. But if it's certain areas, then you're gonna get a little bit of frame drop really when you have so much stuff going on, especially in the New Vegas Strip.
But you're going to get that with in both though. That's the thing. That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like Fallout 3 has its set pieces that lower fucking frame rates. So does New Vegas. It's not consistent between the two. You're going to have different frame rates between the two all the time. So to me, it's just weird to even judge it on this, especially when you consider that one of these games needs third-party software to even run it on your PC and the other one doesn't. Until recently, when they finally updated it after nearly 12 years.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not sure where he'll give the point on this one either, honestly. But really, either way, it's not really a noticeable difference in either game, really. We will continue.
Wins on performance. Okay, let's talk about companions next. Companions are a big part of both games. Well, if you want them to be. You can complete either game without ever picking up a single follower. In fact, it's kind of weird that there are so many companion options in Fallout 3 at all, considering your character's canonical name is the Lone Wanderer. But I digress. Let's start with companion system mechanics. I think everyone intuitively understands there's more depth in New Vegas, but let's talk facts. In Fallout 3, you need to meet different requirements to hire different companions, but then they basically stay with you forever unless you fire them. Some of them do a periodic karma check and leave if you do things they don't like, but they don't really change in their attitudes or abilities. In New Vegas, you also have the different hiring requirements, but they have a loyalty system with numerous triggers and side quests, and getting them to be more loyal has measurable consequences in terms of perks they give you. Plus, there's the companion wheel, which gives you quicker and more flexible options to set their tactics and other behaviors. So regarding the companion system mechanics, New Vegas wins. Now, game mechanics aside, what about the companions themselves? We already talked about how New Vegas has more conditions and quests and dialogue for the loyalty system, so we can't hold it against the companions in Fallout 3 that they don't have as much to say. So I'm only going to consider the relevance and depth of each character. Taken as a...
Hold on, yeah, I've got an issue with that.
I hate this fucking part. This part really pissed me off.
So
you'll see why, but
you don't need the companion wheel for the Fallout 3 companions to have stuff to say, because they should just act like regular NPCs when you talk to them. They have dialogue trees like any other NPC, and you know, you learn their backstory, you do quests for them, which they don't have, by the way, in Fallout 3.
I'm not sure how many. I'm not even really sure how many, companions are in Fallout 3. Honestly, I think there are like 5 or 6.
Fallout 3 has, I believe, 9, or is it 6? I know. Okay, there's 2 for if you're good, 2 for if you're evil, and 2 for if you're neutral. I believe there's additionally Dogmeat and
Charon, who are no karma whatsoever.
Okay, yeah, so there's 8.
Yeah.
I'm just curious on where he'll go with this argumentation. I'm just curious where he'll go.
Well, like Cree already said, though, it's already stupid. Like, well, we can't fault Fallout 3 for not having as much depth in the dialogue because they didn't have, all these other flags and everything to work with. It's like, no, you can, because you could say that Bethesda just didn't write any more dialogue. They didn't need all those flags or anything to make their characters more interesting and have more dialogue choices and more stuff to talk about.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways they could have went about it, and the way they went was just kind of felt lackluster.
Yeah.
I think there's a stark difference between having companions and having followers. Like
Yeah.
Morrowind has followers. Fallout New Vegas has companions.
Yeah. And here's the thing too. Let's even ignore the personal quests and the growing storyline with each character for a minute. Everything the companion wheel does, you can do in Fallout 3 through dialogue and text if Bethesda had wanted to go that deep on it. They just didn't. All that stuff is potential that they could have done, but it just isn't there because I guess too much effort.
The dialogue wheel is neat, but that's how the old games did it. They just have dialogue options where it's like, hey, could you back up a few feet? Hey, could you stay closer to me? Hey, do you want to trade? Hey, do you want to stay here?
Yeah.
Those all those options were just dialogue tree, questions and answers and stuff like that.
Except they didn't have backup, which was a problem in that game. Everyone complained about the fact that's why New Vegas added it, was because they got so pissed off that like Fox or Dogmeat would trap them in a room. They had no way of getting out because they couldn't push them.
By the way,
yeah,
another one of the things I don't think Fallout 4 copied from New Vegas. Like, I remember getting trapped frequently by Dogmeat in Fallout 4.
Yeah, it's just so weird that they wouldn't add that. And also for him to be like, oh, well, we can't really judge Fallout 3 because they didn't have this flagging system. It's like, but they could have. So you could definitely judge them for not putting it in. They could have done that. Obsidian showed that they could.
Yeah, they could have had a much better
I was
system,
muted.
too.
Yeah.
Didn't you really actually have to like punch Dogmeat in the originals to get him to move out of the way?
Basically, yeah. You would have to punch your followers basically to get them to actually move so you could get out of the rooms.
I think Fallout 1 had that problem. Fallout 2, you could, on your drop-down menu, there was a hand icon. I think that would
yeah, there was a push
trigger.
button.
yeah, it would trigger them to move a couple spaces away. It wasn't always perfect, but you could get out of some gyms with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the whole idea is like, oh, they didn't have the flags. Like, okay, who coded those? Any programmer could create that feature. It just happened to be Obsidian. I'm assuming Obsidian did it, unless it was a post Fallout 3 development thing that Bethesda did. I don't know the whole story behind the flags and what that accounted for, but I'm assuming any programmer could have added that to the system, right?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
So it's not kind of a moot point. Like, yeah, that you can argue that over time, there's a definite argument that anything made after another thing gains benefit of experience. Now, that's totally true, but that doesn't necessarily explain away the fact that this new thing has this new feature or this new idea.
Yeah, I just find it strange to be like, well, Fallout 3 didn't do this thing, so we can't judge them on that. And it's like, yes, you can. The fact they didn't do that means you can judge them on it.
Every single day, every single minute of every single day, people are judging old things because they didn't have the idea of new things or the technology that new things have.
Again, it's the whole argumentation of when you go back through, it's like, yeah, but it doesn't have a lot of the quality of life improvements that we're used to now. Like, that's an entirely understandable criticism. Like, for those old games that didn't allow you to use the mouse to aim while you shoot. That is an obvious quality of life difference from what we have today.
That's it kind of feels a little bit like a get out of jail type of thing, really. And it's like having a creative writing class or something, and one kid writes a great story and for the teacher and gets a really good score on an assignment, and then the other kid's like, oh, I didn't do my assignment because I didn't have a pencil. It's like you still fail.
Yeah.
We're gonna y'all want to continue with this?
Yeah, let's grab that super chat first quickly though. $10 from Dr. McDingus. Thank you. Salve, furry fap. Still not a furry. Today's emperor is Diocletian. I hope I pronounced that right. Best known for his tetrarchy. Not a word I've used before, so I probably fucked that up. Countless reforms, the silly idea that the Senate had any power over the emperor, and of course, his cabbages. Oh, that's the dude who is like, yeah, I don't want to fight wars anymore. I just want to tend to my cabbages.
Oh my god, so he was the original inspiration for Cabbage Corp.
What? I'm afraid this will lead into a tangent, but I have to ask.
It'll just be a really short one. So Avatar The Last Airbender had a character who was a running joke of he was a cabbage merchant and his cabbage cart would get destroyed all the time. And they brought him back at least one more time in Legend of Korra when they're like, I'm sorry, we're shutting down your business, and they slap a foreclosure notice on his front door. And he starts screaming, because you don't know who they're talking to, and then he screams, no, not my Cabbage Corp! It's like, god damn it, they brought him back.
It's a great reference. And man, speaking of missed opportunity, the whole first part of Korra could have been so cool with the whole idea of the oppression of the natively able benders versus people who aren't able to bend. Yep. Like, that whole idea would be so cool for a story arc for a show, and they completely threw it away.
Yeah, Amon was such a great villain, but granted, think about who Amon had as his arch enemy. Mary Sue, the fucking super avatar. I'm the avatar, you gotta deal with it! Pew pew! It's like, oh my god, I fucking hate Korra.
Yeah, I fucking hated that show so much. It going from there, because I immediately went from that show to that, and there was just such a big difference. I was like, oh my god, this is so bad in comparison to the original.
Please tell me the edit exists where I'm the Avatar is replaced with Rey Palpatine saying, I am all the Jedi, and then cutting back into Korra, you have to deal with it! Because that's basically what those movies were.
Yeah, I swear ER has done almost some sort of crossover between those two. I swear to God, but I can't put my finger on it.
Yeah.
The only thing I think Korra did decently was the art style.
I like the concept of bending changing over time into this brand new style of bending where because they turned it into a sport between multiple different bending styles, the styles had to adapt. So I liked that earthbending still had to keep the when you earthbend, you need a strong, powerful, determined, and very methodical foundation. But until then, you were fast and nimble on your feet and jumping around, and then you would slam into your stance and then fire off the earthbending and then move back out of it. So it was a way to adapt to trying to battle against waterbenders and airbenders and firebenders and stuff. I liked that concept.
The
But-
whole tangent, but firebending is so OP. Like they don't have
It
to.
is.
Yeah, like it doesn't make sense. Like that's. I'll say the one thing that, and this is like the one thing I will praise the terrible, terrible, terrible live action adaptation for is that they made firebending make sense. You had to have fire to bend it.
I don't agree. I liked that firebending was its OP nature, where it's what fed into their ego. It's kind of what the point behind why they were so egotistical. Like why they took all the earthbenders and put them on a metal oil rig out in the ocean. Because, you're so pathetic, you require earth to even use your abilities, whereas we can harness and create fire ourselves, like the dragons that taught us before. And it's like, I liked that aspect of it. I liked that them having it easy, air quotes, easy, because they could create it themselves, fed into their arrogance.
Yeah, I just wish there was a little bit more mechanical limitation to it. Like there are times, spoilers, but there are times where like an firebender would like break out of being completely bound by just doing essentially firepower through his nose. Things like that. Like that was a little extreme. I would have liked the mechanical aspect of having like a pilot light, so to speak, like where they had to have a torch or flint or something to kind of spark. If they didn't have fire ready from a torch or a candle or whatever, they'd had to like kind of create a fire. I think that would have been more interesting, but as it was, they were just ridiculously OP in that they could just generate fire out of nothing.
So you're saying they should have had Mustangs steel wool gloves when they snap their fingers. It creates a spark which allows them to
I
do
love
the...
Mustang. Mustang and
yeah,
Full
Mustang was my
Alchemist
favorite
great.
character in Full Metal Alchemist. I fucking loved Mustang.
I haven't watched that. I watched the Brotherhood a while back. I don't know if I finished it. I need to watch that again. I think I know who Mustang is, but
yeah, he's
good.
Roy Mustang. He's the colonel that is like the guy who's trying to become the king of their. He's trying to become the Fuhrer. And there's I love the fascinating trade-off with what truth actually does to people that try to violate the rules of alchemy. It does. I agree with Elric that it's bullshit because Mustang was forced into opening the door to truth. So that's bullshit. But I like that the man who had great visions for the future of his country is blinded. I love that shit.
Yeah. God, that show was so good. We need to watch that at some point. It is so fucking good. That and obviously Mob Psycho 100, but
Yes.
It's just so good. That scene where he's fucking roasting Envy to death is
pure rage. And you fully understand in that moment why Mustang destroyed the secrets to fire alchemy forever.
Yeah. God, it was so good. But yeah, I like that whole idea of like he wore his gloves. He has to wear a specific type of gloves in order to activate his alchemy, and if they get wet, he can't use them.
Yep.
Yeah, I like limitations and mechanical trial, things that people have to overcome and things like that. Like, I find that more interesting because you have to, you can introduce new problems and that person has to overcome this problem. It's like, oh no, how do I do this? My glove is wet, kind of thing like that. I don't want to go into a whole anime tangent. I'll just cap the Last Ember thing off as saying that airbenders got done dirty. I know there was something explored in some of the later seasons of Korra, but who cares, right? But I'll say that at least the stuff that I watched, airbenders got done dirty. You could make a super OP airbender because that's one thing that's all around us all the time.
Mm.
Imagine an airbender who could create a vacuum sphere.
That's what I was gonna say. I was like, imagine a fucking airbender who can bend the air away from your head, and you
out
just
of your
can't
lungs.
get
Just take it out of your
that
lungs.
too.
Yeah,
It's
that'd
funny,
be super OP. That'd be awesome.
Okay, spoilers alert for if this novel ever gets released. But I've been writing a novel, and there's a concept in the novel because magic. There is a science to how magic works, and people slowly figure it out. Well, there are people that not only can't do magic, but they're actually what are known as leeches. They're a derogatory term for them because it changes throughout history as history in this world goes on. But when they touch someone who has magic, they'll siphon some of that power in themselves, and then they're able to use it or see it. And how you get the magic in you changes how long it is. If it's a touch, it's only for a couple minutes. If you consume a part of the person, it lasts for days. And it's actually a plot point of how they catch a murderer because a leech eats meat on his table that he thinks, they just think it's food. And the leech gets really sick and he complains about being able to see colors and like all these like crazy things, like as if he's on psychedelic drugs, and they figure out that somebody who had magic was chopped up and put in the food. And that's how they find out that the chef is a murderer. But my whole point is, leeches can take stuff like magical infused scrolls, and they can store them for later use. And one of the scrolls they had was an air spell scroll, which was to expel air from an area, and it was used for mining companies, so all the mining guilds, because in case they struck a noxious gas vein or anything, you would have this ability to clear out the mines quickly so you could get back to work. And what he does is to defeat a character who's a way better swordsman than he is, he quickly shatters the scroll in his hand to take the magic into himself, and he uses it to suck the oxygen out of his lungs. And so the guy is literally suffocating as he's trying to run closer and trying to swing and kill him, because if he kills the leech, obviously the spell goes away. So he's got to stay focused using this to keep the oxygen from getting in his lungs. So that's how he eventually wins the fight.
That sounds interesting. Yeah, is that your book you're working on?
Yes, that's the book and tabletop RPG universe. They're going to be linked because the book series, the novel, goes through multiple different eras. So it starts off in your traditional medieval fantasy kind of era, and there's a bunch of references to all these like empires that are rising and falling off on the side and stuff. And then it'll jump ahead to a bit deeper into the medieval era, but now people are inventing blasting powder and firearms and stuff like that. Then it goes into more of a Renaissance era. Then it goes into a World War, so a World War I era that breaks out throughout the world. Then it goes into a more modern area. And as the timeline keeps going forward, magic gets weaker and weaker and weaker. But it's not because technology is getting stronger. I don't want to spoil anything like that, but I will just say it's not because technology is replacing it. No, there's something far darker than that is happening.
Oh.
That's super ambitious, dude. I was working on a
It is. Trust me, I know it's very ambitious. I know.
No, just good luck on it. I was working on a tabletop game years ago. I want to revisit it at some point, but it's hella ambitious. I'm also working on a novel. It's so much work goes into that stuff, man. So much work.
Oh, absolutely. Like holy shit.
I had a thought.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. What if a bloodbender just bended the blood and oxygen out of your brain?
That's the thing with bloodbending too. Is like bloodbending literally just bend the blood out of someone's brain, and they just fall over dead.
Yeah.
That's really OP too. Yeah.
And at metal bending again, when Toph invents metal bending, like holy shit, that is ridiculously strong.
Or just even other, you don't have to get into blood bending. Our bodies are 70% water. Freeze it.
Yeah.
Or lower your temperature below 98.6.
Yeah, there are all these things that bending can do that I find fascinating, and they kind of explore like the utility effects of bending in Korra, but they also cheapen a lot of it, like firebenders. Lightning bending is an incredibly difficult technique for firebenders. And Korra, it's so mundane that it's an average 9-to-5 job now in the city.
Yeah,
I fucking hated that. Yeah, that was so annoying. This huge thing that they built up towards the end of the original, where it's like, oh, he's gonna learn how to do lightning bending. It's like this really difficult thing that not very many firebenders could do. And then Korra's just like, oh yeah, it's fucking normal. People literally power their homes that way and shit. And I'm just like, fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't think enough time has passed for something as as intricate as lightning bending to be just done by the average Joe firebender, like everybody, you know?
Yeah, it is incredibly infuriating.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. Apparently, bloodbending is only able to be done on a full moon.
No.
Yeah, that used to be the case.
Again, that's how it used to be. And then
they
figured
changed
out,
it.
yes, Korra specifically made it
What
to
the
where Amon can bloodbend. And oh my god, I thought that would have been a fascinating reveal. It's like Amon should have been the villain for like the entire series, not for the first fucking season.
Yeah, but they didn't really know how long Korra was gonna last. They didn't really bank on it lasting as long as it did. I think they only thought there would only be one season, you know?
Yeah, which in hindsight, by God, there should have been.
Yeah, it should have just been one season.
Amon was such a great villain, though. He was wasted. His entire thing about liberation from benders and everything, and using Tai Lee's chi blocking style, was fucking amazing.
Yeah,
but,
it really was.
God. Like, talk about a great story of like the oppressed or the people that think they're oppressed because they don't have the gifts of benders rising up against bending society, which had dominated their entire history for as far as they had known. Oh God, it was such a cool concept.
You know, I think my problem with Korra, like as a show, I think my least favorite aspect of Korra is the main character herself. Like a lot of other things on the background, like for example, Tenzin is a good character. I love Tenzin.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like Boomy and Kaya, they're pretty good too and stuff like that. But the problem is they kind of made Aang out to be kind of like a low-key deadbeat dad, you know, who only loved Tenzin because of what he was instead of who he was. And, you know, me knowing what I know from Last Airbender, that doesn't sound like Aang, you know? Maybe time has changed him and stuff like that, but that doesn't sound like my boy Aang.
Yeah, that's kind of a really good point. You could almost argue that Korra was kind of like the canary in the coal mine for things like the Star Wars reboot and stuff like that, because it does a lot of the same things.
Yeah.
It tears down our old heroes to prop up these half-assed new heroes.
Yeah, that are actually like villains, all things told. Like,
yeah,
Jesus Christ. I love the very first fucking episode. Not only Korra's like, I'm the Avatar, you gotta deal with it, but the very first fucking episode, there's a guy who's giving a speech about benders oppressing those who can't bend, and what's Korra do? She screams at him, talking about how she's gonna punch him and beat the shit out of him, stuff like that. It's like, Korra, you fucking idiot.
Yeah,
why are you doing the exact thing that he is currently rallying everybody? Says, this is what benders do. No, we don't. How would you shut your fucking mouth or I'm gonna beat the shit out of you? It's like,
I haven't watched either show, but I have watched ER's videos covering them. I remember a point he made about Korra is the airbender dude was like trying to teach her airbending. They had this course and she just kind of blew it up because she got frustrated with it. It's like, what an absolute cunt she is.
Yeah, a sacred icon, a sacred artifact of airbending to teach you the ways of fluid motion and working with the currents of wind. And she literally freaks out and starts smashing it all to pieces. Well, I guess I'm not just meant to be an airbender. And Tenzin's just like, that was a fucking priceless sacred artifact, you bent. Ah!
Yeah, I fucking hated her. I could not stand her. She was what kept me from watching the show. I just could not stand her as the main character. I'm like, I do not like her at all. I don't like the elements they're adding. She's insufferable. I don't like the focus on the sports thing.
Yeah.
I just did not like that show. It was so bad. There was nothing about it that I really liked.
And think about her moral compass. She is violent, arrogant, egotistical, she's a completely unfaithful harlot.
Yeah.
And, like, oh my god, like she is genuinely a villain.
I have to bring this up because several years ago, Empty Hero made a hilarious video talking about the Legend of Korra game, and he mentions the sports section, and he's like, "This is the best fictional sport since the WNBA." I lost my shit the first time I heard that.
Oh god.
Jesus.
I mean, I just don't understand why they had to give her 3 elements at the start. You know, actually, I do know why. It's because they thought there was only going to be 1 season, so they were like, all right, let's just hurry this up, and let's just make this thing, and then at the end, she knows airbending, and then that's the end of the show. But it kind of took away from a lot of great aspects of the original show, where they would go on this huge, crazy adventure and travel all over the world to meet all these people and solve all these problems. And we're kind of springboarded into like one general centralized location. And I think that kind of preludes the storytelling just a little bit when they do stuff like that. You know, it can potentially do it. You can do it well, but I haven't seen it from Korra.
Oh, and then
Korra
it just
the
gets
inverse of Avatar.
then it just gets so much
Literally.
worse, because then it's the power of lesbian love and everything, and it's like, oh my god. And then you find out how the Avatar was actually created, and it was because of lion turtles back in the day giving them superpowers, and it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, they really needed
so
more
bad.
time. They really needed more time to develop that Asami and Korra relationship thing. When I first saw it, it definitely took me for a loop. I was like, wait a minute. Like,
It did feel like it came out of left field, where it's like, oh, okay, so you're just this now.
Yeah,
Alright.
just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
She was with the doofy brother, and then she immediately cheats on him with the more handsome, successful firebender brother, and he runs away crying, but it's treated as a joke.
Yeah, which I thought was very strange. I'm like, why are you treating this like a joke?
Crying. It was like, that's weird. And then she immediately cheats on the hotter, more successful firebender brother with the fucking rich girl. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it just keeps getting worse. It's just like, what the fuck is happening? Like, why are you such an insufferable cunt?
Yeah.
It's not hard to re-edit that show into portraying Korra as the villain. In fact, it's probably the same runtime.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I think...
How fascinating would that have been if that was the point?
Yeah,
if this was the actual bait and switch, that the point was that the Avatar has become arrogant. They become so full of them fucking selves, and Amon is actually the hero. That would have been so cool.
Yeah, that would have been way better.
That'd be an interesting aspect to get into. Now that I think about it, a lot of the villains in Legend of Korra only get to become the positions they are and what they are because Korra herself empowers them to that degree, you know?
Yeah.
Like the second season, I think it was the second season where they were doing the spirits in the water temples and stuff like that.
Yep.
She actively helped the quote-unquote Dark Avatar to become the Dark Avatar, you know?
Yeah, and then the whole Earth Nation becoming fascists and stuff like that, because she directly empowered the Earth Nation police officer, who then decided to become Führer for life of the Earth Nation, and oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah, and I hate that they couldn't let like any of the consequences from the original show like stick in this show, where like for example, like one of the things that I first noticed with the show that annoyed me was like, oh, the bison are just back. They just have bison now. The air bison are just there.
Yeah.
It wasn't just one anymore of Aang's. No, they're just back now. And it's like,
really weird if you think about it, because
I think they kind of go ahead.
Oh,
sorry.
Which is really weird if you think about it, considering Aang's bison was the last one. Who did he breed with?
Exactly.
I mean,
People were making jokes that it mated with the lemur that was always with the team.
The thing is also that with I think they tried to rectify it a little bit when they were like, oh, a bunch of firebenders who were living in a mountain somewhere just had bison just laying around, and once the war ended, they released them into the wild and they started populating and stuff. But
which was
even to
stupid.
that degree, like Fire Nation was harboring a sky bison whilst there was a war, and they didn't use them in battle ever.
Yeah, it made sense the Sun Warriors were harboring the dragons. That made fucking sense, because the dragons literally taught them fire. And you can easily say that the dragons had multiple eggs still left. I mean, sure, you'd get into the whole problem of inbreeding in a species and stuff like that, but at least you could kind of see a logical way dragons can come back in the world of Avatar. In the world of Korra, I should say. But then you get, as you said, the fucking sky bisons. It's just like, how? What? No. And then to make it worse, it was the firebenders. They kept them. It's like, God.
Yeah, such a shit show. Ugh.
All right, so do y'all want to get back to New Vegas?
Yeah, we went on a big tangent there, which is hilarious because this whole tangent started off on. Oh well, it'll just be a really quick one. It won't be. It'll just be a really.
It was short, and then we were about to go back to the video, and then immediately we dove into. Oh God, man, let's talk about Korra. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it's just such a bad show. It's hard not to talk about.
Yeah,
I will say that Korra did introduce the deep thematic concept of fart bending to us all, so we got to praise it for that.
Oh yeah.
Oh fuck.
All right, look, I'm just gonna press play now, and we keep going, okay?
Yep.
As a whole, this would be a duck, so I will use a head-to-head format. First up, the super mutants. It's almost impossible to complete the main quest in Fallout 3 without at least meeting Fox. He's one of only 2 rational, non-hostile super mutants in that game, and he can give you valuable backstory about Vault 87. Retrieving the Gek is extremely challenging without his help, and if you have Broken Steel installed, he's one of the characters who can let you keep playing after the main quest is complete without being a suicidal idiot or being a dick to Sarah. Lily from
So
who was the second super mutant?
Uncle Leo.
Uncle Leo.
Uncle
So
Leo, right. Isn't that a random encounter though?
Yeah, it's a random encounter. I'm not the biggest fan of Fallout 3, obviously, but I think it's a bit unfair to characterize it as you being a suicidal idiot to turn on the water purifier.
I mean, you don't get a choice unless you have DLC.
Yeah, like
Well, no,
because you even argue, but again, you try to argue against it, and everybody treats you like a piece of shit. It's like, why do I have to die?
Yeah, it's just expected that you should fucking kill yourself to save the world. It's like, what? Why?
Yeah, it's like I thought we were friends, man. What the fuck? And they're just like, no, kill yourself now.
Destiny friend.
Sarah Lyons even gets shitty with you because you don't just do it. It's like, well, look, it's a tough situation. It's understandable that maybe I don't want to die.
I mean, I was only here. Well, that's the funny thing. I was only here to kill that guy who killed my father. Really, I wasn't. This is y'all's battle. Y'all are the ones who are attacking the Enclave and using your giant robot to charge the people. Like, I'm literally just behind you guys, using y'all as meat shields while I kill the Colonel. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I'm not. I was not the one to do this at all.
Yeah, it's like, who's to say I was invested in this? Like, who says I would wanted to be the one to bring like pure water back to the place and everything? It's like, even when you were with your dad in this place, all you were was the bodyguard. You just cleared out the mutants. That's all it was. It's just like, yeah, we need you to do this because you're the only one who has combat experience. It's like, okay, like there's nothing more to it than that. But then they just expect you to throw your life away to turn this thing on. And it's like, the fucking mutant's right here. He could do it. The fucking ghoul can do it. What the fuck?
No.
Skins has a point. You're only 19 and not even a soldier.
Yeah.
Oh God,
And his point is like, no, this is your destiny, the road you must walk. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah,
so fuck you.
So it's my destiny to die at the age of 19 to turn on a shitty water purifier that shouldn't exist because poor writing brought us here. Okay.
Yeah.
That kind of calls into, that might even call into question Fox's moral alignment, I'd say.
It really does.
Something, I'm just saying, something that's like not even an inconvenience, something that's like just breathing to him will kill me, but he says you have to do it because, you know, it's your destiny
It
of
completely
some
goes against
sort.
his character from when you were in the vault with him.
Yeah.
Like, you just met me, dude. You barely even know my affiliation with all of this. Like, you just met me.
I like the point Aramis brings up too, because that is hilarious. If you run ahead and get the Gek, he'll scold you for it. Oh, that was dangerous and stupid. You should have let me get it. I would have been perfectly safe going in there to get the Gek for you. And then at the end, it's just like, fucking kill yourself now!
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah,
it's so fucking stupid.
It's kind of like this unwritten rule for like morality in stories. Like if you can never like, and just even in real life in general, you can't compliment yourself. That's like one rule. Only other people can compliment you. You can't tell somebody to sacrifice themselves. You can only, that's a choice that you have to make, basically. Like it's kind of almost like a trope actually, with a character that's made some poor choices, potentially a good character that turned bad, but then at the end he or she decides to sacrifice themselves for the greater good and save the people. But that's like a redemption arc that only that person can make. You can't go to Darth Vader and say, "Hey, kill yourself," because the Emperor's bad. You can't do that, but he can choose to do that. Yeah, it's like an unwritten rule for that, you know.
It's not even for characters that have just turned evil. It's just for characters who have maybe made mistakes in their lives or have done things that weren't right, and it just doesn't sit well with them for years and stuff. Like, you see this trope a lot. And I would actually kind of like to see the Fallout 3 equivalent done in a movie or show where it's like, everyone is just like, you should sacrifice yourself. You should sacrifice yourself to save everyone. And the person being told this is just like, what the fuck? Why do you want me to kill myself? Why should I have to die? I would like to see that, like, called out.
Yeah. I kind of think a good allegory or opposite to it would be like The Last of Us, because didn't they have that whole plot about her having to sacrifice herself to save everyone?
Yeah, spoiler alert, but that is definitely a big plot point. You don't really have a choice in the matter, but it is definitely a big narrative point for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand that we won't want to go that route because of how much we've bonded with Ellie and how much we've, you know, all the stuff we've been through and all the people who've died and whatnot. But at the very least, they could have given empowered the player to make a choice like that at the very least.
And again, it's a choice that you have to make. You can't have somebody can't sacrifice you. You can only choose to do that.
I feel
somebody
like
who sacrifices you is a villain automatically.
Yeah, I feel like people wouldn't have been so upset by the ending if the characters had like a logical reason why they couldn't go in, but they didn't want you to go in either. Like they're telling you not to do it, but you choose to do it because you want to save them. Then I don't think people would be as upset with the ending. But because it's literally all of them telling you to kill yourself when multiple of them could go in without dying and do it, it's just so fucking stupid. It's just like, oh my god, of course I'm going to be fucking mad.
The one that annoys me the most is a ghoul, because ghouls are healed by radiation, and he's just like, yeah, you can't order me to go in there, or something to that effect.
Which is even more insane, because Sharon, so long as Sharon is in your employment, his contract,
you have to do what you say.
Yeah, his entire personality revolves around the fact that he doesn't have free will, and whoever holds his contract, he will do whatever they say, no matter how bad it is. But then when it comes to him going into the fucking purifier and turning it on with no harm to himself, he won't do it. Suddenly he just breaks character and decides that suddenly he has free will.
Well, what makes this even funnier is if you consider the lore implications. So it's like, okay, so he has no free will, so he has to do what you tell him. So technically, you could tell him to go murder an entire school full of children, and he'd have no choice but to do it. But when you tell him to sacrifice... In fact, you can even have him with you when you're wiping out actual towns on the map full of people. Full of innocent people. But go into the chamber that will fucking heal you and press the button? Nah.
Exactly. It makes no fucking sense. It completely goes against his entire character.
Maybe the black guy with the lightning has a point.
You should kill yourself now.
Yeah, that's the thing too about Fox. I'm not even really sure if Fox is even a well-written character per se. Like, you can't really ask
really
a lot
doesn't
of
seem like
Fox. He's just this giant super mutant buddy who has like this laser Gatling gun that just follows you around. You know, I'm surprised nobody attacks him either. Like apparently you're so liked, despite like your reputation or lack thereof. Apparently you're so liked and so well known that even if you go into a new place with Fox, even if you go into Big Town with Fox, nobody is all like, "Oh my god, the super mutant, shoot him!" That's weird.
Yeah, no one fucking cares. It's so weird that nobody says anything. Like, it's like Tenpenny Tower. Like, they already don't want ghouls in there, and it's like, but you bring a fucking super mutant and they're totally fine.
Yeah, I mean, at least when you bring like Strong with you to meet Paladin Dance, he'll talk shit a little bit,
Yeah.
That whole sacrifice thing reminds me of what's the guy, Lord Farquaad from Shrek, where it's like, some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Yeah, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. I fucking love that scene. It's so good. Some of you may die, but that is a sacrifice I am willing to make. And nobody seems to understand what he just said, and they all just start clapping like, you fucking idiots.
Oh, I meant to bring this up. If you look at Fox, they make him seem like he's this really sophisticated, deep character, but he has the depth of a mud puddle.
Yeah, like, I think he seems deeper to most people because he's kind of a lore dump for what Vault 87 is and what happened there.
Yeah.
And besides that, he's like, it's kind of like this sort of, I don't even know if it's fully a trope or not, but it's like this horrible monster creature, and, oh, you found one of the good ones. It's like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's so weird.
And then you
They
have
make it seem like he's like the only one. Sorry.
Yeah, go.
But then we have like, what was his name? The one from that's in Jacobstown. And
Marcus.
That was in Fallout 2. Marcus, yeah.
Yeah.
We'd already met Marcus in the previous game, who was arguably more intelligent and more likable.
Oh yeah.
And not only that, like, you have the other side of this too. You have Fox for Fallout 3, and then you have Lily over here in Fallout New Vegas, and you can get
and Marcus.
Yeah, and Marcus too. But like, and you can get a crap ton of just really well written dialogue and stuff that from Lily. I actually almost every time I play Fallout New Vegas, I always try to grab Lily first because she's a tank and she's unstoppable. She's amazing.
Wait till you hear what this guy has to say about Lily.
Oh,
but before that, I do want to mention, I do find it odd. Like, Fox has no fucking ambition whatsoever. Like, he only exists to be a lore dump for the Vault and to be your follower. That's it, because he doesn't have any goals or anything that you know of. He just gets mad when you do bad things sometimes. And when he leaves your companion, like, status or whatever, when you tell him to go away, he just goes to Underworld, and he doesn't even go inside Underworld. He just goes to the door outside and stands there forever with nothing to do. And it's like, what are you doing? You're just standing here randomly in the middle of this place doing nothing. Like, you have no existence outside of following me.
You'd think he would want to go somewhere like the National Archives, considering he's all about knowledge and learning.
Yeah, you would think, like, he'd be going somewhere to find information on stuff or whatever. Like, give him some kind of goal. But no, he literally just exists to follow you around. And when he's not, he's just standing in the middle of this random place with nobody around.
I'm just saying, like, I'm just my problem is I'm comparing, contrasting Fox and Lily together. I'm just like, I think about all the very memorable things that she said to me in like the long conversations we've had, like in the multiple playthroughs of New Vegas. And I can't. The only thing I can remember of Fallout 3's Fox is the whole part where he tells you, "No, I will not do the purifier thing. You must sacrifice yourself." That's like the most memorable thing I remember from Fox.
Exactly. But wait till you hear what he says about Lily. Oh my god, this part annoys me so fucking much.
I think I want to do an edit of that part of a clip from Fallout 3 where Fox is telling you no, and then you just overlay low tier god in the voice clip. You should kill yourself now!
There's a meme of that.
And that already exists?
Not the video, but there is an image of that.
Well, yeah, I know the image exists. That's where the whole quote and meme comes from. But that's what I'm saying is, you take Fox from Fallout 3 saying, no, I won't go in there. And then you overlay low tier god's face over him and just play the clip.
Yeah.
I think that would be amusing.
Yeah. Let's.
Don't super mutants also harass underworld ghouls? Says Senator Abby Strong. I think they do. The ones at the.
No, in Fallout 3, they make it a point that the reason that the ghouls live where they do is specifically because the super mutants don't bother them. They only go after humans. So they're safe from humans there. Yeah, they make that a point, and I find it very strange.
It is strange because the game turns super mutants into fucking idiots, and sure, they eat people and turn them into more super mutants, but you'd think they'd be like, haha, weird creature, let's shoot at it.
Yeah.
'Cause in Fallout 1, don't they have ghouls as, like, slaves?
Pretty much.
Alright, well,
That's really weird.
You guys want to keep going?
Yeah.
Yeah. New Vegas is, admittly, but Fox wins. The ghouls on the
What?
She's sad. She's sad. That's all she is. There's nothing more to her character. She's just sad. She's worse.
Okay, I'm trying to interpret. I'm trying to be fair. Does he mean sad as in like a sad excuse for a character, or does he mean sad as in like she's just depressed?
He means it's sad. Her backstory is sad. What happens to her is sad. So therefore, she's just a bad character.
Okay, yeah. You can
So this is the
literally-
part where I kind of was like, okay, maybe this is a troll, but then I watched the rest of it and it's like, but he seems to be legitimate, so I can't tell.
This is very strange. Okay, her backstory is sad, therefore, like Fox wins. I don't understand what his arguments in favor of Fox are, really.
Yeah. That's because he doesn't elaborate, and we can't really establish what his arguments are.
Let's play some of that again, just so we can get what he says in full.
extremely challenging without his help, and if you have Broken Steel installed, he's one of the characters who can let you keep playing after the main quest is complete without being a suicidal idiot or being a dick to Sarah. Lily from New Vegas is sad, admittedly, but Fox wins.
That's all he says. What the fuck?
So, remember at the start when Prometheus said, you've got 18 minutes to prove your points, and it doesn't seem like you're going to have the time to do it when you're talking about, you know, this is objective. I'm going to objectively say which of which is better.
He's doing exactly what Prometheus said.
Yeah.
God damn, I was hoping I'd be wrong, honestly. Oh, man, no. Okay, so because well, here's the thing too. That wasn't even originally okay. The positive things that he's even trying to bring up with Fox is that he gets to let you keep playing the game and this, that, and the other. Well, that wasn't even in the original like ideas of the game. Like that was later put in anyway.
Which
So-
he admitted.
People
He
got
admitted
tired of-
he had Broken Steel
Yeah.
installed. He admitted it himself.
Right. I mean, it's not to say that Fox can't have that, but let's not pretend like that was just an intrinsic part of Fox's character. That was something that was brought in at last minute because people complained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As they should have, because, you know, it's freaking stupid that this super mutant who is, basically is immune to this radiation. It basically tickles him, won't go into the water purifier and not only save you from dying, but save all of the wasteland from dying of thirst. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Lily's sad, so she's bad.
So, how is Lily as sad? How is that an objective argument at all?
It's not.
Like,
it's subjective.
Like, someone brought up, like, is he talking about what her backstory is? Like, she's got a sad backstory, is she sad as a character? It's like, yeah, that's a genuine question, because I can't tell fucking which he meant there.
Yeah, I'm assuming he just means, like, oh, because, like, her story is sad. Like, not even that she's sad, but literally her backstory and how her story kind of ends is sad. So therefore it's bad. But for all I know, he could literally just be like, oh yeah, she's just sad and pathetic.
I'm starting to veer closer and closer to this is a satire video or something.
I am too, especially now that I know that it was posted on April 1st. I did not know that beforehand.
No. God, we might have been baited. I'm gonna be honest.
It seems like it.
I haven't skipped forward and I haven't skipped forward and checked out the ending, but I'm from the comments. There's like probably about 70 to 80% of people take it as serious, and about 20% of people take it as a joke. I think it's kind of like it's like Schrodinger's. It's almost like Schrodinger's April Fools, where it's both a joke and it's not, depending on how you look at it. Like it's kind of like what if you think it's stupid, oh, it's a joke. If you think it's smart, oh yeah, analysis.
Oh God, no, that's not even Schrodinger's analysis. You know what that is? That's the fucking cinema wins bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. We had that conversation, I think. Yeah.
Not just that, but Donkey as well, where it's like, well, if you take it to if you disagree with me, it's a joke. But if you agree with me, then it's serious criticism. Right?
Yeah, it's kind of like not to get off on that tangent, but kind of political commentary by late night comedians. It's like, oh, why are you criticizing me? I'm a comedian, but they're also heavily influencing, society with their quote unquote comedy and everything like that. So it's both a shield and a weapon, so to speak, because they can just say, oh wait, it's just comedy, it's just jokes.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. It's just strange because the whole thing with like, oh, she's sad and everything. What's the name of that character who was kidnapped by Cook and bad stuff happened to her, like really incredible. What was the name of her? What was her character? Bad stuff happened to her, but I don't remember. But bad stuff happened to her. But like that mission is important, that's a big part of her character, and you can help her.
Yeah, it's the recon. It's you're trying to help the recon squad or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember.
I can't remember her name, but I remember they rally kind of around her as like, because they're kind of like, yeah, one of our own got fucked literally, and so yeah. We won't.
Okay, someone in the little chat thing is saying this is actually an April Fool's joke.
It's Betsy.
Oh, Corporal Betsy. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That whole thing with Corporal Betsy, it's still an important part of like her character and what she does and who she is, and it's just like you can help her through that trauma, and you can give her the closure that she needs when you tell her that I killed Cook and and all that other stuff. So yeah, so it's not inherently bad to have a sad backstory, So I don't even know what that argument is.
So I just checked the comments, and yeah, we got. It's an April Fool's video.
Okay. I was kind of wondering now. I'm like, this seems almost like a fucking troll.
Okay, yeah, but again. It's hard to tell anymore when you have people like Acerthorn and Schizohawk out here making the shit videos they do.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the one thing where, what was that? It was that sliding scale thing. They were talking about how the people are so extreme that you can't tell if it's a comedy or if it's serious.
Is that Godwin's Law?
Yeah.
Godwin's Law? Yeah. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, I've never heard of this channel before this, but just briefly peeking into his other videos, I don't know if that's a sort of a good thing or a bad thing that we can't tell it's parody. Because you can't really tell. Like, he's covered a lot of Fallout 3, a lot of New Vegas, a lot of Fallout 4. The fact that we couldn't tell that it was parody either means it's a really good troll, or it means that we have no idea what it like. It kind of reflects a little bit. How could you take any of his other videos seriously after this? You know what I mean?
Well, not just that. On STAG alone, we've covered plenty of Bethesda defense videos, whether it's Fallout 3, Fallout 4, Skyrim, whatever, even Starfield already. And people make the most absurd and insane of arguments that it's hard to filter out stuff like this from people who are actually being serious, because all the arguments we've heard already in this video are stuff that I'm sure we could find someone who will actually say.
I have a video we could watch.
I mean,
It's
we have
actually
covered... Okay. We have covered people who have worse takes than what we heard here, and they were completely serious.
That's what we were talking about with Godwin's Law. Like,
Poe's Law, they're saying.
It's my mistake. I just corrected it. Godwin's Law is like any internet argument will eventually bring up Nazism.
Oh, yeah.
Poe's Law is where you can't tell parody from legitimate beliefs, basically.
Yeah,
Right,
and so I guess if this channel ever watches the STAG and is like, I got him for, you gotta understand, the people that we normally cover, are people like, I'm so glad Cyberpunk 2077 failed because it means I could get revenge on the Obsidian fans, and they're being entirely honest and earnest. That is not a parody. That is not a joke. That is them. That's their legitimate fucking schizoid nature coming out. And the reason why they say it's because Obsidian fans are also CD Projekt Red fans. They're CD Prosidian.
But that's the thing, is they're not even... Schizohawk wasn't even referring to the fans at that point. He was referring to the companies as if they're this horrible fucking entity.
Yeah.
God, that video is still one of the most bizarre we've covered.
Well, well, now that we know, like, that this is a parody, what are we gonna do about it? You know, like, are we gonna stop this? Are we gonna cut it here, or are we gonna watch another video?
I just sent the video to the group chat.
That's one that got suggested to us before.
Yeah, and I don't know if we want to do. I don't know if we want to do
so
DJ
bad.
Dick Gobbler again. Oh,
God,
DJ Dick Gobbler is horrible.
He was terrible. I was on one of your streams with him. He was tragically bad.
Oh, it gets so much worse. Wait till you get to fandoms. Fandoms are toxic and destroying everything. And he says, like, the fandoms of Portal and Undertale are Nazis and ists and isms and oh my god.
No, he was talking about all gamers at that point. Gamers as a whole are this, that, these, and those. But the funniest, the worst part... Okay, so he had a bad take in the Schizohawk video, and when he did a cameo there, and when we covered his Skyrim video, that was pretty fucking shit too. At that point, we were still giving him the benefit of the doubt. But a couple stags ago, we covered his fandom. Do fandoms ruin games? And he starts off by showing off like a bunch of fan creations, and like, yeah, some of them are pretty fucking cringe. Like, whatever. It's like, are you really going to be complaining about a kid making a dumb song for a game he likes, as this is ruining the game for you? And he goes on about, oh, people kept making cake is a lie jokes. That means that's somehow a problem. It was just fucking
Portal
bizarre.
is now forever ruined.
Yeah.
Because the cake is a lie became such a meme. Now Portal is forever tarnished and will never be as good again. It's like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, and he showcased, like, the kid who's used in tons of memes now of, like, you know, like, I am mining diamonds. Then that fucking shit, that like that's what he fucking references as like, oh, see, Minecraft. I can't even enjoy Minecraft anymore because this song exists, and it's like, what?
The hilarious thing is the hilarious thing is about all this is it does actually fit the stereotype of how Gen Z people are fucking retards. Like how the entire generation is fucking just cursed.
It's an interesting. I would like to see kind of an intelligent analysis on that, how popularity and how repetition of a certain praise of a certain thing can kind of poison your viewpoint of it. Just like how people constantly making Rick and Morty references can kind of tarnish your opinion of it if you're not really that into the show.
Ooh.
That's an interesting concept, but the fact that some kid made a terrible song on YouTube about Minecraft, like if you were in like Fallout-esque radioactive wasteland and you boot up some Windows computer that was under in a bunker and you have no internet, no YouTube, no anything, and you boot up Minecraft, you'll have a time of your life. You wouldn't even know that video exists. So the game itself isn't ruined, but your sort of the exterior culture around it may alter your own perception of it.
You know what? We have an example here in terms of STAG. NFTs, a genuinely interesting technology that is so been abused and like run through the ringer and scammed and conned and everything, that even hearing the term NFT will make people roll their eyes and go, "Oh fuck."
Yeah, that happens in a lot of things. Like a great example, motion control. There was a point in time where motion control was the tits. Like when the Wii was coming out or being hyped, and all these great technologies were coming out, and you could literally control. Even before that in the arcades, you play House of the Dead or something like that, actually being able to hold a replica or a mock gun and be able to control your gunplay through a physical object rather than something on your controller.
I found a video that's sus.
But it's everything. I hear beeping. Hang on.
I hear beeping as well.
It's the internet gun police. They're coming to get.
This could have been a great game.
That's a smoke alarm. Hang on. Sorry, I gotta run for a little
bit.
Yeah.
No. Check on that.
God.
I sent the video to the group chat.
Okay, so we need to make sure this isn't another April Fool's video.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Yeah.
It came out a couple of days ago.
Oh. That definitely changes the tone a bit.
3 weeks ago, actually.
June 22nd.
Not gonna lie, when I heard that smoke alarm, I thought that was on my end.
No, I knew it was Indigo. I just thought it was like a truck backing up or something. I didn't think it was his fire alarm going off.
Yeah, hopefully there's no actual fire. Hopefully it's just doing its stupid thing of like, the battery's low, so I'm gonna go off just to annoy you.
Like, I've been living here for like 2 months, and within the past month and a half, we've had fire trucks show up here 3 times.
Yeah.
So fire alarms can be a bit of a pain in the ass.
So, what other videos do y'all have on the Chop and Black?
We had some like.
Yeah, I'm not sure which of. We have 2 way up in chat that we're going to cover after that one. But I was still thinking of saving those for later because some of the people here are more. Well, I guess everyone here could jump in on these ones too, but I'm just trying to decide what we should do next. We're trying to figure out what we should do next.
Jesus Christ, we've been had.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I said, in terms of April Fools, this is a pretty. And I'm not saying this dude probably doesn't understand the circles, like the objective comparison. He gets the surface level of it. He doesn't understand what the depth of these circles of insanity actually go into.
So he can't tailor his thing to be the April Fool's joke it should be.
Yeah, it seems like, yeah, because one of the screen caps I posted in our comments section, before you hate, check the date. This video is an April Fool's joke, satirizing the exact problem you mentioned. Numerous self-proclaimed objective comparisons, which are anything but.
So, is he arguing in favor of people like you?
I don't know.
Agree?
So yeah, I don't know. So the original comment he's responding to is, "You must be trolling. You are making subjective claims in 90% of this, yet claiming they are objective. Stating something is objective does not make it so. I don't care if you understand this or not, because if you disagree with me, you're wrong." So, like, with his comment, that's satirizing the problem you mentioned, numerous self-proclaimed objective comparisons, which are anything but. He can honestly fall on either side of the coin there, because either he recognizes that there is objectivity, and there's just a lot of people who claim to be objective and aren't, or he's one of the people who claims that there is no such thing as objectivity when talking about art.
Yeah.
I don't know. We were gonna save the Neo Jesus stuff for later, but
we could either move into that now, or we could maybe do one of the videos Artemis suggested.
I'm curious about the one that was done recently.
Yeah, I'm curious about the huggable hipster thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
they're wearing a Doom shirt, so I'm already like, whoa.
Oh, and we have history with people who, have Doom stuff in their room and have opinions. Remember?
That fucker, yeah. Video, so. He genuinely has humanity's best interest at heart. What? How? What? The fuck? Are we talking about the same CEO here from Doom 2016? Like, what the fuck are you?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Oh God.
Artemis, have you watched any of this video before?
I have not.
Hmm.
So I'm just as blind as you guys are.
What,
yeah, because I do.
The Peach Cobbler one?
No, the huggable hipster.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
The New Vegas First Impressions one.
Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to even touch a First Impressions video because, it's just they don't even try to make a lot of First Impressions videos. Don't even try to make objective claims. A lot of them are very subjective, and they feel the way they feel. Now they can get things wrong, and we can come in, but I think trying to look at these types of videos with a critical eye would just kind of make us have egg on our face,
Yeah.
I'm still curious. I might watch it on my own later if we won't cover it.
Yeah, that's probably a case. I guess I'm fine taking a look at Peach Cobbler's Fallout video, because this video was brought up, I believe it's Schizohawk's video, and we have stuff to comment on there, so maybe we could do this one if you guys feel like it.
Sure.
I know we just covered him recently, but...
Garbage.
Huh?
I've watched that video a few times. It's garbage.
Oh.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it. I haven't watched all of it, though.
Yeah, I remember previewing, and I have vague memories of pain, and that's it.
The rope part, I think, is the part that just made me, go, nope.
Alrighty. Oh god, this is a 20-minute video Oh god, this is gonna suck, isn't it?
Probably.
We'll have to see. Maybe it's a good video.
I doubt it. Peach Cobbler does not have a good track record with us at this point.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
I hate him.
I'm fully expecting this to be shit.
Especially after the last video we covered. Dear God.
Yeah.
It was the last one you did, the Skyrim, or have you done one since then?
The
last one was the
fandom one.
Fandom's ruining games.
Because that's what I was starting to say earlier. I don't think I actually completed that thought. We were giving him the benefit of the doubt during the Skyrim one. He has lost all benefit of the doubt from all three of us. After the fandom video.
Ouch.
Yeah, I was starting to come around to him a little bit because I watched his Halo Infinite video and it was actually pretty decent and it had some good jokes in it. And I was like, oh, you know what? Maybe he's just really biased about a couple things, but he actually makes good content. Then we watched that fucking fandom thing, and I'm just like, oh, he's a retard. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that comic. Does your dog bite? No, not that one. Fuck, I forget what it is, but it ends with, oh no, it's retarded.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what a cute doggy! Says something.
Yeah, that
oh
one,
no, it's retarded.
Yes.
Yeah.
It just
I
says
just remember-
Fallout 3 is the best Fallout. Oh no, it's retarded.
I just remember the when we watched the Skyrim one, his format was confounding. Like he couldn't decide if he was doing like a donkey style meme video or a serious analysis or some sort of like indie emotional, journey kind of thing. Like it was so haphazard.
Yeah, no
It started out
structure, right?
Yeah, no
Yeah.
structure whatsoever.
Because
So
that's
weird.
that's kind of what his fandom video was like too. Because he started off with a very cringe skit about a comic. He complained about fan creations. Then he started going on about how gamers are racist and sexist and horrible. And he's not explaining like for most of the video why the fandoms make games bad. It's a point that's kind of alluded to, and that's it.
Yeah.
There's something else in there. Oh, he did these dumb jokes where he played like part of the EA thing, but it would just go, E. I bet that's bugging you, isn't it? It's like, no, it's just kind of dumb. And then he does it a third time, second time and a third time. And he finally ends the video with, fine, I'll play it for you. It's like, this is the dumbest fucking drawn out joke.
Yeah, he actually had a decent joke in there when he was talking about Halo, and he's like, "When I shoot you, I need this to do damage. When I shoot you, will you take damage? No."
Yeah, that's the one that got me. That like started to make me come around because I like the way it was edited. I liked the joke, like the fact that he shoots at somebody and right before the laser hits them, it freezes. His eyes appear on it, and he's just like, "Please. I need this. When I hit you, will you take damage?" And the dude's just like, "No."
Yeah.
That was good, and I was just like, okay, maybe he's not as bad as I think. And then we watched his fucking fandom video, and I was just like, oh,
Yeah.
there's no hope here.
I watched this video, and I am the one who needs a rope now.
Oh, we need that edit of the Simpsons episode today, old friend.
Anyways, let's get into this, I guess.
Yep.
My initial impression of was bad. There's no fun way to put it. I mean, I expected it. The presentation wasn't going to be good. This game is literally as old as me, so it's going to be ugly and it's going to be obtuse.
That's subjective.
That is a very terrible way to start a video.
Yeah.
So just because something is old doesn't mean it's bad.
Or that it's going to be ugly and obtuse.
Yeah.
Like.
Well, I think where he might be veering on, to give him the benefit of the doubt, is when I first played it, I thought it was bad because it was old, and I can see younger people having that impression. But maybe he's going to be like, well, it's not actually bad though. It's actually a really good game, even though it's old.
I think
that's me giving the benefit of the doubt.
Haven't we watched this together before, Prometheus?
What?
Haven't we watched this together before?
No, we have not. This is a
Oh, we
different
did.
video. I think it was a different video we watched.
there's one thing I've always thought about. Whenever I have a child, the thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make them not get all the new latest stuff. I'm like, I don't care if you get bullied in school, because bullying builds character. Build character, damn it. I don't care if you get bullied because you don't have the latest new game or anything like that. I'm gonna start them on the old classics, so they build a foundation and kind of have more of a well-rounded take. It's like, yeah, that was a lot of fun. They're not like expecting all the modern like niceties and quality of life stuff, and then just build them up over time so they can play newer and newer games, so they can earn an appreciation of what came before.
So you're going to start your kid off on the very old classic game of Starfield, because it will be old by that point. and
wow.
Instead of having them play Diablo Immortal 7, we want more of your money.
Oh God, yeah. No, and I'd probably start with
Oblivion.
Oh my God, you know what? I would start with Number Munchers. Holy
Oh.
shit. I think that'd be fun. Just because it's edutainment, but it was always an edutainment game that was genuinely, like, enjoyable to play. I remember way back when, always trying to get work done in the class. Teacher, I'm done. Can I go on the computer? And then running over and playing Number Munchers and Math Munchers and stuff like that. Because it was genuinely a fun game to play.
I don't think we had that game at any of the schools I went to. We had one called Math Circus, and similar thing. It's just these dumb little games to try and teach you about like numbers and timing and all that sort of thing. There's one mini game in that fucking game that makes no sense, and I hate it to this day, just because it bugs the fuck out of me, the logic behind it. I know I'm literally criticizing a child's education game right now, but I have to get this off my chest. One of the games was a clown was late for work at the circus, and you have to hit all the green lights to get him there on time. I mean, if he's late, then waiting for the perfect moment to leave your house to hit all the green lights is only going to make you later than what you would have been if you had left as early as possible and you just dealt with the red lights.
I just saw that Peach Gobbler has a fucking video called Why I Still Play Fallout 76.
Wow.
I didn't. My school didn't have like games to play and stuff like that. It was literally just you don't get to play until recess, and then when recess comes, it's literally just you go out in the open field. We'll give you some like baseball bats and sticks, and we're gonna tell you not to hit the other kids with it, but then we're gonna turn our backs and walk away and pretend nothing happened.
Yeah.
That was my school experience.
Ours,
Wow.
we actually had playground and stuff like that, and this is when they were still experimenting on what kind of terrain is best for the ground. Well, we had the dirt and everything like that. That's a bit too dangerous. Instead, let's put wood chips.
Yeah.
Oh, I went through the wood chip experience.
Oh yeah, when we finally
remember that.
actually got some fucking like playground equipment, like swings and stuff. Yeah, they put wood chips, and it's like that was a mistake.
Yeah, that was a
There's all
horrible
the
mistake.
time.
Yeah, that was really bad.
Again, it
But
built character. You did
for-
not want to fall down or get thrown to the ground or anything. Holy shit.
For the stuff they put down on the playground,
Yes.
did you have any of the ones that had fucking gravel?
Yeah, so again, they were in the experimenting phase, trying to figure out what's safer for a children's playground. And they went from dirt, which is what it always was, and they decided to put down fucking mulch.
Oh.
And, oh my god, the number of kids that had wood parts sticking out of them, like, ah!
Yeah, exactly. That's what would happen with us. They put a fucking 30-foot slide. You know those like spinny ones, the ones that go like in a spiral?
Yeah.
Those big metal ones like that would bake in the heat and burn you and shit.
Oh,
They put, like,
wonderful.
They put a 30-foot one out there on the playground eventually and it had like basically no guardrails. So yeah, you could probably bet what happened with that.
People flew up out of the side?
People would like go up to the top, and then like because there was a bunch of kids all waiting their turn, they would get bored and they would start swinging from the fucking railing that didn't have any like, because keep in mind the railing didn't have slats going up. It was literally just this like one singular bar that went all the way up and had nothing in between. So they would just like grab it and at the very top and swing from it and shit. And obviously fucking greasy kid hands fucking slip and fall 30 feet to the fucking ground.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is this playground is haunted by the ghosts of many children.
Well, no one died. They just
Yeah, no
they
one
just got
died.
hurt.
Yeah. But
You don't-
and it's
you don't-
funny because you would play. We had a similar slide like that, and we would play hardcore mode. And what it was while people were sliding down it, you would try to go up the slide at the same time backwards.
Oh
So
yeah, we had people
you were
that
trying
did
to
that,
climb
too.
up the slide like ooh, and trying to dodge the kids coming down the. And everybody
Yeah.
was in on it. Everybody knew this is what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But oh god, of course, if you fucked up and
you got racked or something, or someone was cheeky and they brought their hand and went smack, and then you fell off the side and onto the fucking mulch below. Woo!
Yeah.
That's one hell of a thing to come back to.
Yeah.
Hello
But
there.
then they started trying shredded rubber tires. Okay.
Yeah, we had that too
Interesting.
for a while.
Yeah, interesting concept, shredded rubber tires. Did you make sure to get rid of all of the bits that maybe cause the tire to go flat and get sent to the shredder? Oh no, there are nails and stuff in here? Oh boy.
So we had a little bit of that problem, but the other problem we had was because it's rubber and it's soft, everyone wanted to fucking chew on it.
What?
So you just had kids constantly eating the fucking rubber.
Or
Why?
they just pick up big chunks of it. Like, they'd find those rubber chunks that because it's in the sun all day, they would, like, slowly start to congeal together. So you pick up a big chunk and you throw it like a fucking black snowball at people. Just
Yeah,
like,
we fucking did. Yeah, we would do that. We would intentionally, like, get, like, a pile, and we would set it in the hottest area we could find of the playground and let it congeal, and then we would just fucking chuck them at people's heads, and they would explode.
What the fuck kind of schools did you go to? We had.
I think the moral of the story is that kids will find any way possible. Kids will find any way possible to kill themselves and each other. So I think, strapping them down into padded cells is the only solution. That's what
keep in mind, everybody, children. A shocking number of children will eat glue. Okay.
Yes.
So.
More arguments for why Little Lamplight wouldn't survive.
Yeah, there's no way a fucking bunch of little kids like that are going to survive in a fucking cave by themselves. That's insane. They would have all killed each other by then.
So, yeah, and over the pettiest stupid thing like, hey, it's my turns with the crayons.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to point something out. Well, you guys had like wood chips and fucking tires lining your playgrounds. The ones I went to when I was a kid, or that were at my schools when I was a kid, had either gravel or sand.
Sand was the smarter option.
Yeah.
Every time. Every time.
Yeah.
Sand was smarter option.
Yeah.
Sand is king.
We didn't get much sand, unfortunately. It was literally like, for a while, there was like literally nothing. It was literally just a grassy field with a big ditch that led down into like next to the road, and it was just like this big ditch that you could fall in with rocks and water in it and shit, and just an open field of grass with nothing else. So there was like nothing to do. So literally we would just have to like find sticks and shit, or like they would give us like baseball bats and some baseballs or something to play with, and they would tell you don't hit the other kids, but I'm gonna go over here with my back turned and not pay attention for the next 30 to 40 minutes, so go wild.
Yeah,
you could probably guess what would happen after that.
The first time you mentioned that they gave you like bats and stuff, I was like, oh, so they gave you a bunch of melee weapons and told you to fucking beat the shit out of each other.
Yeah, basically.
Yep. Basically.
Eventually, the schools here figured out sand for a lot of the play areas, and then a synthetic blacktop. It was a special formulated blacktop for like the basketball courts and stuff like that. And again, we're not talking like really high end. The schools I went to aren't like some high end private school. This particular city here just thought that children playing outside was very important, so they wanted to have high quality equipment outdoors.
Mine was just a really poor public school. That's what all my schools were really poor public schools that just had nothing to do and nothing. Like, we didn't have computer games or anything like that. We never got that.
Yeah, ours was the standard public schools here too. It just happens to be that our city has really good management of their school system and everything. So
Mine did
going
not.
Going back to the point of not being able to enjoy things that you didn't grow up with, or older technology or older entertainment, I don't really consider it so much a generational thing. I think it's just a lack of, it's going to sound super pretentious, but lack of palate, or just being simply narrow-minded. Like, there's no reason why somebody in their 20s or 30s...
probably original.
Oh.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
Originates from people trying to eat rubber.
Trying to eat rubber.
Oh, the lack of palate. Yeah, the lack of palate probably originates from people trying to eat rubber.
Could be, yeah.
No, I honestly think it's more of because you grow up with this new standard, you lose sight of what it was like in the past. It's that whole like the older generations will always have a perspective you lack because of things like the older generation didn't have cell phones, for example. And now you're looked at like a weirdo. It's like, you don't have a cell phone? What the fuck is wrong with you?
I do think it's generational because while I do like Fallout 1 and 2, because I didn't grow up with them, I grew up with stuff like, Medal of Honor and shit. I just could not really get into them. I like the story and I like the characters, but like the gameplay just turned me off so bad. It was like I played them once, I played both of them once, and then I never touched them again.
Yeah, honestly, I've recently been trying to actually play the original Fallout 1. And I actually do struggle a lot with some systems and stuff. So, where this person is coming from, I understand it. So
I don't say that this person's not feeling the things that they're feeling about this game, but I don't. There's just because you're born after 1995 or whatever doesn't mean you can't enjoy a game from earlier than that. Just because. I was born in the 80s doesn't mean I can't enjoy, like right now, I'm like having a blast revisiting the original few seasons of Columbo, which was aired in the 70s. That show's amazing. I love that show. And it was literally made about 15 years before I was born.
Oh, no,
So,
of course. I'm not seconding what, the idea of like if you're born in a generation of things that you can't enjoy things coming previously. I'm just saying there is a learning curve that is there.
I think it's harder to appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think
can't
that's
be.
because of the convenience thing. Like,
Yeah.
how many fucking idiots today think that like, oh, if I'm hungry, I'll always go to the supermarket for food because the supermarket always has food. They don't understand where the food fucking comes from or anything.
All right.
Yeah, there's convenience thing, and I do understand that interactive entertainment has more of a, older games have a higher barrier to entry than say movies and shows, but there are plenty of examples of people being introduced to older games and loving it. They just never actually, generally speaking, if you go out to your nearest Walmart or whatever Fry's, whatever you have in Canada, I'm not sure what you have in Canada, you're not going to see Daggerfall on the shelves, but you're going to see the latest Call of Duty. You're going to see the fifth re-release of Skyrim. You're going to see God of War, Ragnarok, or something like that on the shelves. So your readily accessible entertainment is going to be limited.
Yeah.
But nowadays you can really get a hold of anything if you put your mind to it, digital or otherwise. Like it's kind of like the problem we have with in America, at least we have it with board games. If you go out to your nearest store, you're going to see Monopoly, Risk, Sorry, The Game of Life, and maybe a couple others. That's all you're going to see. You're not going to see any of the plethora of amazing and deep, really, really interesting strategy or European award-winning games or anything like that. You're just going to get your very, very basic, run-of-the-mill, roll-to-move sort of board games. You're not going to get anything beyond that, really.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you don't have to like Fallout, the original. I do, but you don't have to like that. But it does kind of reflect on your unwillingness to kind of look beyond your comfort zone.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of people, like even on EFAP, they're talking about how great the original, what was it? The Few Angry Men were. I think isn't it A Few Angry Men?
12 Angry Men, isn't it?
12 Angry Men, yeah. I'm mixing A Few Good Men and 12 Angry Men. Yes, 12 Angry Men from 1957.
Yep.
Just because it has really good writing and really good characters and really good performances.
Yeah.
You don't have to be born in the 30s to enjoy that film.
And genuinely making a good point, the contrarian in the group being a genuine contrarian to make people understand that this is not something you can just willy-nilly throw away. You need to genuinely consider the other side. Oh, who cares? You're hot. you're tired, you're bored, you're sick of this trial being here. This is a young man's life on the line. Take it seriously.
Yeah, for sure.
Like again, this is 12 Angry Men is what a contrarian should be. It's the concept in Israel. Israel, because of all the bad problems they have, they actually have a government mandated position known as the 10th man. And the 10th man is is designated on every issue, and if every single other person on that issue unanimously agrees, then he must, as a rule of law, disagree and put genuine credence towards why he disagrees and look into all the ways to rebuke or debunk what everyone else said about it. He has to.
Almost like a mandated devil's advocate, sort of.
Yes.
That's interesting.
And it's so that they won't get caught flat-footed again, ever again. That's the genuine idea behind it. Now, how good is it in practice? Fucking Israel's government can't even elect its leader still, as far as I know. I think they're still having problems with, like, is this a legitimate government? Well, no. Okay, let's try the election again, and 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 again.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So to continue with the point that Mr. Waffle Guy made here, I guess we'll just keep going. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Waffle.
Play it. No quest markers, no hand holding. The idea sort of excited me. Still, the intro impressed me. I mean, I've used it in 3 of my videos already. Just look at it. Even the pixels add a certain charm to the look of the game. That was until, of course, I saw this guy. Yeah. God damn.
Not gonna lie, these though were incredibly ahead of their time. The whole talking head.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, have you seen some of the photos? They actually had to mold these in clay and 3D scan them before they animated them.
Yeah.
Like
each
new head would take like several months to develop. It was crazy. It was a ton of work went into them.
Oh, yeah. But
And that's why one of the
that doesn't distract about how ugly this guy is, though. I understand what he's saying.
He's not good looking by any means.
Yeah, he's not
But
winning
at
any
least
pageants, you know.
At least he's more like naturalistic. He feels more like he's someone that could actually exist than a lot of these like either cartoonishly ugly to emphasize their evilness, or everybody just looks like a generic flavor of pretty.
Yeah, like a mannequin.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this looks way more visually interesting. I just like it more. It's why I got that mod that I was talking about before, the FCO mod for New Vegas, because it, like, I think it actually makes everyone look more ugly, but I also kind of like that it does that because it just looks more interesting.
Certainly, there's a lot more character than the Bethesda generation, because that was a fantastic bit of technology where they created that kind of face generator. I think the first game that they had that in was Oblivion, because even Morrowind had pre-generated faces.
Yeah.
But it's a really interesting system, but oh my god, does it make everybody look like weird inbred versions of each other?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody just looks kind of vaguely similar with kind of sort of doughy, rounded faces, and nobody has sharp, interesting, or kind of deliberate character design choices. It's just, they just all look vaguely morphed into each other. It's like if the Pokemon Ditto, pretended to be human. It's basically how every character in a Bethesda game would look like.
Yeah.
And so this at least has like some character to it, and yeah, it's super Uncanny Valley 1990s CG, but I personally really like them. I think they have a lot of character in them, especially when you get into the less humanoid, like when you get into the super mutants. I love the OG Fallout 1 and 2 super mutants. They look great.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
And of course this character, like, how about a character that he looks normal. He just looks like a normal everyday guy, and then you contrast him with everything you see in the Wasteland, and you realize he is normal, and then you get the ending. That ending, so fucking good. Holy shit.
And really deliberate aesthetic choices too, because you can tell, like, we're kind of in a darkly lit corridor there, we're in the sort of near the vault door, He is looks like a fairly friendly, fairly reasonable guy, but you can see the stark lighting, the stark overhead lighting, makes his brow cast that really, really intense shadow over his eyes,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is perfect for his character because he
Yeah.
looks like your everyday, reasonable, likable leader, but there is something darker behind that.
Yeah, and I like this too. This is literally that "Do men even cry" meme thing, where they just take the Chad face and they black shadow the eyes and everything to make
Yeah.
it appear that they're sad. It's because he knows what he has to do after you do everything, and I love that fucking speech at the end. You've saved us, but now you have to go. It's so fucking good.
Yeah, I fucking love the ending. God, and then they try to copy it in Fallout 3, and it falls completely flat
Oh,
because
God,
Amada
that
just
pissed
can't
me
deliver
off.
it properly. Yeah, it's just so fucking shit.
More and more, I'm realizing Fallout 3 is basically the Force Awakens of Fallout.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just-
that's something I've had in my head for a while. Where Fallout 3 copies a lot of elements from the original 2. Like Force Awakens copies a lot of elements from fucking A New Hope. Fallout 4 is The Last Jedi, where it just goes completely off the rails, it fucks everything
wow,
up, and
yeah.
introduces a lot of bullshit that just doesn't make any sense. And then you have 76 and Rise of Skywalker, where it's like, here's another one, I guess? And it's just a joke. It's just a fucking joke.
I want to officially petition that they retitle whatever the last Star Wars one was to "Here's Another One?" question mark.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, God.
You kind of have a super chat floating around over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to it. Don't worry. $2 from Ted Comet. Thank you. Sometimes ugliness works. Just look at Rugrats. It's been forever since I've watched. I remember watching it when I was like really young.
Yeah.
I liked it when I was a kid, though. I remember watching it all the time as a kid.
Oh, and
I watched it bits and pieces. The thing that drew me in was Batman the Animated Series.
Yeah, that too. I did love that as a kid as well. Well, obviously, I liked one more than the other. I think it was an age thing, obviously. Like, I liked Rugrats when I was really, really young, like basically a toddler. And then as I got older, I started to like stuff more like Samurai Jack, Batman the Animated Series, stuff like that.
I think by the time when I started getting older, I started watching a lot of Jag. Because, oh god, and Jag was fascinating. My favorite episode of Jag was the sniper, to prove that he didn't try to kill the general. He has to make the same sniper shot over again, and the Jag officer puts his own life on the line. It's like, okay, I hate to break this to you, but it doesn't matter if he had intended to kill. That is still reckless discharge of a firearm and conduct unbecoming of an officer. Dude is fucked. Either way, you're not getting him out of this charge, Jag. What the fuck are you doing? God, that episode was fucking wild, right?
Meanwhile, I'm just here with Ed, and Eddie, and the Roadrunner.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Ed and Eddie was great. It was a good show. I fucking love that shit.
It was, yes.
Hell yeah.
To also
and
preface
the kids
as well,
next door.
To also preface as well, when I agreed with the guy that he was ugly, that wasn't also me saying that it doesn't work with like what they're trying to do in the background and the story they're trying to tell. I'm just saying.
Oh no, absolutely.
This guy's saying he's ugly. He's not wrong. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it's part of it. It's part of the world. It's part of like the universe and everything. So it works for what it does.
And I like him as, like I said, I like him as a contrast to what we see later when we see ghouls and super mutants and everything.
Yeah, not just that, but you do need ugly characters because, like, if everyone gets pretty, then no one would be pretty. It's the whole fucking. If you had, like, a T-bone steak every night for dinner, it would become fucking mundane. It would be like the same thing over and over and over again. It wouldn't be special anymore. But if you have it once in a while, then it's like a real treat to yourself, you know?
Yeah, I did always kind of strike me and rub me the wrong way when I saw these pretty, models walking around the wasteland in the later Fallout games. I was like,
yeah,
you guys would be like 5 generations inbred, super sunburned. No, I don't think you have any sunblock factories working nowadays. Really, really rough skin, pock marks, insect bites, all sorts of stuff. You wouldn't be very pretty looking. Except for the people who can live in some sort of luxury.
They just scavenge the sunblock like they scavenge everything else. There's just an unlimited supply of sunblock, like there's an unlimited supply of Nuka-Cola. Don't think about it. Just accept it.
Yeah, don't think about where the food comes from. It's there. That's good enough.
I did forget about Vault 42069, which its sole purpose was to create sunblock. I forgot about that one.
That's my favorite vault.
It is truly like, oh.
That just made me think of that guy's video. That guy that was asking the question, oh, would the apocalypse really be this bad? No wonder he was asking the question. He can just get unlimited food from scavenging in the same neighborhood.
Yeah. That you know what? Okay, tangent shoot off real quick.
Some tangents are guaranteed.
Naturally. It's why I like games like State of Decay. Because State of Decay was before Project Zomboid and all that stuff. I like State of Decay because there's a limited amount of resources in the world, and you can only scavenge for so long. So it's up to you to think logically about how you use what you scavenge to create your bases to sustain yourself, because you can't be there forever. Like, you can't scavenge just food and medicines forever. Well, what if you start making gardens in your own base and you start working with that instead? I like that concept. So you can't just go to the local supermarket and get food every single day to feed everybody that's inside your base.
I do like that setting a lot. I played a bit of State of Decay. I want to play 2. I bought 2 years ago and never played it, but reminds me a little bit of The Division as well, where it's like a mid-apocalypse, not post-apocalypse.
Yeah.
Where it's too early to have completely rebuilt, but systems are shutting down. You don't have, resources are finite. It's like the post-shutdown, pre-rebuild era where things are finite, so you have to keep on moving, you have to keep on surviving and just kind of make do with what you have until you can actually settle and become self-sufficient again.
Yep. And honestly, the first Division game had probably one of the best battle royale modes I have ever seen.
Oh, I love survival in that. It was so good. So really done badly. Really underappreciated for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Just the dark zones in general were interesting, an interesting concept, but kind of like weird and didn't make that much sense. But survival mode, crashing during a massive blizzard, and it's just getting colder and colder. So not only are you scavenging for weapons to try to escape the zone, you don't actually have to kill everybody, by the way, to escape. You literally just have to make it to the helicopters and get out. But you need to make sure you survive to that point. So you're not only trying to scavenge for weapons, but you're literally like ripping open dressers and shit like that to find clothing to keep from freezing to death. It is so fucking good.
Yeah, going from barrel to barrel, lighting up the barrel just to stay warm, and then you get into some areas that are even colder, so you have to have more thermal protection to get into those areas. Yeah, I love that. There's such a great atmosphere too. The snow particles. It's not all about graphics, but the way they did the snow particles and how every single snow particle could get lit by flares and lighting and everything like that, just absolutely looks fantastic, even to this day.
So it was one of those fascinating situations too, when again you're trying to keep from freezing to death. So as you said, you would light up barrel fires and stuff like that. Well, if you lit up barrel fires, you knew in your back of your head, I lit up this fire. that means anybody around that sees in the distance a fire light, they know where someone is. So you know that someone is coming for you. You know that someone is aiming down towards you. Like if you fire a flare, and as you said, it lights up all the snow, so it's really hard to see. But if you get a certain distance away, that's no longer a problem, and you lit yourself up bright as day to someone else. It's like, oh, what a great fucking game mode. Holy shit, it was amazing.
And the whole PvPvE aspect was great too, because you make temporary alliances with people only to get into a sticky situation and have to worry about not only the NPCs in your front who are shooting at you, but the opportune time for somebody just to stick you in the back and take your loot.
Yep. And again, sometimes you would make some genuine, like, real friendships of people. Like, you'd get in a sticky situation, you'd get separated from each other, and another player would come along and be trying to kill you, and that guy you had made a temporary alliance with shoots him, and they say, like, I told you, I got your back. And it's like, damn, son, okay. When the helicopter comes, I'm making sure you get on the fucking helicopter, too.
Yep. And then if one of them gets down forever, you're like, you feel like a real loss. Like that.
Yeah.
I never got that far into like DayZ and some of those other games, but I heard that that's kind of the stuff you could get into. Is really kind of long-term sort of emergent gameplay like that. A lot of people on those games were trolls too, but it definitely, you had a lot to lose on those things because it was there was no, save state. You couldn't just roll back. It was, you would lose that entire progress from that whole match. So
yeah,
fun stuff.
Oh, it's just such a great game mode. I would still love to play that game mode. I might see if that still exists.
I know Ubisoft's going to getting a lot of flack for turning off old games, but I'd be down to play it again for sure.
Oh yeah, and again, Ubisoft, for people that don't understand, Ubisoft is doing this as a test. They need to see if when they get sued, because they are going to get sued over this, when they get sued, if they win the lawsuit, kiss your ownership of anything goodbye, everybody. Because every single game on Steam, Origin, Epic Game Store, all of those are licenses. So that will literally open the floodgate for every single developer on the planet to do that and be like, oh, the court's decided this is okay.
Yeah, they need to be countersued, and what that basically means is if they can't support their game, then copyright after lack of support should be completely nil.
Yes.
So games should be immediately put into public domain, and they can do whatever they want with it. If you're no longer selling or supporting it, then people should basically have full right to reclaim the game.
Absolutely.
Which still doesn't solve the problem, because a lot of these games, especially something like Division, a lot of that is server side code, which you can't recover.
However, if Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning has taught me anything, there are a bunch of autists who will reverse engineer the entire code and build their own server.
Yep.
Thank you, Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. I hate the developers so much, and I'll get in pissing matches with them constantly, but I appreciate that they had the balls and the autism to do it.
Yeah, same thing happened with Hellgate London, which had its all servers shut down. Some people kind of pieced together some sort of beta code and managed to recreate the entire server-side client essentially for that, and
yes,
it was amazing. They revived the game completely.
Yeah, again, I wish it got put into law that once a company no longer supports it, it becomes officially designated abandonware, and it's completely free game from that on.
Yeah, it almost, I'm not really pro-regulation, but it'd almost be good to put a caveat in there. Like, if you're going to sell an online service, you need to upload the latest code every time you do. And then there's a system that automatically triggers as soon as your system or your particular service becomes outdated or no longer functional, that code gets published as open source.
Yeah,
like
I think
that'd be the only way you could really do it, I think.
I think that would be just absolutely amazing. Granted, we're talking about some hardcore libertarian freedoms here, everybody. So that probably will never happen. But yeah.
Hell Just said hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay.
All right.
Maybe
Hell
we should play
yeah.
the rest,
America.
maybe we should play the rest of this video and watch this guy complain about stupid things.
Yeah. Sure.
Damn, people in Oblivion looked.
You are pissing me off. What next?
Anyway, this burn victim tells you that the water purifier chip that your vault uses to purify something, I don't know, I wasn't listening, is broken.
Oh boy.
Yeah, and the really bad
Good
joke.
God. At least pay attention, for fuck's sake.
No, it's just a really bad joke because he said the water purifier chip is broken and it's used to purify, I don't know, something. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, it's just a really lame joke.
Yeah.
Also, burn victim. That's not what a burn victim looks like. Like, I know it's used as a criticism, but, like, that doesn't reach the level of where you call a character a burn victim. There's a character in Fallout 3 that actually does look like a burn victim. The fucking Brotherhood companion you can get.
There's a character in Fallout New Vegas who is literally a burn victim who got thrown into a canyon.
Yeah.
There's that weird filter they put on the skin. There's some sort of thing that happens with the skin on a lot of those earlier Bethesda games, which I think I even commented about the burn victim thing in Fallout 3, and I think they fixed it by Fallout 4, but in Oblivion and Fallout 3, there was something where you see like lighter parts and darker parts on the same face.
Yeah.
And it does look like, if you've ever seen somebody who's gotten severe burns, it does kind of look like that.
Yeah.
It's unsettling.
Oh, you're talking about like the mismatched like body textures and shit where like the head will be white but the body will be like black.
Yeah, and there'll be like blotches of lighter skin and darker skin, and it's not intentional. It was just part of their system. Somehow they have highlights and lowlights on the actual face texture, and it looks very weird.
Yeah, and that literally is what looks like people that recover from severe burns, and they have those like markings and everything.
Go
ahead.
$5 from Rage vs. ML. Thank you. I'm like 5 minutes behind, but State of Decay 2 is amazing. All 5 maps are really good and balanced. Oh.
It's not the maps that are my problem in State of Decay 2. I just don't like the general gameplay. Granted, I'm the person that my favorite mod for State of Decay 1 is to turn off all special infected zombies and increase the number of zombies tenfold. So get rid of runners, get rid of sprinters, make it old, classic, shambling zombies. Maybe they can kind of waddle towards you a bit faster, but that's it. But there's also a fuck ton more of them. So you literally get overwhelmed through numbers rather than through some special gimmick infected. I enjoy that a lot because, again, it's your ammo management. It's like, yeah, sure, you know, the special infected, they take a bunch of your bullets and it's ammo management there. But here, it's the normal infected. You can't go out with 10 jillion bullets, and there's 10 jillion zombies in the way, so...
And a pro tip, don't Google burn victim.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make a note about Joshua Graham. I presume that's the burn victim you're referring to in New Vegas. I don't know if there's another one now. Yeah. Fun fact about his character model, it's actually a generic black man's face that they put over the bandaging top of the head. It's actually a generic black man's face that they did to simulate burning. I'm not even joking.
Well, stuff like that's to be expected, because why model a face that you're never going to fully see? It's like how Lanius is described to be this, like, his face is mutilated and everything, and under the mask he's just a normal-looking guy.
It was
he's actually the same. He's actually got the same face as one of Kaiser's guards that's near his tent.
It was the same thing in Demon Souls, where the players were never going to see the characters without their helmets or anything, so they just gave them literally the generic male or female faces.
It's all the mods and stuff that were trying to peek under, you know, Doomslayer's helmet or Master Chief's helmet, or, you know, to see the Quarian faces under in Mass Effect or whatever. Like they'd have to create some sort of shape under there, but it's not necessarily representative of what they actually look like.
Yeah.
I guess you could argue that Raoul is, well, I mean, he actually was a burn victim if you remember his story, but even just like ghouls technically could be considered a burn victim.
Yeah, burn victim with benefits.
Yeah.
Yeah, immortality is a pretty good benefit.
Yeah.
Actually, wait, no, not immortality. Agelessness.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the? Because there's being invulnerable, which means you can't be killed, but immortality can sometimes mean that you never die of old age.
No, that's what ageless is. Ageless is you can't die of old age or sickness, stuff like that. But immortality is like, it doesn't matter if you get cut to ribbons or stuff like that, you'll come back.
Yeah.
Don't they have it to where, I don't know if this is all ghouls or this just Obsidian or Bethesda ghouls, but don't ghouls, aren't all ghouls eventually going to become feral at some point?
No, that's what people try to claim to go against ghouls. But as long as the person, it becomes the person's the ghoul's responsibility of like, yeah, just watch your mental health. You know, it's obviously like if you start deteriorating mentally, like you start losing your mind whenever anything happens or shit like that, then yeah, obviously you're probably going feral.
Well, yeah, but there are and especially in the wasteland, there are extenuating circumstances that can definitely allow for your mental health to deteriorate, and then you can become a feral ghoul, and it would be a bad situation.
Yeah, I think it's just it's not like a guarantee for every single ghoul will go feral. It's just one of those things like over millennium of time, like if you're not careful with yourself, then yeah, you probably can slip into that. But if you're disciplined, if you have a disciplined mind, I think you'll be fine.
All right.
Yeah, don't buy into the Enclave's FBI statistics about ghouls and violent crime.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. Listen, ghouls aren't people.
14%.
It is a fact. Listen, as the #1 Enclave authority here, it is a fact that 14% of ghouls commit 50% of cannibal activity.
Yeah, well, there you go.
All right. Let's continue with this.
He tells you that you only have to get a new one, or the vault will run out of water. He was specific. 150 days, and I did not like the way that sounded. Not one bit. I had a sneaking suspicion that, yeah, he was serious. Fuck. There's an actual time limit. In pretty much any game I've ever played, you're told something like, the world is ending and you're the only one who can save us. And then I'm just like, alright, cool. Then I dick around for 30 hours, show up at the end, and kill the boss. Like, clearly, there was no rush. So I felt conflicted when I found out about this time limit. On one hand, I liked that the game had the balls to tell me that if I dick around, everyone's gonna die. But on the other hand, I really like dicking around.
I feel that. I feel that.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Honestly,
God, these jokes are so terrible. Also, why would you show a literal site of a massacre and mass suicide in your video? What the fuck?
Wait, did he?
Yeah, that was the Jonestown massacre.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did just show that, didn't he?
Time limit.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was gonna say, like, I do at least kind of like that he ended that one joke with literally him getting shot and killed, but yeah, he did just show the fucking Jonestown shit. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I was looking away during that. Sorry.
What a tone shift, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, part of it. I mean, I understand where he's coming from on that too. I mean, but there are ways you can do the time limit pretty well. Like, for example, I enjoy the way they do it in Legend of Zelda: Majora's Mask, where you only have 3 days to save the entire world, or it will be destroyed. It's just, it's a really cool and very tight experience. It's a lot of time management and stuff like that that's involved that really makes you engaged with the game. So there are ways you can do it well.
I think Fallout 1 does it well. I think the 150-day time limit, it makes logical sense. They're not going to send you out when knew about this for a long time. We only got 3 days left. Go get it. And it's like, no. you have time. Go out there and try your best. You know,
So-
you've got time to do this. You don't need to rush, but hey, within you know, you have almost half a year. Okay, get it done.
Just to give an example, the first time I tried playing Fallout 1, I traveled to Shady Sands I started traveling to Vault 15 as they suggested, and made it to Shady Sands, and like a day or two passes just for that travel alone, and that's when I was like, oh god, I'm never going to be able to complete this in time. And this is before I actually got a handle on the controls, so I kind of put it down after that. When I came back and actually completed my first playthrough, there was plenty of time before the time limit was up. By the time I actually did beat the game, I was able to go to all the different towns, not every quest, but most of them, and get to the end of the game and beat the master with a lot of time left over. I could probably actually go back and do the quests I missed, and then go beat the master again. Like, the time limit is not that restrictive in this game.
Yeah, I only played it once, and when I beat the game, I still had like at least a few days left, so I was like, yeah, it didn't really bother me that much. I didn't have a big issue with it.
Yeah, it's most people probably played the patch version. It was more strict in the original version of the game, but if you're playing it now, you're probably playing either GOG or Steam, and I believe they've already patched that out. Where basically you have two time limits. The initial objective, which isn't that difficult to get, is 150 days. But after that, you get another 500 days unpatched, or 13 years with the patch. So there are. I'm trying to recall. I don't know exactly when, but there are staggered events that occur after a certain period of time, where like cities will get raided and things like that, which kind of add to the ticking clock. But if you're playing the patch version of Fallout, you have plenty of time after the first objective. They wanted to create that realism of you actually having to save your people before they all die from improperly recycled water poisoning.
Yeah.
And that does create like a bit of stress. I remember I was always more stressed playing the original Fallout than Fallout 2, because Fallout 2 you get those reminders and stuff like that hey, you got people to save, but it wasn't as urgent as Fallout 1. But you gotta admire the fact that it does actually kind of hold you to it. You're like, hey, you got people to save. Quit horning around, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes literally in Fallout too.
Yeah, sometimes literally.
I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I used to play XCOM all the time, and XCOM is one of the perfect examples of games that will actively give you a certain amount of time to do what you need to do because the world's in danger and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, this is the only home you've ever known, and everybody you love is in that vault. You have 150 days to do what you got to do, and save everyone. I think that's a very considering the day-night cycle with the time cycle with Fallout 1. I think that's a very generous amount of time. I think that's a very fair amount.
Yeah, and it's no secret to say that time limits are unpopular. You see how much of a staple they were for every game back in the Atari, NES, SNES days, and how rare they are nowadays. That people like taking their time if they want to, but at the same time, you also see people who are obsessed with speedrunning and praise Majora's Mask from Here to Eternity and all these other things, and or like all these other games that take time into account. But it's just kind of funny how we like it in some contexts, but not other nowadays. It's just interesting how that works.
Well, a lot of it is how it's executed.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Look at the Dead Rising games, right? Dead Rising 1. I love Dead Rising 1. Holy shit. Dead Rising 1, very, very tight time limit for everything. So it feels very stressful. You have to manage things well. If you want to get perfect, you want to get everything perfect, you got to manage things very well. And a lot of people just keep trying to find ways to mod out the time limit because they just want to have fun with it. Because Dead Rising 1 is just genuinely a fun game to play. It feels real good to beat up zombies in really creative and interesting ways.
Right.
Like, holy shit.
Well, I'm curious on where he's going to go with this point of, I didn't like the time mechanic and stuff. Like, maybe we'll see where he goes from there, I think.
After it took me 10 minutes to rat, I was starting to get pretty nervous about that time limit. But man, when I finally figured out how to punch that rat, I felt like a winner.
God, stop fucking playing. These jokes are absolute ass.
They are.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I actually don't mind these too much.
I hate things like this because
it might be the proximity, you know, how close they are with each other.
Yeah, it's the frequency of the jokes versus.
Now, I do think if he had not added the song, I think it would have been way funnier if he had just been like, if he had just stopped with his statement. That would have been way funnier than adding the fucking sweet victory thing. I think that drags it down, but
yeah, you know what? I realized that if this is almost exactly the format, and I bet you it's going to follow the same exact format he did for the Skyrim video. His first 5 minutes were like back to back to back to back meme joke, meme joke, meme joke, meme joke, and then he did sort of like a semi-serious analysis for the rest of it. But I realized what this is. This is like bottom of the barrel Netflix original low rent what's his name? The kid Seth Zentak. Yeah, like Seth does this kind of stuff, but he does it really rapid paced, and the jokes are very subtle, where you'd see like a couple frames of something and it was just enough to kind of give you a giggle, but it wouldn't distract from the fact that he's going over actually a lot of really core mechanics and like interesting little ways to completely break the game. But then he sneaks in these little jokes, like I still remember this one where I forget what he's talking about, but like he sneaks in a little joke about the difference between 5'11" and 6 foot, and it shows somebody like clearly a foot taller. But like things like that, he would just like have a little visual gag.
Yeah, fucking, he's great at it. He's fucking amazing at it. Well, I feel like he's doing something similar. Peach Cobbler is trying to do something similar, but he's just not as good at it. Yeah.
No, and the pacing, the timing's all off too, because here he just like this big interlude is like, hey, laugh at the joke. This is your opportunity to laugh at the joke. Like this is a good example. This is like comparing a sitcom with a laugh track to like The Office.
Yeah.
Where if you get the joke, you get the joke. If you don't get the joke, you don't get the joke. I'd actually even go a step further and compare it to something like probably my favorite sitcom, which was Arrested Development, where that also doesn't have a laugh track. You either get the joke or you don't, and it moves on.
Yeah. To try and give Mr. Waffle Guy the benefit of the doubt, you know, the title's basically how Fallout's Wasteland broke my Gen Z brain. See, me thinking, okay, he's Gen Z. Maybe he's trying to appeal to the Gen Z crowd by doing a lot of this meme stuff. And, you know, maybe it's all going over my head. Maybe I'm the wrong audience for his type of humor. I'm willing to acknowledge that, you know?
No, because I think he's literally trying the same style as Seth Zentak or Fat Electrician. I think he's trying that sort of rapid fire humor, and he just doesn't have the talent to pull it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, it actually more so comes across as like the awful ADHD version of what those would be. It's like just kind of spamming you with shitty jokes that are badly timed.
Yeah, I feel like he's putting them in weird places, and I feel like he's killing his own jokes by adding too much to it.
Yeah.
I like the way he delivers some of these lines. Like, he's actually pretty good at delivering some quippy lines, but then he ruins it by playing some dumb clip or song right immediately after it, where it's like, if you had just not done that, it would have been funny.
Yeah. Well,
yeah. And he has moments where he has a joke that'll land. Again, the Halo joke, when he fires the Spartan laser directly at somebody. Please, when I hit you with this, will you take damage? No. And then he dies.
Yeah.
It's like that's a good joke. That was actually well delivered and everything.
Yeah. The kind of thing he's doing right here would be a lot better if it was more subtle. You could be subtle and rapid fire, kind of like I don't remember which video it was or if I'm making this example up completely, but I think Seth did something where he's talking about how the game ran. It's like, and this game is quite well optimized, while showing a video of somebody with like an NVIDIA GTX that's literally on fire or something like that. Like, it's like, to show the contrast of the visual gag. Like, again, and that was like a half a second, but it gets you laughing because it's such a funny visual gag.
Yep. Well, the Morrowind video he did is one of my all-time favorites, and that is just great from start to finish. But like, he shows the Kwama Queen, and for a brief second it has a crown, and the words in pink pop up, "Pretty Princess," and then he's talking about how eggs are the main source of food, and they're highly valuable. They have egg mines. It's like 1 gold pops up because that's what they're worth in game, and it's just stuff like that. Yeah.
The visual disparity where it shows something that's he's either being sarcastic but with a dry delivery, and so the visuals just
or the clip where he's got one of the nude mods installed and one of the naked Nords is running around trying to fight someone, and to censor it he has the face of one of Dagothar's followers that has kind of like the elephant nose.
Yeah. God. I like how I look over at chat and I just see "Hey Lois" meme.
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys want to keep going?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh my God. Just pausing because copyright.
Yeah. That ruined the joke.
Yeah.
Like, you had it and then you ruined it.
Was done. I had pretty much already finished the game. I felt good, I'm not gonna lie. It was gonna be smooth sailing from here. So I started heading towards the vault with the water chip before getting kicked out of the map screen to talk to this nerd. He said he was heading to a town, and even though I had no reason to go there, I'm not gonna lie, I really wanted to dick around. And dick around I did. I walked around, talked to people that had nothing important to say, and I talked to a guy that had a cave full of rad scorpions that he wanted me to de-rad scorpion. Well, that's not quite right. It's interesting. He didn't say, "Hello, brave adventurer. Please clear out this cave full of monsters for me and I will give you $10. Like in a normal game, you know? Instead, he just started talking about a cave full of monstrous irradiated scorpions, and I was like, oh, alright, that sounds like fun, take me there. And he was like, okay. I went in the cave and started kicking ass. Oh no. Okay.
Oh, he's gonna die.
Yeah.
I hate when people play these games in such high resolution. Everything looks so goddamn tiny.
Yeah.
Game was not designed to be played in that resolution.
I'm curious on what type of class he's playing as. Just curious. Like, what's his playthrough here?
Yeah. I'm just...
This is just... Yeah.
I'm just thinking, because it's coming across as, like, really fucking lame when... Oh, I talked to a town full of people who had nothing interesting to say. It's like, really, nothing interesting to say.
Yeah.
This just reeks of... I hate to do it again, but ADHD brain not getting your fucking flashy fix of bullshit, you know? Yeah. It's like you need to rein in your attention span a bit if you're having this much trouble already.
Not to mention, again, the joke, he had a joke there that landed better, but was such kind of, it was an underwhelming joke in general.
Yeah.
But he had that whole, like, and the question, I said, that sounded fun, and then immediately the NPC had the press X to doubt bubble. He didn't call it out or anything, it was just there for a second. It was like, okay, yeah, that was a good joke. But it just fell flat because it should have been, more emphasis should have been, like, called to the visual gag of it without him actually saying anything about it.
Sometimes the memes he pulls up are just kind of random. Like, it doesn't seem like they even really fit that well. Because it doesn't necessarily seem like this guy was trying to deceive him. It just said like, "Hey."
Some kind of. It didn't stop you guys from hearing me.
Yeah, it's back. It's back now, but it's flickering a lot for some reason.
Oh, okay.
Because. Fuck. Okay, so when on OBS here, it'll say end stream at the bottom, right? That's the button I hit to end the stream. It's also the button I hit to start the stream. When there's an internet problem, when I disappear from everything because my internet went off, that turns into reconnecting. And it showed that, and I'm like, oh god, it died, didn't it? Like, because that's what happens, is when it dies, I can still hear you guys talking for like 10 to 20 seconds, and then it fully cuts out. Even though you guys can't hear me, and I thought that would happen.
I don't know why, but I got a perfect image of this evil tyrant, the Baron, let's call him Hoserkin, who's like, you know, at the top of this giant throne, and he's controlling the entire Canadian internet with all these sort of like backlit neon tubes with maple syrup flowing into it, and he's like yelling, it's like, how dare they cut off the flow of the maple syrup, and yeah. I don't know, that one didn't really land very well.
Oh god.
But back to this guy making jokes. He had that like cave thing. You see it's an empty cave at first, and the image of Alex Jones pops up, and it's not even like one to make you laugh. It's just kind of, I get the joke. It's barely above the mark to say, yeah, I guess I like it. It's just I don't feel too strongly about it.
It was there.
And again, comparing to Seth, he has that video, the Morrowind video, where he's like, when will the Empire's oppression end? Who will comfort me in these times? He just zooms in on a body pillow of a fucking cat girl. It's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Because it's just so unexpected and random, you know?
Yeah, he has so many Easter eggs in his videos. It goes by so fast.
Yeah.
When you rewatch him and you notice he has like, as it, you know, he'll show like his game crashing, and then your focus should be on the pop-up window that says, you know, so-and-so illegal operation. But if you have a keen eye, you'll notice he has like a folder on his desktop with like so-and-so, you know, so-and-so porn or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like,
yeah.
You know, furry 18 plus or whatever.
Yeah. Dude, he does so many furry jokes too. They're always great singers. Like his whole thing in Songs of Conquest about an entire faction is like, the Roman Empire, if they teamed up with the entire furry fandom and stuff like that. He goes, and honestly, it kind of makes sense. Imagine this: you're in a jungle and you come across an entire village made up entirely of Crystal the fox. And there are no males, so you gotta turn them into Krispy Kreme donuts, or else they're all gonna die out. And then he's like, wait, where was I going with that?
I know that. I've seen that clip. It's fucking wow.
Charging battery.
Alright,
Charging battery.
Yeah, we're gonna get back. You want to get back to the video?
Yeah.
And...
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yep.
Alright, I killed 2 of them. Alright, let the record show that I did kill 2 of the scorpions. However, I then looked around and noticed that there were like 20 of them.
I don't know how anyone plays these games in that resolution.
And I
can't see anything.
Yeah. That's right.
Also, again, dragging the joke out way too long.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pacing is really bad.
Yeah.
He might have leveled his character, you know, badly for this mission. Maybe he got here too early as well. That might be a part too, isn't it?
So when I played it, I realized that going up against a cave full of rad scorpions this soon, probably not a good idea for someone fresh out of the vault. So I took care of Vault 15 first, got a couple levels, and then tried it, and I was really careful with it, and I eventually cleared the cave. I didn't go there immediately first thing.
So maybe he thought that, you know, given the Gen Z brain thing, that the idea of the video is, maybe he thought coming in here would basically be a breeze and a half. And yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah,
Oh, they're
and
like insects.
there-
They're easy to kill, right? They're like red roaches.
And there's also was a different mentality behind RPG design back then. It wasn't so much. Games now are obsessed with having every playthrough essentially, any playthrough can be successful. That's like the idea of modern game design, right?
Yeah.
Not so much back then. Back then, if you made a character who's a specialist in gambling, you dump all his stats into charisma and then have him go hunt pig rats or whatever, probably not going to do so well.
Yeah.
So you can make a non viable playthrough easily in the original Fallout games. And so I think he's kind of realizing that maybe your first try is not necessarily going to be a successful run. Maybe after you fight a few of these rad scorpions and realize that your aim is crap, or you didn't put enough points into melee so you can't hit anything with your spear or whatever, maybe you can go back and create a better combat build, or you can go back and create a more charismatic build. Maybe convince one of the guys in town to join your cause, and he can help you fight the scorpions. There's different options there, and you don't realize what you're doing until you actually get to a point where your character build just isn't quite up to snuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, that's assuming that he's not here too early to where it won't matter either way.
Yeah. And even Fallout 1 was better than a lot of previous RPGs for making non-viable builds. Like,
oh yeah.
It was much easier to make non-viable builds in older RPGs.
Oh yeah, totally. I just played the Dark Sun games again, probably like 93, 94, a few years before Fallout, and my guys got one shot in the first battle easily. So I had to like replay that a couple times just to get a build that was somewhat viable to get through the first gladiatorial fight. So yeah, definitely. A lot of games were very unforgiving back then.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep.
We're gonna.
No stim packs left. I ran.
This joke is already twice as long as it should be, and it feels like it's going to go on for longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's a really bad joke.
Every joke feels like those meme videos where you take like the hey yeah guy from
I know this from the Resident Evil trailer.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I was gonna say from the Resident Evil trailer. Yeah.
No. Yeah, that guy. But like, you take some meme and the 10-hour repeat version.
Yeah.
Like, every one of his jokes feels like it's one of those videos you just like stepped into. It's like, oh, this is funny for the first couple seconds, and now it's getting really, really old.
Yeah.
Heading back in the direction of the vault water chip. But then I got kicked out of the map screen again, and I checked my Pip-Boy, and 9 days had already passed. 9 days. I talked to a guy. I talked to another guy. Went in a cave. Used all of my stim packs. And ran out of the cave. 9 days. I exited the game in order to Google how I could actually get back to the map screen so I could get back on my way to the fucking vault.
How do you not know how to get back to the map screen when you've already had a random encounter and you've already left three other maps? You've left Vault 13's cave, you've left Shady Sands, you left the Scorpion Cave.
Yeah, you know how to leave the map screen, you fucking liar. But again, this is... Notice how his disingenuous framing of this, though. I talked to a guy, I talked to another guy, I went to a cave, I left the cave, and 9 days had passed. This timer is bullshit. It's like, no, you walked by foot across several miles, got interrupted by a group, decided to walk several miles in a different direction, talked to a guy, got taken more miles off of where you were going, go back to the main screen to walk more miles on foot. It's like, my dude, this all adds up.
And again,
I think, and this could be a joke right here as well. I have to look up how to use this thing, and then it shows like a bunch of YouTube videos and Dave Chappelle and all that. And I think that's also part of the Gen Z brain thing. Like, I think it's situating that point by doing this.
Doesn't really
And that's me giving him the benefit of the doubt that this is a joke. I'm not really sure if it is.
Oh, he does not deserve the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, this doesn't come across as a joke. It comes across as... I don't know. I could be
Like him
mean
not
and say...
actually being able to not being able to follow basic game functions. I mean, whenever he leaves a zone, he goes to the map. Whenever he goes to the location, he goes into the zone. He's already done this 3 or 4 times. I don't know how that's so confusing.
Yeah. I could be mean and say jokes are supposed to be funny, but what I really want to say is jokes are supposed to be funny.
Yeah.
I'll just say that he, and I'm one to talk, but I'll just say that he treated comedy as a dumb stat. That's all I'm saying.
But I got distracted.
Yeah. God, again, just going on for way too fucking long.
Yeah.
Yeah, this sucks. Holy fuck. This got really bad all of a sudden. Like, Jesus, come on.
I can see that he watches. Well, he didn't watch JonTron, but it's in his recommends. He's actually watched a couple of these videos. It looks like.
Well, JonTron actually has comedic timing, though.
Yeah.
Rockstar's game design is outdated.
That's the funny.
Huh.
I like Rockstar's game design is outdated. That's a good video.
He made it. He made it halfway. He made it only halfway though.
Yeah. I feel like I don't even want to make it halfway through this video. This is fucking abysmal.
Yep.
Well, he has to. I don't think he's even really made a point yet. Really.
Yeah, it's all just been jokes.
For or against anything. I think he's just like, yeah, it took a long time for me to do this thing, and it took a lot of my time. I had to look up how it did it, and then I got distracted by Family Guy and the throwing up scene.
I usually, look, when I'm doing stuff on the computer, I do often get distracted by things that take my interest. It's not something this fucking... I don't even know what to call this.
And again, this might be trying to go off the Gen Z brain angle still. I'm not sure.
I doubt it. I very much doubt it. I think he just thinks it's going to be a good joke.
It does sort of have
I think just DJ Peach Cobbler is a retard. I think that's all we need to really establish.
But we already know that from the fandom video.
Yes.
Let's just see where he goes with this.
Oh my god, fucking move on.
And got back into the game. But this time, I was going to be serious. Turns out I just had to walk into the dark area on the edges of the map.
Which you knew already, you fucking idiot. How the fuck do you think you got out of the cave? How the fuck do you think... literally the first cave in the game.
You literally couldn't get this far unless you had already done it numerous times.
This is what having a double-digit IQ looks like.
Low digit.
It's really kind of non it's like disingenuous. I almost think that he's trying to make it seem more complicated than it is, just to appeal like, hey, this game's stupid and old, or really complicated and old, right? My fellow Zoomers. I think somebody else commented that in the chat or whatever.
Well, he did comment at the start of his video that this game is really obtuse, and sure, you can maybe make the argument for that in some places. Like, one of the things I had trouble with was, you had to, like, right-click to change the context of what you're doing with your left click. And that's something that fucked with me at first. It's like, okay, you can make an argument for that being obtuse.
Yeah, that's
something like this sounds like it would be supporting the obtuse claim, but this isn't obtuse at all. It's actually pretty fucking clear what it is.
Yeah.
Well,
you can
this
even
game also... games as old as this also had guides and stuff that came with them when you bought them and stuff, but now...
Not really, no. Fallout didn't come with a guide.
Did it not come with a guide?
No, you had a manual.
Oh, that's what I meant. That's what I meant, a manual. I'm sorry, I didn't mean guide. I meant like the game manual, that's what I meant.
Yeah, but the game manual didn't have, like, exact steps on how to play the game. In fact, like, Opposing Forces game manual is is a great example of this. It gives you like Murphy's combat tips. It gives you Adrian Shepard's diary and stuff. It doesn't like hold your hand every step of the way.
No, I'm saying like if he needed to know how to open the map, maybe it was in the guide. I mean, maybe it was in the manual, the game manual.
It would also be in the controls.
Unfortunately, because this is probably a digital download or some sort, he didn't have that available to him. You know?
Well, yeah, they normally do, especially if you buy it on GOG. But I agree, it's probably a little bit more difficult to get into games, older games nowadays, because you don't have that whole box set. That whole box set where you have the manual, you have the quick reference card and all kind of stuff. Because you do just get the default download and you don't get all that physical paraphernalia. So I do kind of agree that that's probably a little bit harder to get into these games nowadays. But Wikipedias do exist. You know, wikis exist, guides exist, things like that. And yeah, I mean, the controls aren't as intuitive as modern day stuff, but the whole idea of having, you know, colored zones for certain events to, you know, trigger in a tactical game, that's not unheard of if you've played the modern XCOM games. The modern XCOM games have that, where if you go into a certain zone, you escape or you get to the next area or what have you. So yeah, I don't know.
Oh, holy shit. Ted Common with the $2 super chat. Thank you very much. The only way he has a double-digit IQ is in Kelvin. Holy fuck.
Damn.
All right. Let's see.
That seems very confused, okay? Anyway, I get to Vault 15, which should have the water chip, and I just want to take this opportunity to say that the music is fucking great.
It's spooky.
And then I fought some rats, and I just want to take this opportunity to say that I fucking hate the combat. Like in any game you play, when you see an enemy, unless they're really tough, you're excited for some murder, right? Not in this game. Holy shit, these rats. I fucking hate these rats.
Okay, so this sounds kind of like a character build problem. Because I noticed when you were trying to attack the rats in the beginning, you had a 53% chance to hit. So obviously, your character is not good at melee. So I'm curious what you put your stats into. Because keep in mind, this is the same disingenuous retard who said that speech was the massive problem in all these games. I wonder if he full stacked speech.
When he talked about rats, I don't know why, but I instantly thought about Acer Thorne's arguments to 3 rats in Dark Souls. Just 3 rats. 1 hit KO, even though he got hit 3 times.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to keep going, though.
Anytime I add to the atmosphere of the game, one of these little fucks just nibbles on my ankle, and I have to watch my character swing and miss at them for a minute. What do you do when you see a rat in Skyrim, right? You hit it once, and it dies. In any game, you see a rat, you hit it, it dies. But in Fallout, you have to watch your limp...
Okay, so again, look at your character to hit percent chance. Clearly, your character's not that good in melee. You have a 63% chance to hit. Your character is pretty bad at melee. Also, I just want you to think about this concept logically. I want you to try to actually hit a rat for real. Like a rat that's trying to come up and bite your ass. Good luck. Try stomping on it. That's your best bet. Try.
Right. I mean, yeah, like we said before, this just seems like he didn't properly create his character, and now the consequences of those actions are befalling him right now. And again, this could be him just like Gen Z, Skyrim, haha, you smash a rat in Skyrim the second you see it, but in this game, you have to, do percent chance to hit and stuff like that, and then you have to take your turns and whatnot. I think he's playing off the Gen Z brain thing again, but I don't know.
I don't think so.
Well, this is the guy who said that the Skyrim is a magic, so he probably likes the idea that a game creates a viable character build right out of the gate for you, and you have no ability to customize it or add or subtract to it like Skyrim does, because you start out with a completely viable, essentially multi-class build right out of the gate. And with that build, you can handle, rats and whatever. I don't even remember if they're rats in Skyrim, but you can handle whatever the basic creatures with pretty decently with ease.
Yeah.
So he probably prefers that sort of thing where you're kind of built to a point where you can't fail, essentially. Can't easily fail, at least.
It's the same thing as Tyler McDonald says in chat. Why do people do this? Wonder why their character sucks at something they aren't skilled in. This happens with Morrowind all the time. Yeah. And again, we know DJ Dick Gobbler here made his whole thing about speech is a huge problem in these games.
Right. So
and I have a feeling that this idiot dumped all of his stuff in speech.
I mean, so we know that he has a basic understanding of how these mechanics can be applied. Maybe he just actively made his character bad, so that just to kind of exaggerate just how bad he does in these games and just how bad the games are. I'm not sure. I don't know. We'll keep going though.
Yeah, I would love to see his
Risted
character.
bitch of a kill around for a minute, struggling to hit a fucking rat before he finally manages to hit it one time out of like 5, and the rat fucking dies. I hate them. I hate them so much. Oh yeah, and I also ran out of ammo. Anyway, I finally get to where I'm supposed to go, which is this elevator shaft, and it tells me I need a rope to get to the lower levels of the vault. So even though I fought what felt like 80 rats to get here, I have to walk right back out and try to find a rope. Alright, fine. I expected this. I knew the game was going to be like this. I didn't get angry. I just calmly started walking out of the vault, and a rat bit me.
A worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary.
So I finally escaped the rat Hunger Games that is that fucking vault, decide to try to go to a town a guy told me about, named Junktown. Very creative name. But I mean, rope is junk, right? I would classify rope as junk.
Why would you classify rope as junk?
I just got back. What did I miss?
Well, now he had another long-winded joke, unfortunately, complaining about the rats and everything. We're saying it's likely his build is fucked. I would love to see what his character build actually is. Now he's talking about how he tried to go to the vault and they told him that he needs a rope. So he's like, okay, I gotta go get a rope.
Yeah,
so
that part. That part I caught.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I don't know why he considers rope to be junk.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of very practical applications. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, rope would be one of the most sought after items in any apocalypse. Like, holy fuck, rope is just useful at all times. It's the same thing in the medieval ages. Rope was like gold. Okay? Rope is incredibly valuable. They never cut rope. You never cut rope to like release catapults or anything like that, unless you were incredibly wealthy and you wanted to flaunt that wealth. But even then, just undo the rope.
Seems pretty reasonable to me. Rope in Junktown. I get there. This guy tells me to put my knife away, and I don't know why, but I just sort of forgot to, do that. I think I was just so horny to get some fucking rope, I forgot to holster my weapons. I walked inside, he started shooting me, and I died after 2 shots. And I saw the most brutal game over screen I have ever seen.
Your life ends in the wasteland.
God damn, dude.
Then it kicks me right back to the title screen. I load a save, immediately get bit by a rat, and decide to take a break.
We're not equals. You're not worth my time.
Oh, god damn.
God, these jokes are so fucking shit.
This is fucking retarded.
I think my cringe nerves just broke because I don't even react anymore. I just sit and sigh.
Yeah. $2 from Alpha Craig. Thank you very much. To be fair, I've caught a bat and killed a rat IRL. Am Gen Z. But make sure your cat's doing good. Remember, make sure you get the cat checked out.
Yeah. Did we get the $2 from Ted Comment as well? The only way he has a double-digit IQ is in Kelvin? Okay.
Yes. I did that one because I was like, that's fucking savage.
Yeah.
All right, let's get past this joke as fast as we can.
Yeah.
You are the dirt nails. I am your god, and you will bow to me. I will be king of the wasteland, and you will.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, don't stop it. Don't stop it. Let's get
let
through.
him keep going. Let him
No,
finish
but
it.
hold on.
There we go.
There was an actual reason for that. I don't know if that music is copyrighted or not.
It's Doom, but I don't know if they've claimed the Doom soundtrack as copyrighted. So yeah, probably a good call.
Well, it's not just like whether it's a soundtrack for a game or not, because Skyrim's main theme has been covered like 2,000 times, and if you don't get hit by Bethesda, because I don't actually know if they've put that in the system or not, so many people have covered it that they have, and you'll get hit by one of them.
And there's some tracks from Skyrim that are actually in Content ID. I got hit by a Content ID claim for a game that was 25 years old.
Jesus.
So yeah, you got to be careful. You always got to test that.
Back to the point from before the dumb joke anyways. How did he forget to put his knife away? Like, if you just didn't know how, it's fine to say, yeah, I don't know how to do that, so I didn't.
ADHD brain.
Huh?
ADHD brain.
I guess.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, he said he just really wanted to get the rope so he could do the thing, and
yeah, but
no, that was his
joke.
Yeah, that was his really dog shit joke.
Yeah, but it doesn't work either way. The guard told you to put your weapon away, and you run in anyways. What the fuck do you think is going to happen?
A better explanation would be had he didn't notice the warning from the guard. That would have been something I could have accepted. Like, oh, it's a little pop-up. I don't know if it actually opens up a dialogue window where you have to click OK. I think it might have just been like an on-screen dialogue where it pops a little text above his head. That might have been the case, like put your weapon away. In that case, I could have accepted that he missed that cue. But him just forgetting 2 seconds later, it seems kind of weird.
Yeah.
My save, start heading to junk by rad scorpions, and I run away like the hero I am. I get attacked again, and I continue to bravely flee towards Junktown. I get there, put my gun away because these fuckers mean business, and start looking around for a rope. I decide to start by asking a guard. The guard tells me various details about the town that I'm sure the writers worked really hard on, but does not tell me where to find a fucking rope. Is there a rope here?
It's not this guy's job to tell you where to get a rope.
Why would a guard just like tell you out of the blue, hey, get a rope here?
That's like Emil sort of writing where it's like, hey, you look like a wanderer who needs some rope. How about you try the trader? They have lots of rope there.
Yeah.
It would be kind of awkward also to have that on, just, hey, gate guard, do you know where I can find some rope? It's like,
hold the fuck on. I just realized something. Why did he have a problem putting away his weapons at this town, but he didn't at Shady Sands, who also tell you to put away your fucking weapon when you get there?
Because he's a disingenuous idiot.
He's trying to make the game seem really unintuitive and clunky and archaic.
Yeah.
While also making it look extremely boring, because there's so many really interesting and fun and crazy and deadly things that can happen to you in Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 that he's not really showing. This is like I probably couldn't design a more boring playthrough than the one he's doing right now. So far, he's only fought rats.
Yeah.
I did not have an issue doing any of this stuff that the game required me to do. It just was very easy and simple, so I don't get how he's having such a hard time with this shit.
Yeah. Like, once I got a hold of the context click thing on the mouse, it's fairly easy to get through the rest of the game if you just use basic common sense.
Yeah.
Also, I mean, this is kind of a mission where lives are at stake and everything. It's kind of up to you to pick up the pieces and find out what you need and where to go and what the thing about the original Fallouts is that they give you a crap ton of autonomy and make it so that you have to do this at the seat of your own whip. It's not always going to be go here, do this, and you'll find that, and then that's the end,
Yeah, that's what I kind of liked about the original games is they're kind of a literal sandbox, in more than one way, where, not only is it a box of sand, but it's also, you can kind of do things very, very efficiently, or you can do things very ineffectively, or get sidetracked and do a bunch of other crap that you don't need to do. Like I still am in awe of the guy who figured out how to beat Fallout 2 in under 20 minutes, and he was just extremely conniving and calculating, and figured out how to basically, within the game's rules, exploit the world to a point where he was able to level up like 10 times by doing
nice.
one thing. And yeah, he did a really, really super sneaky, but completely within the game's rules way of getting to the end.
That's
in a very
awesome.
short order. But yeah, that's how open the game is. Most games you wouldn't be able to do that without actually glitching something.
Yeah, this is actually reminding me of H Bomber Guy's video on Fallout 3, where he talks about in the original Fallout games, you have to forge your own path. You have to find stuff out for yourself. You have to explore the world and talk to characters and discover for yourself where to go to complete your goals. Whereas in Fallout 3, you just have the magic quest marker pointing you everywhere to go, and you're doing everything everyone just tells you to do.
Yeah, H Bomber Guy is an interesting guy too, because he does a lot of contrarian type videos, but he at least backs it up with a lot of examples.
Yeah.
And he's not gotten it right all the time, but he at least provides a lot of hard examples.
Yeah.
So.
We will we'll keep going though. Let's see where he goes with this.
No. Is there a rope? Does this guy have rope? Nope. What about these guys? Nope. They tell me to fuck off. Honestly, at this point, I just want the rope so I can tie a noose and fucking hang myself.
Well, I'm not going to make the joke, but what I will point out is...
Humanity would have been better.
Here.
I see.
Does this guy have it?
Such shows violence. What
about these guys? Nope.
Okay, Peach Cobbler. Since you seem to be having trouble with this, do you see anything on screen that might help you find out about the rope you want? Because I see 2 little buttons there that that would help you get to what you want.
I'm actually wondering if he bothered to use those at all during his playthrough.
I don't think he's even fucking noticed them.
Yeah, which is strange because they're big red buttons.
Like actual big red buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my Gen Z brain, guys. You don't understand. I expect every NPC in the world to know about rope and just tell me about it. Because I'm trying to make this game look fucking worse than it actually is. It's worse than it actually is. It's a very good game. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough on new players. It's probably one of the roughest. It's probably easily the roughest Fallout game for new players. I'm not debating that fact. It's just...
Yeah.
It is logical. It's brutal, but logical. It's logical in that you need a rope to climb down someplace that does not have a stairwell or a ladder. But it's, brutal in that you got to find a place that has a working rope in the apocalypse, where most fibrous things like that would have been burned away or tarnished or rotted or whatever.
Yeah.
That makes it all the more valuable.
Yep.
The tell me about button was kind of clunky if I remember. Yeah, it only does refer to certain things, and there probably isn't a coded response for rope. But the fact that he hasn't tried it says a lot. That's the point I'm kind of making. And also, just the straight up barter button. You can barter with most NPCs. At least the ones who will open a dialogue box with you like this. And it's possible that some of those NPCs might have a rope that they might be willing to trade for.
Yeah.
They tell me to fuck off. Honestly, at this point, I just want the rope so I can tie a noose and fucking hang myself. But what's this? A ladder. I decide to go down the ladder in hopes that at the bottom is a magical chest filled with enough rope to end my miserable existence, but instead I find 2 dudes packing meat into a cooler. I pretend I'm working for their boss and ask what they're up to. This guy says they're packing human meat so they can ship it to Bob's Iguana Sticks in the hub. Of course, I'm just like, yeah, no, cool, man. All right, I'll talk to you later. I'll be back later. But before I leave, I talk to this other guy, and unfortunately, he actually has 2 brain cells to rub together. He immediately figures out that I'm just some fucking idiot who was looking for rope, and kills me. Okay. Reload save. Go back to Human Meat Packing Center. Talk to Dumbass A. Dumbass A tells me the same shit. I avoid the other guy, and I go to tell a town guard what's going on, and... what the fuck? Why isn't there a dialogue option that says, go in that building, go down this ladder, talk to dumbass A, and he'll tell you everything? Seriously, I can't describe how much this pisses me off.
Okay, so different games have different limitations. You need to hit certain flags and triggers within the code for things to happen. This is all games. This is even modern games. It happening in modern games is when it's more frustrating because, you think these problems would be sorted. When it happens in older games, you can kind of understand that they had a logical series of events. Because why would they expect that you would climb down into the tunnel when you're looking for rope?
It's weird that he's bringing this up because it's like you can't really do this in modern Fallout games or like Skyrim, for instance. Like, if you come across something and you find out somebody's dirty little secret, if you go to talk to a guard, you can't tell them about it. That's not an option. So why does he expect it to be an option here?
I'm not really sure.
It's just weird.
But like, if you were to recreate this exact scenario in a modern Bethesda game, that hole would have a rope already there. That's you probably see a rope there, and you would just right click, you just left or right click on it, and it would take you to another zone. That's probably how they would do it. Or you'd go there and instantly a pop up would be like, business with rope, subquest pops up, and then it's like, go to so-and-so and ask about rope, or go to the local trader and buy a rope or something like that. It'll give you exact objective, exact location with instructions on how to do so. And the game is actually pretty clear about it. It says like, hey, that's a hole you can go down to, but you need a rope to go down there. And I'm just looking up the Fallout wiki. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ropes in Fallout 1 that you can get in various different places. So it's actually quite a sandbox. You can get it in Shady Sands, you can get it in another vault, you can get it in the cathedral, you can get it in Junktown. There's a couple different sellers who sell it as well. So there's lots of options there, and that's kind of makes the game kind of cool because you don't have to get a specific object from one specific character, like in many games nowadays. You can kind of get it's just an object that various people have.
Yeah, more to it though. I think he's trying to make the point that this is something that doesn't make sense. But as Kree said, you can't do a lot of this in most RPGs anyway. So I don't know why this is It kind of comes off as him kind of projecting his own personal ideas of what the game should have. And because the game doesn't have that system in particular, the game has lesser value than it does. That's what it comes off to me a little.
He misses the tour guide. He misses the tour guide that comes with these games nowadays. He wants the tour guide to kind of say, "Oh, yeah, you're probably looking for a rope. You better head over there because I hear they have ropes over in Shady Sands." Like that's the kind of thing that he's used to. And not necessarily, criticizing him for this, but it doesn't necessarily make sense that you'd have a magic little robot or something like that kind of tells you, "Oh, you must be looking for rope. You should look in Shady Sands. I hear they sell rope over there."
Yeah, I'm not so much criticizing his misunderstanding of the game. I'm criticizing his framing. That is all. It seems to be done to make the game look worse.
Yeah, that's what this seems like. But Gen Zers, this is going to do this to your brain too. That sort of thing.
It's weird because in certain contexts, the opposite argument would be made. It's like people always talk about how hardcore rugby is because it's basically football without the padding. When you're sort of talking about a tougher or less forgiving version of something like that, you quite often think of it as a positive. It's like, oh man, yeah, that's really rough. They do this, and this without the blah. And so, yeah, I think, like you said, the framing is what I have a problem with, and that he's saying, oh, this is a flaw. It's a flaw that the game doesn't tell you exactly what to do.
Yeah, it comes across as dishonest and disingenuous to me.
Yeah, it's less of a flaw with the game and more of a flaw of just how, uninquisitive he really is when it comes to games like this. How he's not willing to put himself in the mindset of older technology in order to achieve a goal, I think it's very
It's not even that. He's just not applying common sense to.
Yeah.
Like this is the kind of shit you would need in real life too. Like some level of understanding that, hey, if I need something, I need to go get it myself.
Yeah.
Like it's just weird that he just doesn't understand this.
All right, we'll continue.
They're literally right. There's no dialogue option for this. Pisses me off even more than the fact that there's not an option that says, "Where's the fucking rope?" I go down to the basement. I'm done playing fuck games with these two ass clowns. I attack dumbass A, and dumbass B notices that I'm shooting his boyfriend. Tell me, audience, you're standing with a loaded gun in your hand. A guy across the room who you know for a fact cuts people up into pieces and sells them, starts casually walking up to you after you shoot his blushing bride. What do you do?
Oh, for
my
God's
God!
sakes.
Hurry the fuck up!
Yeah, this is shit. Come on.
Alright, just give it a second.
If you answered, stand there with your little dick in your hand while he saunters up to you and starts kicking the shit out of you, you're correct.
It's a turn-based
It's just-
fucking
Okay.
game, you retard!
So
What
I
the
get,
fuck?
I get that you're mentally handicapped, DJ Dick Gobbler. I get it. You know, you have Down syndrome, you're fucking retarded. But I need you to understand that this whole thing, it's turn-based, but it's acting as if everything is moving in a logical sense. You pulled a gun and fired at him. As you shot him, the other guy heard the gunshot, turned and ran towards you. Okay? Things that would actually happen even if this wasn't turn-based. You shoot the first guy, maybe he doesn't go down, he turns to try to tackle you, and the other guy runs at you as well.
You know, I wonder if this guy has ever played XCOM before. You know, I mean, like, oh, I killed an alien, and then the alien on their turn flanked me, and my guy just sat there and got shot and died. This game is so terrible.
I don't think I think he just doesn't understand turn-based like anything, any game.
No, he definitely understands it. He's just mocking the presentation. There's
I
tons
know,
of turn-based
but
games that are coming
it
out.
comes off as him being a fucking retard.
But yeah, like Triangle Strategy just came out. People love it. You know, there's more turn-based games that are coming out. Every single JRPG practically is a turn-based game. XCOM, Civilization. Yeah, it's there's no shortage of turn-based games, but I think he's mocking the presentation because he's used to real-time games. It just I don't either scenario he loses because either he's too incompetent to realize that it's a turn, or he's being disingenuous. One or the other.
I'm going disingenuous because it's the same thing as leaving the map earlier. You've already done this several times. You know how it works. And
Why am I just standing here while the rat attacks me? Ugh.
Yep.
So yeah, it's definitely being disingenuous. It's just ridiculous to me. Like I had trouble getting into this game because of the lack of freeform movement. I'm so used to playing games with freeform movement that this game just did not click with me. Like I enjoyed the story and characters and all that, but I played both of them once and I just can't play them again because the gameplay just doesn't appeal to me. But when I was playing it, I didn't have this weird fucking sense of like, why am I not moving? Like, I knew it was turn-based. Like, for fuck's sake, this is insane.
Yeah. I have no problem if you hate the game. That's not my qualm. Everybody has tastes and likes and dislikes. My point is, if you're going to make a video presenting a game which could probably introduce or get people into a game, I know because I've gotten many people into a game from revealing, an obscure or older game. If you're going to misrepresent a game with stupid, inconsistent reasons, that's where I get kind of ticked off.
Yeah,
it's like you can dislike it or like a game for various reasons. I've even gotten people into games I didn't like, just by showing them in a relatively realistic and fair fashion.
Yeah.
So if you're going to criticize a thing, be consistent and have real reasons for it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Piece of Death.
Your bones are scraped clean by the desolate wind.
Shut the fuck up.
You shut up.
Okay. The game is fun. The game is a battle. Reggie, I need you. I need you more than ever. My sweet
What's going
prince.
on?
My
Oh my god. Stop with these shitty fucking jokes.
The game is fun. The game is a battle. If it's not fun, why bother? If it's not a battle, where's the fun? It's a test that you pass or a quest that you fail. A race against time.
If we were to cut all of the shitty jokes from this video, it would be 3 goddamn seconds long.
It almost feels like it.
I'm trying to remember who did this. They used that exact Reggie clip, but they did it in a way funnier way. Where I think they introduced like the game is fun, and then they played the game and it got really, really frustrated. And then they recut Reggie, so it's like the game is not fun.
Oh.
I'm trying to remember which video that was, but I remember distinctly seeing that, and it got me a chuckle.
Fun and battle always locked together. But the game is also something else. It's a journey, a passport to new worlds, maybe even an odyssey. A look, a feel, an exploration. Close your focus and open your mind.
Thank you, Reggie.
You get an A on your student film project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Open my mind. Okay. This game is old enough to drink. Old games don't spoon feed you information. And this game is trying to tell me, albeit not directly, that there's not a fucking rope in Junktown.
Oh my god, there is a rope in Junktown.
There's a rope in Junktown.
You
You're just
didn't
too fucking
even
stupid.
talk to the fucking merchant there. This is literally someone bitching because every NPC in the world doesn't have a dialogue option for a fucking like, could you imagine how clunky NPC dialogue windows would be if they had a dialogue option for every item you might want to find for some fucking reason?
Yep. Oh no, you can actually. You don't even need to imagine this. Play Dwarf Fortress in adventure mode, okay? Since it's all very procedurally generated and everything, you know, again, this is part of the charm. You can literally do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, play it in adventure mode and then ask about anything, and the lists within lists within lists within lists within lists of stuff that you will go through. Now, you can get really good at this. This is where the TISM comes in. You can get really good at going like IJH35, and then all of a sudden you're at exactly where you want to go, and like, bam! That's what I want to know about. But otherwise, yeah, good luck.
Yeah. Mr. Waffle DJ is wrong.
And stupid. $5 from Alpha Craig. Thank you. Think about how dumb the average person is and realize about half of them are worse. By the way, my cat should be okay. He was not bit. And we'll see vet tomorrow. Nice. Glad to hear.
Cool.
Keep us updated on that in the Discord server anyways.
If I can find it, I won't do it now, but there is a great quote from Andrew Branca talking about how it's all the law of self-defense stuff, right? And he's talking about now, you're not going to be judged reasonable based off of your perception of being reasonable, but it's going to be judged based off of a jury of your peers. Your peers are not going to be your mental equal. And he goes into a really good thing about explaining that these people are going to make you think that, like, that elementary education is like the height of which they have achieved. And it's like, yeah, it's just whew.
My brain keeps on going back and forth between disingenuous or ignorant, and I'm actually going to pick the more respectful, I guess the more respectful option. I think he's dumbing this down to make it in his mind entertaining and appealing to his audience. I think he's going after the target audience, which is, you know, your 14 to 18-year-old sort of, Gen Z, TikTok audience, whatever. And I'm surprised he hasn't done YouTube Shorts for that matter, but maybe he does. But I think he's smarter than he realizes. He's just making a very stupid video because he thinks that that's what people want to see. He thinks that people are going to like, oh no, I have to find a rope I have to go and to a few different locations and barter with people and check shelves and stuff. That's literally all I have to do. 2 people sell it. A couple of them are on a shelf somewhere. One of them's hidden someplace else. Like there's several options for this particular quest, but he wants to play it up for his audience to make it seem like, oh, silly, archaic, old game being hard to figure out, right, fellow Zoomers? Because when he actually kind of lets the mask slip, he has valid points. Like you said, he was saying that the music was good. Then he did a stupid joke after that. Then he said, "This is an older game design that basically doesn't hold your hand." That's exactly accurate. It's not a hard thing to observe, but I think he knows what's going on. He's just playing it up for the audience. That's my take, anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. There's a lot of exaggeration going on.
Yeah,
here. And exaggeration, in the pursuit of trying to make it go parody, it more dips into disingenuousness.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you used to be able to get 1 million views on your video just by screaming when something spooky happens on a video game. They weren't really that scared.
Yeah.
Really, if they're playing on their own, they're like, oh, kind of got me. All right. But when they want to get those 1 million views and the 10 million subscribers and the gold play button, whatever, they're like, oh my God, I'm so scared. And they're just yelling and screaming and making weird faces for the camera.
Yeah.
That's kind of like what this is, just only in scripted video form.
Yeah. I guess the part that bugs me about it, though, is the potential effect it would have. Like, I don't know how many views this video has, but how many people have watched this and then thought, oh, well, I'm never going to play Fallout 1 and 2 then. Fuck that.
And that's what makes me mad.
Yeah, that's the disappointing part.
Yeah. I've accidentally done that on a couple live streams, too, where I miss embarrassingly, there's one game I played. I actually really liked the game. I didn't say it was a bad game, but I had missed part of the tutorial and essentially made certain aspects of the game seem a little bit more rough than others, and I felt bad because I was probably giving a mistaken or improper view of the game. And even the indie game dev, they reached out to me and said, "Hey, by the way, you can hold so and so button and stand in place while you're aiming your bow." And I'm like, "Oh crap, sorry about that." I really like the game. Best of luck, so and so. But I felt really bad about that because I wasn't giving the game a fair shake. And I might have been misrepresenting the game to my fans.
That reminds me of game trailers back in the day, and they were doing a review of Dead Space, and they were talking about our one strongest criticism against this is if there should be a quick heal button. It just doesn't make any logical sense that anyone would ever design a game without a quick heal button.
Ooh.
And I jumped to him immediately the first thing you learn after crashing on the Ishimura is how to quick heal. It's literally the very first tutorial. Isaac, you're injured. Heal yourself.
That's rough.
It's like, oh my God, game trailers, come on.
$5 from Alpha Craig, thank you. He has said he likes to shit on games in his Halo Infinite video because he thinks that's how he had to be entertaining. Well, that just kind of says a lot about Peach Cobbler now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That just shows you that he's in for it for the fame, exposure, money, rather than the actual passion for passion for it. Because I don't think anybody who truly loves this industry would want people to just hate the stuff that they're covering.
Yeah.
Yeah, people like a good criticism video and stuff like that, but I usually always try to frame my stuff around I always try to provide an option or an out, this is what we're getting, this is what we could be getting, kind of thing. Don't just say video games suck and be depressed. That doesn't really provide anything useful.
Yeah. Well, even for me, when I criticize Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 for being bad games, I don't want to be doing that. I want them to be good games so I can play them and enjoy them. But this is just the position we're in,
Yeah.
Well, that's the position most, really all fans should have, is that we want to provide very decent criticism that can allow for the game and the franchise to grow from then on without it being this angry just destructive thing, and generally that is the case. But the problem is you have on the other end you have those reactionaries who make the smallest of things into like basically they make a mountain out of a molehill essentially. You know?
Yep.
I had a great example of that. I don't know how I tripped across this video, but it was a reaction or a response to my video, and I remember vaguely he like 6 months ago he tagged me on Twitter, and I never watched his video, but it was kind of the video was kind of, you know, probably comedic and not really serious, but the entire video broke down how I was a phony because I said Taoism instead of Taoism in my 2.5 hour cyberpunk documentary.
Oh my god! It's like alternate timeline Acerthorn. You said, "In my opinion," in your objective review. Therefore, you're a fucking liar.
Oh god.
Honestly, it reminded me of that time I responded to Mr. Second Opinion on Mass Effect. He said that Mass Effect had too much dialogue. It was just talking too much. And it's like, okay, that's not even a criticism necessarily. Like, you can't have a universe like this without there being people inhabiting the world trying to tell you what you need to be told. Like, this is ridiculous, you know?
Yeah.
It's a bad game because people talk a lot. Like, come on.
If you guys saw yesterday's Stag, the whole aiming down sights is a bad mechanic. And it's a bad mechanic because it forces the player to multitask. And then it's like, wait, that's not. It's a bad mechanic because it works in direct counter to sprinting. It's like, what?
And I think, criticisms like that are very indicative of the type of player base that we have these days. Like, not to say that all the gamers are like this, but like a good amount of gamers don't really want games that ask anything of their player bases.
Yeah. It really does feel like people want to literally just sit there and just have like enjoyment pumped into their brain, and they just go, ooh, ah.
It's just that like they don't want to be challenged in many ways. You know, if a game is a little difficult, it's too hard, or it's the Dark Souls of this genre or whatever. It's just that at this point, I'm very surprised that there isn't a video out there that says, you know, the newest title of Bethesda, the newest Bethesda title is bad because it makes you press the start button to play the game. You know?
Oh. God.
Like, you made me press start, therefore the game is bad. I know I'm exaggerating. I know I'm getting crazy exaggerated, but only a little bit. That's the crazy thing. It's only a little exaggerated.
Reminds me of there was a joke where someone was like, there was a game they were playing and it asked them, they hit new game and it says, "Are you ready to play?" And you could choose yes or no afterwards, and the guy goes, "Wait, you can choose yes or no, but I hit new game. What happens if you hit no? Be gone then, fool!" And then the game literally shuts itself off. It's like, damn, okay, that's cool.
Oh, that's actually pretty funny. I love that.
Yeah, some old games had some pretty rough dialogue options. I remember, spoiler for a 1980 something game, but at the end of Dragon Warrior, which is the US version of Dragon Quest 1, at the very final boss, you get to the end of this long dungeon, really, really far from town, like the whole several hour journey, etc. The final dungeon, final boss, the guy asks you to join him, and you can say yes or no. And if you say yes, he says like, "Haha, you fool, zap, you're dead." You have to do it all over again.
God damn it. All right. We will continue with what Mr. Waffle Guy is saying.
Yeah.
Assholes. And number 2, I'll just get killed over and over. Okay then, what do I do? Where do I go?
Your character level doesn't matter to go to Junktown, you idiot. What the fuck? You were obviously in Junktown. What the fuck is that? The character's
I'm
not high level enough to go there yet. So no, your character's not high level enough to randomly start gunning people down. Big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this also works in terms of like the story of your character as well, because I mean, you're inexperienced. You just stepped out of a vault that you had everything, you know, and now you're coming out here trying to kill experienced people who chop up people into bits for a living.
Yep. $2 super chat from Ted Comet. Thank you very much. Demon Souls is the Dark Souls of the PS1. Wow, that is fucked on every level. Hey, nice Indigo.
Oh man! All right, we're gonna.
What do I do? Where do I go? Think, DJ Beach Cobbler. Think. The year is 1997. What did people do in the 90s? Oh my God, that's it. So I put on my Janko jeans, went outside, and beat up a gay person. Wait, no, fuck. I can't go back to prison. Something else. What would I do after that?
Fucking hell, move on.
I thought where he was gonna go with that was he was gonna do a line of cocaine.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's my favorite thing about Andrew Bronco's explaining. He's like, guys, you don't understand. Back when I was a young man, coke was everywhere. Cocaine was everywhere. Basically everybody did coke.
Right, but then he did the little cargo shorts thing or whatever he did, and then just this. I don't know. I was born in the late 90s. Like, I'm 96. I'm not even gonna claim to be a 90s kid with that hanging over, but I don't remember any of the things he's talking about.
No, I was a 90s kid, and no, there wasn't that at all.
Yeah, same. Early 90s didn't. None of this.
I was born 88, so 90s was my childhood.
All right, we're gonna just let him continue with this until he gets to his next point.
I would just pick a direction and walk, I guess. I mean, all right, I'll try the hub. That sounds like a pretty busy place, like Metropolitan, even. They probably got rope. I bet they got rope for days. I bet the streets are paved with rope.
By the way, they have rope in Junktown.
Rope, which is apparently hard to come by, then dudes selling human meat, and doth my eyes deceive me? There's no rope. Crazy. Not so much as a strand of yarn. But I do see...
Did you talk to any of the merchants? God. The fact that he's making this entire video about fucking rope is irritating as all hell.
This is why I stopped.
Like, this is why I feel like this video is fucking insulting to actual Gen Zers.
Yeah.
And also, just, I know, he's playing it up to make it entertaining, I guess, but there's so many jokes from the 90s you could go with, and he happened to, like, basically come up with the most offensive joke he could have, but not offensive to, I somehow, you know, like some comedians can say something really offensive but make it unoffensive. Like, I'd probably say, I don't want to give too many examples, but maybe like Louis C.K. was really good about that. Same with what's the other guy? The guy's been Chappelle. Chappelle can say really offensive stuff without being offensive. He somehow was mocking somebody else, but made a very weirdly offensive joke with it. You know what I mean? Was that? Am I alone in that thought? And that he somehow made his joke at somebody else's expense very offensive. Very weird.
I mean, I understand he's trying, but you know, they're not successful attempts. Like, these jokes don't land.
Yeah.
And that's the thing too. As I said, I'm leaving it open. It could be me. It could be my generation. Maybe Gen Zers are like just laughing their asses off and just having a good old time. But this ain't doing it. This ain't doing it, champ.
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, I'm not his target audience. So maybe that's part of it too. Who knows?
I just personally love how you can make a completely wrecked build in the Fallout games. Like in Fallout 2, my last playthrough, I think I made a guy who was actually, mentally special. And he was super strong, and his intelligence was so low that he couldn't formulate in words what he needed to fix his car with. And so the car repair guy was like, I have no idea what we're talking about. Sorry. And so I couldn't actually fix my car.
Dude, low IQ plays in games are if they're games that actually accommodate for it, like RPGs that take into account your character as a literal like mouth breathing drooling retard. Oh, those are some of the best fun I have ever seen.
It's like a trademark that Interplay kind of did. Like they did it in the Fallout games, and then when the core creators of Fallout went off to create Troika, they included that into their games with Arcanum. And then I think Bethesda basically inherited that when they bought the Fallout franchise. But it really was kind of an Interplay RPG trademark with that. And it's just so entertaining when you just like say gobbledygook and people are like, oh, people either respond one of two ways. They're either frustrated because you are dumb as a rock, or they're like they kind of cater to you and like, oh, okay, I understand, little buddy, and everything.
Yeah. And it's not really Bethesda that does it. Obsidian are the ones that did it. Like, one of the things they showed off about Outer Worlds was doing a low intelligence playthrough.
Yeah.
And your character, the companion, even mocks the captain because you go, see, they were just having malfunction problems. It was all just a stage play. Yeah, well, we're not all as special as the captain is. Why don't you tell us what's actually going on here?
Pretty great.
I'll have to try that, a no intelligence run next time I play Fallout 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my god. Some of the stuff you can do, like, I remember in New Vegas telling a guy how to treat his medical injury. If you're a retard, it is so fucking funny. You just gotta breathe in and out really fast. And he's like, really? That works? Okay, let's do it. And then he immediately falls over and dies.
$5 from Ted Comet. Thank you. His jokes are hitting their mark less than Randy Stare. See, edgy jokes aren't that hard. LOL. That is quite the reference. Jesus Christ.
Oh God.
All right, here we go.
Whoops. Do you know what this is? This is the guy that was buying the human flesh from Tweedledee and Tweedlefuckface back in Junktown. I remember that while I know this, since I had to reload a save, my character doesn't know this. So I go to Junktown, run this jerk through the fucking rigmarole where he tells me everything. I say the same thing, cool, thanks, see you later. Walk past these useless fucking cops, go back to the hub, go to Bob's iguana sticks, and tell him that I know that this ain't no iguana meat. He agrees to give me $100 every 5 days, and I agree because I'm just some dumb vault dweller, and honestly, I don't know if that's a lot. I have no idea. I go to the weapons store, intending to walk out with a big shiny rad scorpion exterminator, and find out that 100 is, in fact, jack shit. I get pissed.
Maybe you should have fucking tried hitting the barter button with literally any NPC you've encountered prior to this point.
And also, now we know that he knows merchants exist. So why the fuck didn't you talk to the merchant in Junktown, you idiot?
Because we have to make this game look like absolute dog shit to entertain its fucking... I shouldn't insult his...
crowd.
Yeah, I was going to say, I shouldn't insult his audience because... Maybe they watch his videos because they are dumb or... I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. But... He has... This shit just fucking irritates the hell out of me. Yeah, he knows what a merchant is.
I'm sorry, continue.
I go to the cops. Bob's Human Burger's over there for selling ground chuck. But not chuck like beef. Like chuck like a guy named Chuck that you put through a meat grinder. You get it.
We get it.
Jesus. Oh. I'm wanting some rope right now fucking too.
Yep.
Jesus.
Literally is the today, old friend. Today.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brain is melted. I'm barely even paying attention anymore.
I was falling asleep for a bit like 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, this is shit. Holy fuck, this is crap.
Yeah.
Told
I
you
go
it was
back
bad.
to Bob. More money. He gives me some more money. I go back to the cops and tell them he's serving people to other people because fuck that guy. But I can't. What the fuck? It doesn't let me. It doesn't let me tell them. Why not?
Okay.
But you showed it on the screen.
I'm just assuming maybe he doesn't let him tell him because he took the bribe.
Yeah.
At first.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. Well, if you take the bribe, don't you close yourself off of the benefits of reporting them?
Yeah, because now you flag yourself as an accomplice in terms of the game's code.
God damn it. Jesus Christ, that's not good at all.
I killed
this cake and to eat it too.
Yeah. I killed this character's relative, and now I can't romance this character anymore. What a dumb game.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, so you understand why you can't report the crime, right? Because you're part of it now.
Yeah. And I don't even know, can you get yourself thrown in jail? Or get I mean, I know the guards can kill you, like, or whatever, but do they even have a jail system?
I don't think so.
Okay, so yeah, they'll just kill you then.
Yeah.
So you get yourself killed then. Because you're part of it.
Yep.
And you could kind of spin this as a positive with him talking about how he has no money and how money is, you need a lot of money to get anything decent. That I don't remember 10 millimeters being that expensive. His barter skill must be through the just absolute
basement. He
trash.
He cratered it. He cratered.
He must have completely dumped his barter skill because you should have get a lot more bang for your buck with the money for that. I don't remember them being that expensive.
My impression is that he tried to min-max on a game he never played before.
Yeah.
I have a feeling, because again, of his speech is a huge problem video, he probably maxed out speech.
Speech is a huge problem.
Yeah.
In the newer Fallouts.
No, he said it in all of them. Like that's how his video is. Oh god, that video is train wreck.
Wait, that
was
a video Peach Cobbler made?
Yeah, wasn't that the video Peach Cobbler made?
I know we covered a many.
Am I getting Peach Cobbler mixed in with someone else? Because I'm pretty positive that's Peach Cobbler's video.
I know we covered a video by Many a True Nerd that was talking about the problem with Fallout speech, and he did the whole Linnaeus argument again.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck!
What's up?
Yeah, I think you're talking about that one.
Yeah, I need to check. I need to check and make sure. Hold on.
That's one you guys covered.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna keep going. We're almost there.
Well, no, we're gonna go when.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well. Oh, I'm sorry. It's because from the stuff he talks about before, it's just starting to grind on me a little. You know.
I know, but again, stop trying to captain the boat.
All right, my bad. All right, hold on.
Also, yeah, you guys are right. I just double checked DJ Peach Cobbler stuff. Yeah, he doesn't have the problem with speech video at all. Fuck.
Damn.
I'm gonna take a look at that first impressions video after this too. See if that's any good or not. Probably
Okay.
not.
Yeah, because there could be a check. Because if you check and they do a lot of like qualitative statements and everything, that'd be interesting that we could do through that.
Yeah, that's just the kind of video we really have to preview first.
Yeah, I'll take a look after this.
Yeah, the trouble with speech. There it is. Many a true nerd.
Yeah, it is Matt.
Kept going back to Junktown. It's because I'm stubborn. It's just who I am. Because when the going gets tough, I don't get going. I keep doing the same fucking thing over and over until it starts to go my way. But not today. Fuck Bob. Fuck those dicks in Junktown. I've lost sight of what matters. I'm gonna find that water chip. Every other game just tells me I'm a hero and hands me victory on a silver platter, but not this one. I'm gonna...
Yeah, it's very clear that every game just tells you you're a hero, because you're fucking playing this game that way.
Yep.
Maybe that's a problem with modern game design or something, I don't know.
Yeah.
That is a problem.
Be a hero, even when it's hard. And because if I come back with a water chip, I'm gonna get some of that sweet, sweet vault pussy. Oh boy. Okay, rope. I just need rope, and everything else will fall into place. That's a general store. A rope is a general item. They must have.
Okay, so now you know a rope is a general item. Yeah, I was gonna say. You called it a junk item earlier. Oh, dude.
Watch him actually hit the barter button this time.
Yeah.
Well, we know he can do that already because he showed him in the barter screen with other NPCs.
Yeah, with the other merchant.
But that don't matter. That don't matter. He showed other shit where he did it before and then just suddenly forgot you can do it.
Yeah.
So, who fucking knows?
Yeah, and then not to mention the fact of, like, again, this entire autistic series of events wouldn't have even happened if you just talked to the Junktown merchant, you idiot.
Yeah. Now, the game is designed so you can get the rope from Shady Sands, but it's understandable that, oh, Junktown, maybe they'll have a merchant that sells rope. No, he just goes to the most stupid fucking possible way to play this. Oh, I'll ask every single person in sight if they know anything about rope. Oh, none of them have dialogue options about a specific item.
Yep.
You guys want to know something funny?
What?
What's that?
I'm playing a Pokemon in the background, and I found a rope.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Maybe he can meet you at one of the Poke Centers and you can trade him some.
Oh my god.
I'll meet you at one of the Poke Centers to trade for it so I can fucking hang myself and not have to watch the rest of this shitty video.
This video is giving me a lot of pain, which is why I was, trying to get a little faster. But
yeah,
I'll give it to
I'm not trying to
trade it to him.
Trust me. This is y'all's thing. It's just that, oh my god, it's so bad.
It is. It's really bad.
Yeah.
$3 from Get Out Here, yo. Thank you. This guy's so incredibly unfunny, it's bad cringe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Have it. They have to. My god, they have it.
Oh, yay.
Alright. More music that's going to go on way too long.
I'm honestly happy for him.
$61 for rope. Fuck, he can see the depth.
Oh, no.
You're buying two of them.
Disingenuous idiot, yes.
He's also getting, what, 100 a day from the guy he blackmailed?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. This shouldn't be an issue.
He already received that money, too.
Yep.
Yeah, he should have the money then.
Oh my god, dude.
I thought he loaded it. Did he not? Did he say earlier he loaded a previous save before he talked to either of those dudes and just went straight here?
I don't know why he would.
I don't know why either. I thought that's what he said earlier. I'm not sure.
He might have said that, but it's like, okay, you don't care about these guys or Bob or whatever, so why would you bother reloading? Because this is only wasting your time at that point to run back to a town you're already at with less resources than you had before.
Yeah.
Sure that.
So here's the thing I want to see. If he complains about not having enough caps to buy this rope, or dollars, if he complains about not having enough money to buy this rope, and he would have if he had 30, like if he has $30, he would have enough money to buy a single rope. So let's find out.
I was curious if it was caps or money in the first one. I think it's caps.
Desperation in my eye. You can see my pain, my desire, my need for rope. Everything I've fought for, everything I've died for, all for a coil of hempen rope. Fine, he gets his pound of flesh. I'd take him out back and suck him off just for the chance to look at a rope. A knife, a scorpion stinger, that's nothing. I would have given him everything. I start to head back to Vault 15, wielding rope as King Arthur wields Excalibur. But wait, I have to do something first. Hey Bob, I'm gonna kill you before this is over. I'm gonna chop your
fucking
dick off
idiot.
and put it in front of you. With God as my witness. You will be dead before this is over.
Oh, okay.
Can you not attack people like in public, or do they just kill you when you do?
So assuming the person survives, they'll naturally attack you. The guards will attack you. I think typically everyone will fucking
I go through the fucking
go
rat
hostile
hole.
towards
I
you.
rappel down deeper.
Yeah.
The music growing even more haunting. I continue to fight endless waves of rats as my uneasiness grows. Is the water chip really here? After all, why is it empty? Could it be that this vault met the
Yeah,
same fate
it's
as
a
my
collapsed
own?
vault.
Could I just be seeing the future?
Why would the
Why
water
would
chip
you-
be in the first location you're sent to?
Yeah, on your quest. Alright? And also, the vault, you needed a rope to go through a hole to get down into, and everything is, if you get down to the next level, it's all rusted and looks abandoned. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say this vault is kind of fucked.
My favorite part about Fallout 3 is when you get to Megaton and your dad is just there and the game ends immediately. Because that's the way games are designed, you know.
Yeah.
Same with Oblivion. You get to Wayne Priory and you drop off the Amulet Kings and Joffrey's like, cool, yo, we'll take care of this, and the game just ends.
You know what? Real talk, I would love a developer to like launch a game on April 1st and then have that like, hey, this is your quest, and then you go outside and you
Okay.
talk to the dude and nothing actually happens, like the village doesn't get attacked and you complete the ritual and then the game's credits roll or some shit. And then the next day the actual game unlocks.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I would
That's-
be, or the next time you start a new game, it's like, okay, now the real game here's the real game.
I kind of like those fake out endings in like Far Cry 4 and what was that one game for the Xbox?
Well, there was Control. Control had the fake out ending where it made you think that she lost her mind to the hiss. It starts playing the credits, and then you start seeing the credits are talking about like consuming of the flesh and the walls falling down, and then it starts turning into the hiss song instead. And everything starts distorting and popping. You realize that it's fake credits.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and then you're trapped inside her mind trying to escape so that she can resist the hiss.
Yeah, I can. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm just going to mention another example I like is in Shadow Complex. The whole inciting incident is that your girlfriend gets captured by like a secret organization, while you're on some road trip or whatever. And at the very beginning of the game, you can be decided like, nah, just like run away, and then the game ends. Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, I think he's setting up, like with this argument, he's setting up like, hey, is it actually here after everything I've done and all that other stuff, just so we can make a joke that no, it's not here, and this is bad, and you know, even though hell, they don't even do that in Skyrim. That's the funny thing too. Like in the main quest, they don't even do that in Skyrim.
Yeah, again, the thing that he's done is he's completely distorted and fucked all this intentionally to obfuscate the fact that this is literally the first quest.
Yeah. But now I ask the question, what is he really looking for here? Like, what games do the thing he's talking about?
He's looking...
what RPGs do that?
I could tell you exactly what he's looking for here. He's looking for a video that will get him views and ad revenue.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm beyond the incompetence thing. I think he knows what he's doing. Yeah. Also, I gotta point out, like, hey, how's about another Monty Python reference, my fellow Zoomers? What's that about?
Yeah.
Didn't know that was a thing, but okay.
Future of my home is no hope for the people of Vault 13. Is everyone I've ever known doomed to die in the wasteland? I see another elevator shaft. No.
You literally bought two.
Motherfucker.
You literally bought
You bought two.
You bought two ropes.
Not only that, if you explore this floor, there is a rope here.
Yep.
I think it's in this locker right here, actually.
Oh no.
Yeah. You bought two, you disingenuous cunt.
Also, he's making it extra hard for himself by not saving his game. You notice how he has to fight the rats again earlier in the video just because he didn't save his game after he got out of the rat vault or whatever.
Yeah.
So again, that could be another thing. Like you play enough games that just give you automated save checkpoints or whatever, but still, it could be a lot easier if you save your game a couple times.
Well, see, I've played a lot of games that have autosave too. By the time I finally got around to playing Fallout 1 for the first time, and not only did I save a bunch, I fucking rotated my saves.
Oh yeah, you want to have like 10, at least a 10 save rotation, so you can save yourself from things exactly like this. Like,
yeah,
when you're counting the days, you do not want to have to make another trip back and get another rope if you only bought one, which you didn't.
But he doesn't even need to do that, because literally all he had to do was explore that floor, because there is another rope in there. Because they figured, we're sending someone out for a rope. We won't want to make them do the trip twice. We'll just put one in there for them.
Yeah.
Part of it is teaching the player to explore their environment, to fucking find resources useful to them.
So, because he didn't do his due diligence and actually physically look into the same room that he needs an extra rope in, he feels it though it's his duty to go all the way back to Junktown and buy another rope.
Well, he's going to the hub, right?
Right, going to the hub. Right, the hub.
Yeah, he's not even going to Junktown. He's going way further.
Oh, man. He's wasting so much of his time.
Yeah, and I mean, again, not only that, but it's further obfuscating the fact that this is the very first quest. Go get a rope. Hey, you passed a settlement on the way here. Perhaps they have rope. So you go back to the settlement you passed, you pick up some rope, you go back, go down and says, hey, you need some more rope. Well, it'd be weird to send me back. I'm going to go search around this floor, and maybe there's some glue and stuff like that. Maybe I can sell it to a merchant for some more rope if I need. You open the locker, there's more rope. It's like, oh, okay, it's here, so I need to explore my environment.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think we're at disingenuous now. Like, we were once at ignorance, now we're at disingenuous.
Yeah,
I think we've been there for quite a while.
Yeah, this is pure malice. This is
just... I've been holding on for a while to maybe he doesn't get it, maybe he doesn't know, but now we're past that.
Yeah.
Did it show him clicking through with 2 ropes, though? Like, did he finish the barter with 2 ropes?
Yeah.
So either his footage does not match his actual playthrough, i.e. he's, like, taking footage that didn't actually happen in his playthrough, or he wrote it down wrong, or he's just specifically, like, pretending he doesn't have 2 ropes at this point.
Yeah.
That's really weird.
Okay, I exchanged basically everything I own for 5 ropes. Is this a good idea? Honestly, I'd be pretty fucking shocked if it is. Every decision I make...
He's trading armor-piercing bullets for ropes?
I want to point something out here. When he first bought the rope, the merchant had 5, and he had the stack of 2, right?
Yep.
So now he's buying another 2, and there's 1 in the inventory still. That means he did buy the 2 ropes originally.
Yep.
Oh. That is really stupid. Is this worse? Okay, impromptu poll in chat. Is this better or worse than the clip at the beginning of the stream with the guy creating the lag in the game by autosaving?
Oh, yeah.
No, but not auto-saving, by manually saving.
Manually saving, right. Yeah, I said autosave, or not autosave, quick save.
Yeah.
I'd say they're pretty close to being, like, on par with each other.
Yes, I would definitely say they're on par. That's me personally, but we'll see. We'll see what chat says. You can do 3 options. DJ Dick Gobbler is worse. Half-Life Guy is worse, or they're equally awful.
Yeah, there's knowing misrepresentation is what I don't like. Like, you can love or hate any game, and I don't really care. Just, when you completely misrepresent something, that's when I get irritated.
Yeah, same here.
Actually, I should have added a 4th option for both are just as bad. Well,
That's what I said! That's what I said, Cree! Ah! What's
I guess IDK kind of fills that option, so...
Well, the reason I put in I don't know is because some people might choose neither, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, fair. Well, no, one of them has to be worse than the other, or they're equal.
DJ Waffleman, worse than Half-Life 2, bad weirdo.
Yeah.
$2 from Maz, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm coding a shader, and this guy isn't helping.
I'm sorry.
The only thing I'd say that would argue, I could argue for the Half-Life 2 is bad, weirdo. Are there autosaves in that game? I don't remember. Does it automatically save in that game?
There are at set checkpoints.
Yeah, but that absolutely wasn't one of them.
Yeah, that was a quick save.
That's pretty bad, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Making this game results in me off than before. I started with barely anything, and now I have nothing but ropes. There's nothing at the bottom of that vault but fucking rats. I know it. There's no way in hell there's a water chip down there. But at this point, I don't care anymore. I get my rope and leave. Wait, no. I go back, and I stab Bob in the groin. He saunters away calmly, while my character stands in place like the fucking idiot he is.
Because it's his turn.
Yep.
You even see the clock, little clock icon on the screen that shows that it's their turn to do the thing. Oh my god!
You could rename this video "Pancake Boy does not understand turn-based strategy games."
Yes.
That's actually how I title a lot of my videos. Contrarian doesn't understand this. This person doesn't understand that. So, god damn it!
That's irritating.
Stabs a dude in the penis, and then just
and that alone for kind of wannabe edgy boy, he made jokes about getting that vault pussy, whatever, and then he doesn't even really acknowledge the fact that you can punch people in the dick, and that's awesome.
Right.
This is one of the few games you can actually target the groin, and there's an actual mechanical value to that. It's awesome.
Yeah.
There's even the unique dialogue when you hit some people in the groin, they'll actually say unique things based on that too, which is hilarious. Whatever.
Because he is, and I am an idiot. The town guards gun me down with ease, and I forgot to save. I load back in. Once again, ropeless, destitute. I ignore Bob. Today his groin remains intact, but tomorrow, we'll see what tomorrow holds for Bob's groin. He will suffer. He will suffer as I have suffered.
You will get killed again.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I definitely really don't like DJ Peach Cobbler.
Same.
And I can't fault him for not knowing more about this game necessarily, but there are so many. This is all just a play, this is just like a jester, making funny faces and stuff to entertain his audience. There's so many more entertaining ways you could make this joke about killing Bob, right? One of the classic ways you can kill people and get away with it: buy any sort of explosive, set the timer, plant it on them, and then walk away.
Yeah. I do have one problem with your mischaracterization there, though, or with your description of events there, though. Jester implies talent.
Yeah.
He's the jester that the king would execute after he got too sick of him.
No, he's the town fool. He's not the actual jester.
Oh yeah, like the village idiot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I go by every rope they have. I don't care anymore. Nothing matters. None of this matters. There's just me. And whatever the fuck is at the bottom of that elevator shaft. Is there a water chip? No, there's no way there is. But I'm done. I have nothing but rope.
You've done this joke already. Move the fuck on.
I don't care what happens to them.
Yeah.
I just want rope.
And then he's gonna find the other rope. Oh my god, what a funny joke.
Yeah, and now we have to pause because music.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's really.
This is copyrighted. Be careful.
Yeah,
about
this is
one.
super copyright.
That's why I just said that.
Yeah, that's why.
Stands between me and whatever the fuck is at the bottom of this elevator shaft. I have the rope, and the rope has me. The rope sustains me. I eat the rope.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
Yes, rope is love, rope is life. Jesus.
And find the final boss of the game. A room full of rats. Is this the official final boss of the game? Probably not, but it's my final boss. And I watch my character miss over and over and over again.
Look how low your
before he
attack rate is.
succumbs to the might
That's on
of
you.
the king rat.
Oh
Not even
god.
the carrion eaters are interested in your radiated corpse.
And I remember I forgot to save.
That's on him. And also, I'm just going to point out there's so many, like, Fallout 1 and 2 are janky, sure. There's so many levels of mechanics that make that so interesting. The original game was supposed to be Vault. I think it was supposed to be Vault 13. It was based on the GURPS playset. And because of that, they got into really complicated rule sets like lighting. Like how well lit the room is actually affects your aim. And so you can actually lay down flares and torches and add to your the room's lighting to increase your chances. On top of the fact, I think there's even perks and or traits that affect your lighting as well. I think that might have been Fallout 2 or something like that, where you could see better at day, see better at night, whatever. But also, like, his small gun skill must be pitiful to have that low rating and melee combat.
I'm genuinely
at point-blank range.
curious. I'm genuinely curious what the fuck he even tagged.
I would love, if we ever see his character sheet, let's pause it and just observe the tragic character sheet he must have, because it must not be.
Yeah.
It must be really, really terribly designed.
Yeah.
Has to be.
Literally.
Go ahead.
Literally every problem he had playing this game was just him being a fucking idiot. This is not a Gen Z problem. This is just him being a moron.
Yeah, I'm offended on behalf of the Gen Z at this point.
Yeah.
I wouldn't try to attribute like his, I wouldn't try to project his dumb, bad freaking decision making on all of Gen Z players. There are probably a lot of Gen Z players that are actually good at this game. He just made a lot of stupid mistakes and then was like, "Oh, it's the Gen Z problem, herpaderp." Like, Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he made dumb mistakes. Again, like I said, this feels more malicious. This feels more like intentionally fucking everything up.
Yeah,
just
it
so
does.
you can get them clicks and updoots.
Look at this 20-year-old game, guys. It's so fucking hard.
Yeah.
Didn't he say he got rid of all of his stuff and just got rubbed so he could descend down? But he had like weapons fighting those things at the bottom, like the rats at the bottom. So I don't know.
He was trading armor-piercing 10mm rounds for rope.
Right, something that might be useful to him in his fight against the rats.
It's like,
But
did he not realize he had actual money?
Oh, I didn't see his money. How much money does he actually have? Caps or whatever?
He should at least 100 from with the blackmail.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah,
He
we
saved
mentioned
him
that.
for that.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
Yeah, one day he would have been able to buy 3 rope. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, almost there.
Yep.
So what happened after? Well, that is where my story ends. I care not for the vault dwellers and their problems. I am a man of the rope now. You may happen upon me out in the wasteland someday.
Jesus
You
fucking
will find me,
Christ.
naked,
how
my
long is
skin
he?
seared by the unforgiving sun.
Oh boy.
Rubbing myself.
I hate this. We're quickly reaching the point where this is... I hate... This is in like the top 5 videos I hate that we've covered.
Yeah, it's not bad.
This is fucking vile.
He got killed by a pig rat after making several unnecessary trips to get rope that he already had. And he gave up because he forgot to save, supposedly.
Has he even any criticisms at all? Like a single one? Because a lot of this is self-inflicted.
Yeah.
No actual criticism. Well, I suppose you could frame some of them as criticism. My thing is, it's just him playing like a moron and acting kind of like that's the game's fault. Why isn't anyone telling me about rope? Why am I just standing there while this NPC is walking over to punch me? And shit like that.
Yeah. Gen Zers, you guys won't understand this game.
Poll results, by the way. 50% said yes, DJ Waffleman is more disingenuous than Half-Life 2 is a bad weirdo.
Yeah.
13% said no, and 37% said I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Fair enough.
We actually had a perfect split. Well, I guess maybe it looks like maybe slightly 50 point whatever percent. So just barely above majority. So a preponderance of the evidence has been provided and decided on. There you go.
To be fair, I did vote yes simply because he was annoying me so much.
That's fair.
Oils of rope and whispering, with lips cracked by the dry desert air.
This music is also probably copyrighted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
probably, so it
very,
would
very
be.
much.
So a lot of like gaming YouTubers sort of pride themselves on how good they are at games. I've never seen a video game content creator almost brag about how bad they are at games before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like I'd understand if you were if it were so unintuitive that you couldn't get around at all. Like, okay, I understand that, but like he obviously knew how to get around and manipulate the game, yet he made the worst decision in almost every single instance.
Yeah. $5 from Ted Comet. Thank you. The only way I could see him sucking at all skills is if he distributed all skill points evenly, but I doubt he did. But I doubt he'd be that dumb, right?
You can't do that. You got to tag skills. You got to tag skills. So what skills did he tag?
Yeah. So those
did-
tag skills would by default be better.
Yeah.
So even if he did do that, it still, if he tagged the right skills, ones that he feels that he would use, then he should still be fine to at least play through the first mission of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean you're playing a post-apocalyptic game filled with evil mutants and stuff. Yeah, I'm sure because he's showing all this footage from Fallout 3, Fallout 4, or I guess Fallout New Vegas. He would assume that there's going to be bad things that are going to want to kill him. So picking any sort of combat-related skill would be pretty much a given, if not multiple.
Right.
You know, if you want to play your absolute, dumbest, basically soldier, walking soldier kind of playthrough, increase strength, increase endurance, increase perception, small guns, whatever they call, I guess, melee, and probably first aid would probably be your best bet. You can kill things and you can heal yourself. But no idea.
Oh my god. I think he's still making rope jokes. I think he's going to make them for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah.
For the next minute, yeah, that he's got left. So let's
think to yourself, my god, that poor madman. He's been broken by the wasteland, but you have no idea.
I was just doing, yeah.
Yeah, because of music. You know what?
Wasteland. I knew.
Okay, yeah. No,
Avoids the end.
What a god-awful fucking video, Jesus.
Yep.
Oof.
Now, speaking of Jesus, I wonder if there's enough time to cover the next video and do the Hunger Games thing that was given to us with a bunch of the people we've covered.
I'd say we could, as a brief palate cleanser, let's do the Hunger Games thing first.
All right.
How long is it?
Oh, it's just it's not even a thing that has any length to it. It's just a little automatic like generation thing. Like you put a bunch of icons in and names for different people, and then the game will generate like person A teamed up with person B, person C exploded person 7.
Okay, I got it. That sounds
Yeah.
fun. I could probably do that, and then I might have to hop off. But
All right.
yeah, I'll probably be down for that Hunger Games thing.
And by the way, thank you for coming on.
Hey, no problem, dude.
Yeah, always
All
love
right.
having you, Indigo.
I'll link this in chat here, so we all can't run it at the same time, so I'll just be doing it on my side. But there it is if anyone wants to see what it is for themselves. And this is something M9 put together for us, and, well, here are the contestants we have. Acerthorn, me, Setch, Pagan, Oxhorn, Many a True Nerd, Charlatan Wonder, The Cantina, Movie Bob, Rainbow Hawk, oh, he didn't even put in Angry Joe for that one. He just went straight to S. Blasted Alejandro. Arlo, Peach Cobbler, Neo Jesus, Matt Pat, Netflix. I find it funny that it's just Netflix literally in there. Examine Life, Hey Poor Player TV. That's the second opinion guy. Jim Sterling, Bad Company Sarge, Cinema Sins, Cinema Wins, Bethesda, and my dear sweet headset waifu. Hold on, let me resize this so we can get the full. There we go.
Yeah, so people can see.
Oh no, it's not doing it because it's on a different layer. Hold on. Fuck. Wait, it's above Discord now. Why didn't it? Okay, whatever. It should be fine either way. Alright.
Should we place our bets?
Oh, sure. Who do you think will win?
I'm gonna live.
You're gonna live.
No, I know. I have this gut feeling that I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna die too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't looking. Did you change your name?
No. What happens is the names that we see on the front apparently get changed when you actually go into the game. Or once you start it. That's why all the names are different now.
Oh, because I wanted to know if you were still the straw holocauster.
Yeah.
Paper straw holocauster.
So Toadman runs away, Netflix runs away, Cantina gets a spear, Bad Company grabs a backpack but it's empty. Apparently I get a bag, Movie Bob runs away. Holy shit! This is a repeat of last time!
I did it again!
You
I
know-
blew up 4 people!
You know what? I wonder if this is just going to go through the same selection as it did last time, because those are the same 4 you killed when I went through it the other day.
I thought I got Neo Jesus. Oh, no, I didn't. Right.
No. You know what? This might actually be the exact same as it was the other day.
No way.
Yeah.
Hey, wait.
Oh, is it predetermined?
It might be predetermined.
Well, I said I was going to die, so I'm still correct. So we're keeping it.
No.
It seems to be predetermined. Yeah, it seems
My
to be predetermined
money!
because I just started it on my end, Cree, and I got the same exact.
Okay, how do we change this?
Hang on. If we go back.
Does it have a seed or anything?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's makes me sad. Can we randomize it, maybe?
I'm not seeing a button to randomize it here. Change a nickname. Okay. Give me a second here. Edit cast.
Yeah, I was looking at Edit Cast to see if I could find a way to, flip everything around.
I'm going to make a real obvious change. Submit. Okay. Here we go. For real this time.
They say just change one nickname. M9 says change one nickname, that should do it.
Yeah, I did.
Alright, cool.
Alright, we do change right away. Oh, well, Pagan dies fucking right away. You got killed by Netflix.
Netflix out for blood.
Of course I would die to Netflix.
You talk too much shit about Bebop flicks.
They deserved it!
Oh my god, I worked together with the two people I hate the most. Oh, god damn it.
I'm not going to read every single one of these. I'm just going to pick out the highlights, if there are any.
Okay.
I guess I'll read the ones that go off screen. So, Bethesda runs away from the cornucopia. As Blasted Alejandro runs away from the cornucopia. Oh, Aetherthorn dies fucking right away. Turkey Stab Mold Man attempts to climb a tree, but falls to his death.
Nice.
Schizohawk, Toadman, Race Theory, and many a true form a suicide pact, killing themselves.
Oh my god!
That's dark.
That's
Yeah.
amazing. Four contestants out again. Jesus Christ, that was fast.
Yeah. Oh, this one's interesting. So, Examine Life of Gaming forces the Cantina, Apocalyptic Window Cleaner, to kill Poor Player TV or Cinema Sins. He refuses to kill, so John Freeman kills him instead. So Poor Player kills... no, sorry. Examine Life kills Poor Player TV. Scaly, that was in the Navy, hunts for other tributes, and Thing Ding, which is Cinema Wins, discovers a cave. Holy shit, that's a lot of deaths on the first day.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. 7 contestants in the first day. Good god.
Oh god. Hey Poor Player TV sets off an explosive, killing Charlatan with no wonder, Scaly that was in the Navy, and Thing Ding.
No! I got blowed up! I got blowed up.
And the three of us, I'm the last survivor once again. And under that, the one that can't be seen on screen is Cinema Sins, Nitpick the Channel, quietly hums.
My foot got smooshed.
Paper Straw Holocauster injures himself. By Skyrim and Starfield, camouflages himself in the bushes. Those are 2 that were cut off.
Wow.
Paper Straw Holocauster, Ask Blessed Alejandro, Movie Bob, and your favorite joke here, Sleep and Shifts. Nitpick the Channel thinks about home.
Huh. Pretty quiet follow-up days.
Yeah. Kree's wife kills DJ Dick Cobbler with a hatchet. John Freeman.
I was really hoping he would go with some sort of rope-related incident.
Yeah.
Yeah, after that shitty video that was all about rope, that would have been fucking funny. Examine Life camouflages himself in the bushes. Rip. As Blessed Alejandro, Nitpick the Channel, By Skyrim and Starfield, and Movie Blob, track down and kill Hey Poor Player TV. Blue Puppet catches Kree's wife off guard and kills her. No! Not Headset Waifu! And Bad Company Sarge tends to his wounds. By Skyrim and Starfield shoots an arrow at Manly Festo, but misses and kills Matoxicity instead. It's funny too because last time I ran this, like the other day when we were testing it out, didn't Oxhorn end up killing Bethesda and then he was a winner at the end?
Yes.
No.
Because the other contestant that was gonna fight Oxhorn died of dysentery or something.
Yeah. And I think it was down to Movie Blob and Oxhorn. Yeah. The nicknames are gold. Yeah, they're pretty funny. Nitpick the channel. As Placid Alejandro, your fave joke here, and Paper Straw Holocauster, track down and kill edgy loser.
Oh, somebody said in chat, charge not complete. Ouch.
Rip. Oh no. I can hear it in her voice, too.
Yeah. Charge not complete.
Your fave joke here, nitpick the channel, and buy Skyrim and Starfield, start fighting. But nitpick the channel runs away as your favorite joke here kills by Skyrim and Starfield.
Well, Bethesda's dead.
Rip. Manly Festo cries himself to sleep. Paper Straw Holocauster climbs to a tree to rest. Nitpick the channel ambushes Manly Festo and kills him. Oh! Blue Puppet strangles your fave joke here with a rope.
Nice.
Oh.
Examine Life sobs while gripping a photo of his friends and family. Paper Straw Holocauster snaps Movie Blob's neck. I'm surprised.
Woo!
I'm surprised I was able to get through the layers of flesh and fat to even get that deep. Not a whole lot there. Those are everyone that died. Cinema Sins unknowingly eats toxic berries.
Nice.
Examine Life dies from hunger.
Well, yeah.
Nothing there. Paper Straw Holocauster kills Blue Puppet with a hatchet. It's fitting because he killed Headset Waifu.
Nice.
Oh wait, hold on. As Blasted Alejandro cannot handle the circumstances and commits suicide.
Hey, so you win?
I guess I do.
Rigged! Rigged!
Well, we know it's not rigged because last time Oxhorn won.
Rigged!
I am very happy with this result.
Great.
I wasn't expecting.
I'm not. I died first. Fuck you.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
They got a fucking sneak attack on me, killed me, and my death started a war.
Yeah.
Creepy, like, many of you will die, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
Yes.
Yep.
So yeah, that's the little thing M9 put together with this Hunger Games Simulator fight thing.
That's pretty fun.
Pretty
Yeah.
interesting.
It's a little bit amusing.
Alright,
But,
well, I heard rumor that a certain someone needs to go, depart from us now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta head out, but I figured I got a nice round few hours there, so.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah. I always love having you on. I want to send you a video, by the way, too, and it's a channel I highly recommend for comedy purposes, mind you.
Cool. Yeah.
I also have to go as well, so, you know.
All right.
I'll see y'all another time. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, we need to have you on again.
Yeah, it was nice. All right. Happy 50th.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
And have a good one, man.
Now, if you, I was gonna say, if you both want to shill the shit out of your channels, go for it.
Rip.
Oh no, I think the other guy left, but
yeah, he did. That's why I was like,
That's
oh
all
well,
good.
whoops.
No, it's all good. I won't hold you up too much. Indigo Gaming. I do kind of a little bit of everything. I probably most known right now for my Cyberpunk retrospective, documentary retrospective. What do you want to call it? Video I'm currently working on right now is going to be a sort of old Japanese RPG retrospective for if you ever played the games like Illusion of Gaia, Terranigma, whatever. It's going to be retrospective for that company who made those games. So it's kind of a SNES centric, a little bit of PlayStation 1 sort of journey through memory lane. If you're into those games, it should be out at some point this year. Don't know when. But yeah, thanks for having me on. And yeah, we'll see what we can do in a couple weeks when you have that other kind of fun activity, the movie Bob quiz thing. That you
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. We were supposed to do it today, but one of the people who we want to have on for it, yeah, he wasn't available today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand.
But for anyone curious about Indigo's channel, there was a recent video for Dark Sun. Highly recommend watching it, and it'll give you a feel for like his style when it comes to individual game projects and everything. So very good video.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it kind of somewhat similar to my older video about Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, as I kind of review both the video games and the tabletop setting a little bit to give you kind of feel for both. So that seems interesting. Check it out. Thanks so much for having me on.
Yeah, you have a fantastic day, sir.
Yeah.
You too. Have fun, guys.
Will do.
Yeah.
And since Prometheus can't really shill his channel, go check out Prometheus Prime on YouTube. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
And then there were 4, I guess. Should we start on with the next video? I don't know. I'm not even sure if we'll be able to finish it today, considering we're already 6 hours in and it's getting late and I've been struggling to stay awake.
Okay, well, which one of his videos do we want to do?
The shorter one for sure, because one of them is a half-hour long. That'll probably be like a stag on its own, and we could do that in like a couple months maybe, just to have like time between this one and that one.
I need to find the video. And do we want to reveal some fun information we found out about Fallout 3 and Megaton? Things up?
Okay, you could do that while the video loads, because I already put it in the thing, and Watch Together is kind of derping out right now.
So, chat, we have a certain person who we are doing a video response to, who decided to get incredibly pedantic and make some statements that, like, that he didn't like the fact that Creetosis called out that Megaton didn't make any sense, that it could not possibly have been made by an airplane. And his evidence was he used an Ethiopian crash, and he gave all these numbers and everything like that. Well, we actually show why those numbers don't make any sense. We show the crash site itself, that it doesn't look anything like a megaton crater or anything like that. And we go through the fact that his comparison of aircraft, they aren't even close. And it also doesn't make sense that the Chinese are using a fucking American B-29. But in this pedantry contest, we decided we'll just measure fucking megaton as well.
And the way we did this is we took an NPC that was already in town, Mr. Burke. We lined him up next to a car that was vertical. And this car was something like 4.5 Burks.
Yep.
And
so each car is 26 feet 8 inches.
Right, because we did the average male height of 5'10".
5'10", yeah. And trust me, the numbers get way worse if we go for like, well, what if he's 6 foot or anything like that? So it actually benefits Bethesda if he's shorter.
Yeah.
So one car we now know is 26 feet 8 inches. We then measured across the entire crater.
Using the cars for reference.
And got 293 feet 4 inches. Here, I'll just post this.
Yeah. That's width
There's
one way.
The cross, so you can see it. And then we did width another way and got 320 feet. Alrighty, this is a pretty big fucking crater. It is actually larger than the wingspan of the B-29, which is 141 feet. So somehow, an airplane made this crater that is far larger than itself. We then said, okay, how deep is the megaton crater? And we then checked how deep the crater was, and it is 72 feet 7 inches deep.
Yeah. This image on screen, by the way, is the cars I lined up in the GEC. I had to delete a few buildings from Megaton because they were clipping into it, and you wouldn't be able to see the cars because of them. But this is approximately like how long and wide and deep the crater is, because they're at ground level there, those cars. The amount of dirt you need to displace is fucking absurd.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, so the bomb is still intact, and it's claimed that there was enough wreckage of the initial plane to build at least some of the town, like some of the walls.
And that's a claim straight from Fallout 3 itself.
Yes. And the thing he showed in the Ethiopian airliner crash, the only reason there's even a crater at the end of the skid line is because it exploded. And as you saw, which we will show in the video, we actually have the images, which he refused to show for some reason, of the wreckage. There is almost nothing left of this plane. It was obliterated when it exploded. The explosion is what caused the crater in the first place. So in order to even remotely make a crater as big as Megaton, the plane would have had to have exploded. How would the bomb still be intact, and how would there still be enough scrap to build part of the town?
Yeah, and then I sent the link if you want to show a Cree of what the actual aerial view of this impact looks like.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty fucked, too, though.
Yeah, but notice it is significantly smaller than Megaton.
Yeah, it really helps that there's just a bunch of, like, cars around that crater as well, so you could kind of, like, use them as a reference since we also use cars. It's like, yeah, look how many cars you could fit in there compared to Megaton.
Yeah, and even worse, that the 737 MAX 8 that crashed was going 575 miles per hour, which is 210 miles per hour faster than the maximum speed of a B-29. We don't even know how it was a B-29 that crashed. We're just going off of your assumption if true.
Well,
let's show how stupid this is.
We know how he got B-29 because there was one crashed in a lake in Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, which is just, ugh.
Yeah, and somehow he assumes that means that that's what the Chinese were using. So I don't know how that works, but whatever. But also, yeah, we also found out that the MAX 8 that crashed in Ethiopia is significantly larger than a B-29 bomber.
Yeah.
And it made a far smaller crater.
Yep. He rattles off a bunch of measurement numbers, not understanding that, like, the length one and everything like that is like, look how big these numbers are. It's like, but the length one was measured from the end of the crater all the way to the end of the skid line.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just lifts off a bunch of numbers and thinks like, oh, but these are such big numbers, guys. Like, it must be true. And he just doesn't understand what these measurements actually mean.
Yeah.
And he... I'm trying to think, what did he say?
I can go we have the transcript. I've been transcribing this.
Yeah. He goes, and how big or how deep is the Megaton crater anyway? 20, 30, 40 feet? And like, he emphasizes the 40 parts like as if it can't possibly be that big. And then we measured it and it was like 72 feet.
Yeah. So that was the comment I was going to read out in chat. So the crater is 5 Mr. Burke deep? No, the crater is more like 9, 10 Mr. Burks deep, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's his exact quote. My question is, how deep is it? 20 feet deep? 30 feet? 40 feet? I wonder if Creed did any research into this. I didn't actually do any research into seeing how big the Megaton crater was, but I did a little bit to see real-world comparisons. And given this real-world comparison, airliner with very similar specs to the crashed B-29 bomber in Fallout New Vegas created a crater 32 feet deep, 92 feet wide, and 131 feet long. Again, he totally fucked it. He totally fucked it.
So he basically said, "Random bullshit, go!" Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's his entire video so far, by the way.
Yes.
It's hilariously awful.
Since there
Why
is
does
proof
Fallout
it
3
can
look better in the
happen in
graphics
the real world, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah. So he didn't bother to do the research, so we went ahead and did it for him.
Yep.
Yeah.
How many Mr. Burke is that such? Oh fuck. Okay, well.
Oh no. What is the volume of Mr. Burke to fill the crater?
No, it's pretty easy. So I just have to take all this divided by 5'10", so
How many Mr. Burks does it take to fill a crater?
At least 2.
Well, as long as Fallout 3 doesn't crash, what you could do is repeatedly spawn in Mr. Burke and kill him, and start filling up the pit until it's full. I don't think the game will be able to handle that.
No, it wouldn't.
No.
It would crash after you get like 30 bodies.
Probably, yeah.
Well, if we can find his mom in the game files, I'm pretty sure just one of her will fill the entire crater.
Jesus.
So it's 4.5 Burks deep.
That's the car.
What?
You...
No. 4.5. I'm talking about the actual crater, the real crater. The real crater is only 32 feet deep. It's 4.5 Burks deep.
Oh, the real crater is 4.5 Burks deep. So it's the one car that we had there. Because that's the exact measurement of the car, was 4.5 Burks.
Yes?
Yeah.
Wow. That is quite a big difference.
Okay, so 15. Give me 1 second. So I need to take off 30 inches. So it's 13 Burks wide.
Oh god. So the Ethiopia plane crash crater is significantly smaller than the Megaton one.
Yes. And now the long part.
Burke-based system is definitely better than Imperial or Metric. Well, see, that's the thing, is I didn't know how you would get feet or inches or centimeters or whatever in the Bethesda engine or editor or whatever. So my next best thing was, we'll get an NPC, whichever one is just closest I could grab, and it just so happened to be Mr. Burke, because he ends up spawning right beside the bomb for some reason. But ignore that, I guess. But
and it is 18.4 Burks long.
Oh. Which is still nothing compared to how long the actual Megaton crater is.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, so I stood Mr. Burke next to a horizontal car, and I placed him until I reached the top of the car. And then I, hold on, why isn't that... oh, I locked it, that's why.
You mean a vertical car, Cree?
Yeah, it's a vertical car. Rip. Anyways, I put a bunch of horizontal cars across the crater widthwise and lengthwise to get the measurements. And then we put them height-wise to find out, like, okay, and how deep is it? And that's how we got our measurements.
Yeah.
wouldn't even have a problem with the creator if it was at least justified in some good way, and it wasn't.
Yeah. They also talk about how they use the crater to hide from dust storms. The issue with this is that the crater is so wide that the dust wouldn't skip across the top of the crater, right? Instead, you would get a vortex effect where it would start to, but the dust being heavier than just normal air would start going down to the crater. That weight from the dust going into the crater would force the air to push up the opposite end, so you'd start creating a vortex effect. It would actually suck dust into it like a vacuum cleaner. So yeah, this would not be one to use as a what I think happened here. I have no idea if this is true, unless a Bethesda employee comes out and says this, and it's like that would be weird.
What I think happened here is retardation.
What I think happened is that somebody on the Bethesda writing team said, you know that idiom of jumping into a culvert or a gully when a tornado is coming and it's a skip over the top of you? There's a bit of truth to the science in that the winds from the tornado can't get underneath you because it'll skip across the top because of the air, the way it works. Tornadoes can't swoop down into the valley and come up if it's a narrow enough valley. But yeah, this is just fucking. Now, granted, you don't want to do that for your survival thing. Instead, hide underneath an overpass, for God's sakes. And I mean, like go up the embankment and get into those like girders and everything. Hide in there. That's way safer if you're out on the road. Yeah, so I think somebody had that similar idea, and then they thought, like, well, we'll make the crater really big so an entire town could hide in it during the dust storms. Now, I have no idea if that's true, unless a Bethesda employee comes out and, like, admits, like, yeah, no, that's entirely what we were thinking. And be like, okay, that's fucking scary, but yeah. But it's just it's what I feel like is what they were going for.
Well, it's not like Bethesda has ever fucking publicly announced any of their fuck-ups before. You know, like having a build entirely dedicated to guns for your game, where your gun system is absurdly fucking terrible.
Yeah, where your guns in your game suck. All right. Now, chat, there is your fun little divergence into the current video project we are working on. And yeah, let us get to this great, amazing, wonderfully thought out Neo Jesus video, right?
Right. So, for anyone who doesn't remember who Neo Jesus is, he was suggested to us, and we checked out his Disney trilogy retrospective, and why perfect is boring videos on the same stream. And during this stream, we learned from chat that he seems to really not be a fan of movie critics. To the point where I believe it was Ralph the Movie Maker criticized one of his movies. So in return, he's kind of like revenge reviewed Ralph the Movie Maker's movies. And he's also gone after Red Letter Media's movies as well, which I actually haven't seen them, so I can't speak to their quality, but kind of says something about someone who seems to only critique movies made by movie critics, which he doesn't seem to like. So, let's see where this goes. This could be interesting, this could be painful. Possibly we might not finish today because I am feeling super tired and I want at least some time before I have to go to bed and get up for work in the morning.
Yeah, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
There has to be some reporting in every review. I mean, first of all, you have to play fair with your reader. Here's what I think a movie review should do. The first thing it should do, it should give some notion to the reader of what the movie is about and what it is like. If you play fair with your reader, you can give a movie a bad review and they'll still be able to read that review and know that they would like to go see that movie. You shouldn't just, blast it in such a way that the reader would think no reasonable person would ever want to go to this film.
Keep in mind, this is the man right here who constantly belittled and poisoned the well and everything against video games as much as physically possible.
Yeah. He claimed video games weren't art because, how do I say this respectfully? Because he was too much of a close-minded old fucking coot to even give them the chance to understand what they are.
Yeah. He didn't want to view them as art. He didn't want to view them as a new up-and-coming medium. He wanted them to go away because they were interfering with his chosen sacred cow. In this case, not being a single film, but the film industry itself.
Yeah.
It's the same people that wanted television to go away because it was going to kill radio.
Huh.
Now they want the internet to go away so that they can keep TV.
You either...
and their fucking propaganda newspapers. Holy shit.
Yeah, that too.
You have to give the movie it too. There has to be something in there that conveys what the experience is like.
So not too long ago, I released a video where I discussed some of my biggest problems with internet movie critics. This video isn't going to be like that video. This video is for the most part unscripted, and there won't be any...
Oh boy!
That's a bad sign.
Prepare thyself, everybody. We're going unscripted and unfiltered. This is gonna get rough.
I do find it funny how he's like, recently I released a video and it's literally 18 hours ago. It's like, okay.
I mean, fair enough. That is recent, sure.
But typically when you say, I've recently done something, it's not like less than 24 hours ago, or else you would just say, yeah, yesterday I released this video.
Yeah.
fancy editing, and I wanted to just have a much more relaxed discussion about the topic. I also just really wanted to test this new Sony F3 that I'm filming this on, as well as the new Rode NTG4 that's recording all the audio. First of all, I'd like to explain my last video and answer some of the questions about why I included certain movie critics and then excluded certain others.
Oh, it kind of feels like parts of this we're going to need to watch the other video to understand.
Yeah, and the other video... Should we maybe switch over to the other one and just finish it off next time then, maybe?
Yeah, get what we can
done. This is already really messy.
Yeah, this is very messy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck, I was hoping this wouldn't be the case, because the other video is fucking 30 minutes long, and...
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. Alright, let's fucking grab it then.
Oh, how astute of you. Mr. Pyro Crab says, Creetosis, this man looks like the archetypical film school hipster.
That's what I thought.
You have literally described his entire existence.
Well, you see, I previewed a little bit of this other video. We're gonna have to switch over to it. I previewed a bit of this video, and there's something in here that I find a bit amusing. Well, we'll get to it.
Okay.
Then we'll go back to the other one another time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Weak rhymes with critique. So, if you're going to critique like, hey, this is never going to work or whatever. Then
Oh no, it's Butch Hartman.
Oh God.
We'll see how you do.
Yeah, it's because Butch Hartman is weak. Weak! Pathetic. Yeah, he's saying, he's like, so look, this is his appeal to authority, by the way, which is why he also used Robert Ebert. So
yeah.
It's appeal to authority. This is what happens when the logically minuscule try to stand on the shoulders of giants to bolster their argument.
Also, just this point in general is already fucking retarded beyond belief. weak rhymes with critique. So fucking what?
Butch Hartman is literally insane. So
He
the fact that
he's genuinely insane, and
the fact that he's using him as like a springboard for anything is like, oh boy, you don't want to base your opinions on anything revolving around Butch Hartman.
Yeah.
It is not a
guy
good way
who
to start.
stole a ton of money from people. Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Is literally like a piece of shit and a scumbag.
Yeah, definitely not the person you want to be fucking basing your opinions on.
Yep.
Opinion shield right away, by the way.
A lot of movie critics don't really understand movies. Okay, so allow me to...
You've got a lot of work to do.
You have a ton of work to get through with this.
To explain my position here. First of all, hi, my name's Neo, and I'm a filmmaker. Ever since I was...
Already, with the fucking presentation of, like, the cutouts and everything there, that just comes across as pretentious film student bullshit.
And it is literally pretentious film student bullshit.
Like, if you were to do the most generic pretentious film school bullshit, it would be that. Already.
Yeah.
God, is he showing childhood footage as well? Like childhood tapes and shit? Like, oh man, that is the most cliche shit ever. Come on. Fucking hell.
This guy belongs back in 2004.
As a kid, movies have always been a big... I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Ever since I started taking filmmaking more seriously,
I want... This is
part... That's a bold claim, I want to say, good sir, because...
What?
Yeah, that's a no, dude. Plenty of other YouTubers.
Yeah, that's a huge X to doubt. Like, I don't even think that's possible that you are the only one who's ever done this for a YouTube video. Hell no.
He could try to get away. But I said worth of lighting gear to film in my living room. But even then, it's like, dude.
You could say in his bathroom. It wouldn't change anything.
No, it would in a legal context. Like, no, I'm being accurate. It's like, yeah, but come on. We know what the actual substance of your argument was. You're trying to flaunt the fact that you've got really high production value.
But he could literally move the lights anywhere. That's the thing. They're not stationary. You can move them.
Yes, but I'm saying this is the typical like arguments thing of like it's how BioWare got away with it won't be just a simple ABC ending for Mass Effect 3, and everyone's like, you're right, it was red, green, blue. I didn't lie, did I? It's not ABC. It's like, go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
I noticed when you start to learn more about the creative process behind something like filmmaking, you start to gain respect for directors that you used to think were not that great.
Why would you? You can respect the craft, you can respect the grift, the hustle, the con.
Or the effort that goes
in.
Or the effort that goes into it. But to use an example that we were talking about last night, effort doesn't really matter when the result is garbage. Like, digging a quarry with a spoon, it's going to take a lot of fucking effort, as opposed to using the proper equipment, like backhoes and stuff.
Just because you dug a 30-foot trench with a spoon is not impressive to me. It's like, wow, that was a lot of effort. And then I'm going to turn to the guy who dug a 30-foot trench with a shovel like 200 times as fast as you and be like, good job, buddy.
Yeah. I think... I'm surprised we even have to say this, and we're less than a minute into the video, by the way, but what matters is, like, the end product. Yeah. That's what we're getting at here. Like, sure, all this effort and technique can go into making the film, but if the end product is still garbage, then all that effort doesn't really mean all that much. I suppose you can respect that they would put that effort in, but the product is still shit.
Avatar, the movie from James Cameron, had a ton of effort put into it. Movie's still shit. Avatar is a really bad movie.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that they had all that effort, that they had all that budget, that they had all these new techniques and everything. It's a terrible movie with a terrible premise.
Why is it
And then I banged the flowers with my hair penis. It's like, what the
Yeah, that shit was weird. Why is he even mentioning his lighting setup? Why am I supposed to care? This is just a sad attempt to flex. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Again, it was him trying to talk about, oh, look at the production values and everything. Motherfucker, JonTron has an entire studio set. You ain't competing with that.
Yeah, if the production value doesn't matter if the end product is shit.
Yeah.
Like the Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah.
That movie sucked.
I respect Neil Breen more than I respect you right now. That's good.
For example, Michael Bay. Now, Michael Bay is a director that's been criticized by pretty much every person with an internet connection. He's been criticized for focusing too much on CGI and not on practical effects. He's been criticized for having too much product placement in his movies, and he's been criticized for hiring mediocre actors in a lot of his movies, as well as a slew of other things. However, what a lot of people fail to realize is that directors producing bad or mediocre films do not equate to them being a bad or mediocre director.
But they do. If they keep doing it, again, once, coincidence.
Well, the better example would be M. Night Shyamalan, because it's like, okay, Unbreakable, pretty decent. The one with the kid who could see dead people,
Sixth Sense.
Yep. Pretty decent. But then after that, it's crap movie after crap movie after crap movie after crap movie after crap movie.
Yeah, because he got sucked into his own gimmick, where there has to be the twist. In fact, he got so sucked into the gimmick that fucking Robot Chicken made fun of him. Every time he would show up in any Robot Chicken thing, he would just jump out of like a closet and be like, what a twist!
Yeah, something... You would have maybe slight expectations that something a little different would happen, and he would just... He would look like a background character, then he would turn and go like, what a twist! And they did this joke numerous times.
Oh god, yeah, Signs is an awful movie. Holy shit.
We're allergic to water, deathly allergic to water, and we're going to invade a planet that's 75% water.
That rains, and its people consume the water that kills us for sustenance. They should literally look at us like Lovecraftian horrors and monsters from beyond the deepest, darkest depths of space, and this entire planet should be declared verboten, here be dragons.
Not only do we consume water, but we're largely made up of water, too.
Yeah, it is so stupid.
That one scene kills me every fucking time, though. The bit where the fucking alien goes past on the camera and just the dude fucking... It's just fucking so funny to me every time.
My favorite part of the movie is like when he's talking to the lady cop, and every time the camera cuts back, the brim of her hat gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Oh, you're talking about fucking...
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great too.
Yeah, the actual parody movie. Back when those parody movies were genuinely trying to still be parodies.
Well, it's back when they had like an actual writing team behind them making the jokes, and not just two randos from the group splitting off and making a bunch of absolute fucking garbage.
Yeah, tanking that entire industry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy shit, though, that was so funny, because then it eventually got to the point where it was literally poking him in the head, and he was like, ah!
Fucking. Also, in the original, the fucking swing home bit. Oh my god, it's just like, what?
No, swing away. Swing away.
Oh yeah, swing away. Oh my god, what a dumb fucking movie.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and then so I don't give a shit that this water is stale now. It's like, yeah, what? That does happen. Why the fuck are you leaving 600 water cups everywhere?
Well, here's a more important question. What kind of fucking household has that many glasses to just leave around everywhere?
Oh, God. You know what a normal person does? This water's stale. They take that, they go to the sink, they dump it out, they get new water in the water glass they just had, and bring it back. Okay, here you go, here's fresh water.
Yeah. Like, even if you wanted to do the insane stupidity of aliens allergic to water invading planet fucking Earth, surely you could have set up figuring out defeating them by putting water on them in a way that wasn't as stupid as small child leaves dozens of glasses of water all over the place, and one just happened to spill on the... Like, okay, you're this alien creature that's allergic to water. You land in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, deep into land territory away from the oceans, okay? And you go up to this farm, and you take a look inside, and you see glasses of water fucking everywhere. You should be like, yeah, nah, I'm good not taking over this house. I'll go elsewhere. I'll go kill humans elsewhere, because this house is a death trap.
Yep.
Which, funny enough, the water thing isn't even important because the aliens literally is getting its ass kicked by a guy with a baseball bat. I'm pretty sure guns would probably be good enough. I don't know why they even needed to add the whole water thing. It's just like these fucking aliens are pathetic. Like, they can be beaten up with baseball bats. They can most likely be shot to death, and they can't touch water or they die. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What gets even funnier, like, again, you can see, so a competent movie would have been like, okay, why are the aliens attacking a planet that's made up of so much water, and the indigenous life forms drink that water for sustenance? What if the concept had been they were trying to kidnap people to learn how to have this survival trait, to deconstruct the DNA and figure out, like, okay, we need this for our survival or whatever, for this race's survival. Like, you can make that concept, but then they should have, like, they should be wearing fucking bodysuits or something to protect themselves from what is, as Dino says, we are basically like xenomorphs to them. Yeah, they should be wearing body armor and everything to protect themselves from what would be like the most highly caustic acid in the universe to these people.
No, you don't get it, Seth. It's perfectly okay for a normal human to get naked and just swim around in fucking sulfuric acid.
Yeah.
It's totally fine. Nothing bad will ever happen. That's the level of logic the aliens have in this movie.
Yeah, and yes, there is always water vapor in the air, so. Yep.
Signs is a perfect movie with no problems at all.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But anyways, yes. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say this director is bad because they made one bad movie. It's usually bad movie after bad movie after bad movie after bad movie.
Yeah.
Case in point, the example he's using, Michael Bay in the Transformers movies. I can believe Michael Bay is capable of making an actually really good movie. I just don't, based on the Transformers movies, I haven't seen it yet.
And the Ninja Turtles movies.
I haven't seen that, so I know nothing.
They're just as dog shit.
Ooh.
Yeah, they're bad. They are really bad.
Rip.
I would argue that a lot of the things that people would call flaws in his films aren't flaws at all. People say Michael Bay uses CGI too much and not enough practical effects, yet they don't seem to understand that practical effects are expensive.
CGI is expensive.
CGI effects are expensive.
Also, it's not an excuse. Okay, so the problem isn't so much that CGI is used. I understand the frustration with, oh, this person uses CGI. It's
more expensive than practical.
It's like any other tool. You use it where it's fitting to do so. When your movie becomes 90% a CGI mess, you're maybe using a little too much. It's the kind of thing. It's the kind of thing that should be used to touch up scenes or increase the visual quality of the movie, or to do things you can't do practically. Like, oh man, I want Godzilla to be fucking breakdancing here. Well, that's going to be fucking insane to do with stop motion, so let's just do it in CGI, and let's do it really well.
Yeah, and again, the problem here, especially with Michael Bay, is that because he has the tool of CGI, he goes overboard with it all the time. Like, need we remind you that because he had CGI and not a practical effects, he decided to add fucking swinging balls to a mech as part of his joke? And when you look at all of his character designs, they're this weird clusterfuck of, like, awful. They don't have, like, distinct lines or anything. They just look like, and now the Blender artist decided to just staple everything together and go, brah!
Yeah. Just vomit up car parts.
Yeah.
It would be much better if he used practical effects and then also use CGI where needed, and then because you're not overusing it, you can afford to put more money towards that scene with the CGI to make it look better.
Or get some actual fucking writers.
Yeah, that writing helps as well. I mean, specifically we're talking about the CG because that's where he's at right now, but yeah, I'm sure we'll get to that as well. But yeah, it's just annoying when CG is so overused where it's basically all the movie has, and it just becomes this like boring blobby mess of shit that's just constantly there because they're not using any type of variety. And I also don't like that it's basically killing the medium of practical effects because nobody wants to use them anymore.
Yeah. $5 from Dakota1175. Thank you very much. Wait for Resident Evil the series. Holy crap, it is bad. I hate myself for watching one episode.
Yeah, I have not heard anything good about it yet.
Nope, I haven't either. And as from Heel vs. Babyface, has spoiled some dialogue lines that have come out, and it's like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, I think I saw that as well. Yeah, it's really bad.
Is that the one I posted in our chat this morning?
It might be. Hang on.
Hold on, let me get... Our Discord, there we go. Because I posted... Oh, yeah, God, I completely forgot about this one. So this is a tweet from Heel vs. Babyface, who took quotes from the show. You ever been pissed on before? Once. It was in college. What the fuck is this Resident Evil script?
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
I'm talking about having a fucking golden shower or water sports fetish.
Gross.
God, I'm dreading that we might actually cover this shit, which it seems like it would be good to cover. It's just, the pain. The pure pain.
I'm so sorry if you
do. Yep. Alright. So let's get back to this guy's really stupid point about how the effort should matter in the thing. No, it shouldn't.
Well, it should.
We don't care.
I think it's worth acknowledging the effort, but at the same time, you say, yeah, and you put all that effort into this piece of garbage.
Yeah.
You know? There's a lot of effort to make Skyrim. It's still a piece of shit.
Yep. Like I said, the effort to do it doesn't affect the final quality. But you can use the effort and looking at the final quality and be like, you guys suck at this.
You really strained to push out that log, but at the end of the day, it's still a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Because a film has a lot of CG, not very many practical effects, that doesn't mean that the filmmakers are lazy. It's easy to accuse Hollywood directors of being lazy when you don't know what percentage of the budget actually went towards visual effects.
No. Okay. Oftentimes, when they talk about directors being lazy, it's because they start falling into routines and patterns. M. Night Shyamalan is considered lazy because he keeps doing the same fucking thing over and over again. What a twist! Every time. It's like, dude, you're just doing the same thing over and over again. You're clearly just stuck in this rut. You know, put some effort in, get out of it, and make something different. Granted, he made something different. and it was the Avatar movie, and oh my fucking god.
Wait. Who are you saying made the Avatar movie?
We're talking about the Last Airbender movie.
Last Airbender. Yeah, not. Yeah. Fuck. I hate the fact. You know, he did it on purpose.
Avatar?
So that you could get Avatar. Yeah.
Yeah, when you just say Avatar, I just think of the fucking blue cats.
Yeah, so do
yeah,
I.
exactly. I meant to say the Last Airbender movie. But again, I hate that he did it so that he could steal the name Avatar, and so that way the Avatar: The Last Airbender couldn't use Avatar in the title. It's so fucking. I fucking hate Hollywood.
Yeah, it's kind of shit nowadays.
Yeah.
You see, no one ever thinks that maybe the budget to do practical effects. Believe it or not.
Okay. Again, we don't actually care what the budget is in terms of the final result of the product. The final result of the product is good, the budget doesn't matter. You can then say, man, that movie was really good. What was its budget? Wow, they did all of that with so little? That's fantastic. Okay, the final product is really good. What was the budget? Or final product was really shit. What was the budget? Wow, they had that much of a budget and they put out this turd? It's like the budget in and of itself does not affect the quality of the product.
I mean, look at the Halo show.
Yeah, oh my god, 10 million an episode.
Oh.
Holy fuck.
Films have a percentage of that budget has to go towards things like feeding your cast and crew, hair and makeup, set design, ensuring all of the gear that's being used on set, and a fuckload of other boring stuff that people don't like to talk about.
Because it doesn't matter to the final quality of the product. Film critics understand this. Why don't you? Oh, it's because you're a fucking film student hipster. Did you know the evil... Yeah, okay. Somebody just said it in chat, too, right as I saw the chat scroll. Dakota1175 said, Evil Dead is the perfect example of low budget. Yes! Damn it, I wanted to bring up Evil Dead. But there you go. Evil Dead is a perfect example. Bruce Campbell, you beautiful bastard. You do so much, and you give us such great gems with so little budget. I love you. He's such a good character actor, too. Like, holy fuck. Every time no matter what bit part he gets, he always, like, puts his heart and soul into it. I love Bruce Campbell. Wasn't 28 Days Later pretty low budget? I'm not sure. We can look it up.
Man, I keep nodding off here. I am having trouble staying awake.
Strubble!
Read.
It was $8 million. Yeah, so 28 Days Later was an incredibly small budget film. It made 10 times its budget back. Good fucking job, guys. Good job. When was it released? 2003? Yeah, $8 million would have been still really low budget in 2003.
You see, in Hollywood, success is measured by your ability to turn a profit. I don't make the rules, I'm just telling you how it is. And Michael Bay knows how to turn a profit, and so he gets work. Meanwhile, another director can make an amazing film full of practical effects and amazing performances from A-list actors, but if the film costs too much money to make and it doesn't gross that much, then the director isn't going to make it very far in the industry.
That doesn't make it good, you fucking idiot.
That doesn't make Michael Bay stuff good, and it doesn't make this other director stuff bad. It's just the nature of it. By your logic, you should not be allowed to have anything else but McDonald's for the rest of your life. Ever. Never ever. $5 super chat from Johnny All 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cat in the Hat live action movie costs $109 million to make, and now I'll let one of you four freak out over that. Have fun.
Yeah, that's insane for that movie.
Yeah.
I'll be back. My food is almost here.
Okay, do you want us to continue? Okay.
Again, I don't make... Yes, sometimes directors have to cut corners. Sometimes they have to hire the actors that they can afford rather than the actors that they would actually like. And sometimes product placement is the only thing that's going to get you your money back. When I made my first few short...
Okay, so none of what you just said matters to the final product quality at all. None of it. Like, let's look at a recent movie. Oh, shoot, I'd rather talk about that when Kree's here. But we watched a recent movie, and it didn't have, like, the top elite A-list actors of all time in it. And it was a fantastic fucking movie. But yeah, we're talking, and I don't want to go too much into it because I would just say watch it and recommend it. It's Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. Really good movie.
It was a really good movie. I don't think it had any major actors in it, did it? Like, I didn't recognize a single person in that film.
I recognize the dad. I recognize the dad.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. I could see him being...
Yeah. No, not Morbius.
Yeah, we mean Morbius. It's the best movie ever made.
Oh, God, Morbius. Jesus Christ. What's up with that double layer he is wearing? Well, a single layer can't hold his entire pretension in.
Yeah, for real, this guy just gives me douchey Starbucks vibes.
He is, and he is. He's the living embodiment of the douchey Starbucks drinking film student hipster. It's like his entire essence. Morbius is unironically one of the movies that was ever made. Yep, there you go. I'll be right back. 1 second, I'm going to get myself some water because my throat is dry.
Right.
Hello, chat. It's just us now. It's my show now.
The evil laugh.
Is that better?
God damn.
I made steak. I've been
Ooh,
eating
okay.
steak. It's just good.
How do you like your steak?
Why are you a horse? Because I choose to be.
Out, I'm back.
You, me, and Morby.
Oh, God.
Remember when you fell asleep midstream? Yeah, I do. It was great. I got to sleep.
Yeah, he had himself a nice power nap.
Yeah.
All right, so since he still wanted us to continue a bit,
short films, and I think it was to fund them and how unsuccessful we were in actually earning any of that money back, I realized that sometimes you have to go with what you can actually afford rather than what you would actually want to do. And I'm pretty sure the same rules apply when it comes to big budget filmmaking. I bring this up because
again, none of that matters to the quality of the end product.
I'm back, by the way.
Yeah, if you really want to do something, you'll find a way to make it work.
Yep.
What did I miss?
He was talking about how he kept harping on the whole distinction between you don't have unlimited budget. Sometimes you got to take the actors you can afford and not the ones you want and stuff like that.
Okay,
like,
so
none of that shit matters.
you realize that there could be some really, really good undiscovered actors.
Yep. Like I said, everything he's talked about so far does not matter at all to how good the final product is.
Yeah.
None of it.
And none of this relates to the problem with internet movie critics, because it's like, well, if something's shit, it's shit, huh?
I think he wants to try now because now he's bringing up,
Red Letter Media, yeah.
Yeah. $5 from Stephen Wright. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So glad I found y'all. You guys are always entertaining and thought-provoking. I've been here since the first stream. Happy 50th.
Oh, thank you.
Well, thank you.
Glad we could provide the entertainment and the thought-provoking-ment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, so so far his entire thing is like, movie critics don't understand movies. It's like, no, they do, but guess what? They know that none of that matters at all. We don't care if it took you 750 different takes to get that scene in the movie. That's a fun bit of trivia on the end. If it was a good scene in the movie, it's a good scene in the movie. If it's a terrible scene in the movie, it's a terrible scene in the movie.
Because I feel like a lot of movies like to go after films as a whole without taking into account a lot of the different factors that go into making a film.
Because what went into making it does not matter.
I don't think that he understands that it doesn't matter when the final product is shit.
Oh man, you got such a high SAT score, you can go to any college you want. Oh, it's okay you took it 353 times. That just shows you put effort in.
Well, I mean, why not just use Thor: Love and Thunder for the example? You know, you do have these expensive actors, and you've got an abysmal fucking script and fucking terrible CGI and other issues. It's like, okay, I appreciate that they were trying to do something. What they made was garbage, though, and it deserves to be ripped apart for it.
Yes. Or, in video game sense, oh fuck, what was that? It was the really shitty game that Silicon Knights made, and it was their magnum opus. And it was a techno cyber punk Norse mythology game, and I'm trying to remember what the fuck it was called. And they were talking about how it was their passion project, their magnum opus, their gift that they wanted to give to the games industry, and it was completely shit. The effort and everything that went into it does not matter if the final quality is dog shit.
Yeah, that premise alone sounds fucking just weird.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Too Human, that's what it was. Too Human. Oh, thank God.
Or we could just reference David Cage games. I mean, that's a very low-hanging fruit.
Whew. God, the sheer disaster that happened with Silicon Knights as well is insane. I wish they had made another. I wish they had made another Eternal Darkness, because they got Lovecraftian games down. They understood Lovecraft games really well, which is the thing that people today still have struggle with. So I really wish they had done another one, but oh my God, it was so bad.
Yeah. I like this comment in chat too. I know it's a South Park reference, but I worked tirelessly day and night on my magnum opus for 20 years. I'm finally ready to release it to the world. I hope everyone appreciates it. It's called The Poo That Took a Pee.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, you get... Effort doesn't make things good. God, why does this argument keep coming up so frequently lately?
Yeah. Like, again, effort is appreciated. But, as we talked about earlier, digging a 30-foot trench with a spoon is a lot of fucking effort. I'm going to applaud the guy that was smart enough to dig it with a shovel. You know, I'm gonna give a certified pat on the back to the guy who was smart enough to bring a fucking excavator.
biggest one being the problem with trying to create an objective standard for film and film criticism is that everything is relative.
No, it isn't.
No.
No, it isn't.
So, God. So you have a movie that takes place in the real world. There's no magic. There's no sci-fi equipment. It takes place in the real world today. Bob wakes up. Bob eats breakfast. Bob goes to the store. Bob gets his fucking head blown off with a shotgun. Bob goes home and watches TV, then has dinner, then goes to bed. So, I'm pretty sure anyone with a functioning brain can understand what an objective flaw would be in that little story I just put together.
Yeah, it's that he had breakfast. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Point being is, like, yeah, it's not... What was his exact quote just now? Everything is relative? It's like, not really. No.
Oh, wow. But here's two people thinking on the same wavelength. D-Nod, remember the effort that crazy guy put into Empress Teresa? $5 super pat from Johnny All 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys didn't freak out enough with my last donation. Any of y'all know about Empress Teresa? The author took 20 years to make it, but it's garbage.
I think I've watched the Down the Rabbit Hole episode about this, but I think it's one of those ones where, not rabbit hole videos, but just one of those videos in general, where the subject is so fucking insane, your brain just slowly leaves your body, and yeah.
Yeah.
I have not seen this. I might have to check this out sometime.
Yeah, so, again, Cree, sorry to cut you off. I found that amusing that somebody in chat and then a super chat immediately both said the same thing.
That's fine. I was pretty much done with my point anyways.
Yeah, so again, it's not all of this stuff is relative or anything. It doesn't matter if your movie had a budget of $100 or $100 million. If it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad.
Yep.
Deal with it.
If you make a movie for just $1, then it's probably going to be a really shitty movie, but it's probably the best film that you could possibly make for just $1.
How would you know that?
Oh, welcome to the participation trophy generation.
So, I don't even agree with this because I think the framing is dumb. What if I had my phone and some friends and we just used whatever materials we had on hand, not going out and spending $1, just using what we have on hand, and we go to make a short film that, you know, you put a lot of effort into and you write a small script for that makes sense, and
that's how a lot of found footage films are made.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's
and
like,
you know what? You know what's even better? You can do so many amazing practical effects on the budget of literally nothing.
Yeah, really.
Like, do you want to make an explosion look like an explosion? What you do is you go and get a stick that's sturdy enough that you can step on it and it'll flick like a lever. You dig a hole, you put some dirt on the other end of that stick, and as the guy is running through the woods, you hit that stick and poof! That dirt goes flying in the air, and there you go. You have your literally $0 budget explosion. It is amusingly, it's how Steven Spielberg got started. He did that as one of his tricks. He did it in sand. He would shoot war movies like that, of like attacking beaches and stuff like that, and they would take a little paint stirrer and they would flick sand up in the air like that. Again, when you think outside of the box, you can accomplish some crazy things.
Yep.
You don't even have to pay for sound effects in post-editing. You can just use stock sound effects.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, this is Neo Jesus, and he's just as stupid as he always is.
It's a part that doesn't surprise me. And this is the first time I've seen him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not good. Like I said before we started his video, this is the person who seems to really hate movie critics, and once his stuff got criticized by a movie critic, he revenge criticized movies that critic had made.
Yep.
He's
incredibly petty.
Yeah.
It sounds like it.
Yeah, so, again, remember your joke about he's the douchebag, he's the Starbucks douchebag?
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. You hit that just perfectly, right on the head. Just,
I would say it depends on whether or not the guy actually reviewed his film fairly, but given this is Neo Jesus, I doubt the film was fucking good in any way, shape, or form. So it probably got fairly criticized, and then he just lost his shit and fucking did a bunch of revenge shit.
yeah, absolutely. Now, again, it could entirely be possible that the guy was being completely unfair. Don't know, but at this point, I don't care. I'm judging it based off of what your current attitude is.
Yeah, your current attitude is just not good.
Yeah. Like, it's one thing to be, you know, like if someone reviews something of yours and they just completely take it out of context, completely screw it up, fuck it up, and then you're just going to be like, okay, all right, let's have a look at your films then, motherfucker. Let's have a look at your shit. You know, like, I can understand that, but if it's literally like your film got fair criticism and it was just deemed that it's not very good, and then your response to that is to just go, well, your movies all suck.
Literally know you.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally know you.
I believe film critics should be more attentive to things like budget and a lot of the other steps in the filmmaking process before they just start slamming all of these movies.
Why?
He misspoke there too. He said he believes film should be more attentive of the budget when he meant film critics.
I heard him say film critics.
I thought I heard critic too.
Yeah, so you might have just had a hitch in Watch Together It Happened.
Probably.
Yeah, we can go back and double check though, because if it's hitching, so we're starting to get to the whole, like, you know, hitching stage. So let's just go back through.
Yeah, I'm close to.
That's fine.
I'm close to fucking falling over anyway. So maybe like 10, 15 more minutes, then we'll end it and save the rest for next time.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
All right.
But it's probably the best film that you could possibly make for just $1. My point is that I believe film critics should be more attentive to things like budget and a lot of the other steps in the filmmaking process before they just start slamming all of these movies.
This is such a dumb point. So, if a film is made with a $20,000 budget, should we give it more credit by default than a film that had a $250 million budget? Like,
or
no.
is it the opposite?
Or is it the opposite?
Remember, this dude was so pretentious, he's talking about how he had an $800 setup.
Yeah. Like, what you're talking about here is minuscule at best. I think it's something we've kind of done before with, like, you know, this thing isn't as good as it could have been if it had a bigger budget, but it's still decent. It's like, yeah, but that's still like a very minor point. That doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't. See, us saying that doesn't change the fact that we're saying that it's decent, or you said it could have been decent if it had a bigger budget, was what the original statement was, right?
I don't even remember.
Well, the original statement was it could have been decent and have a bigger budget. We're saying that it's not decent, it's not good as it is right now.
Yeah.
We see potential in it. It doesn't change the fact, like the budget doesn't change that fact. It's still not good.
Yeah.
We're saying we could see how it could have been better. But at the end of the day, if you asked us, what's your opinion on that? It's not good.
Well, kind of, more of what I'm kind of getting at is, imagine someone did make a movie on a $20,000 budget, and it turned out to actually be pretty decent for what they were able to do. We would probably say something to the effect of, yeah, this was pretty good despite its lack of budget to, you know, maybe make better effects or whatever. The point I was making is, but at that point, that's the point of the effects, what they could do with their budget is minuscule at best. You know?
Yeah. $10 from Johnny Al 14. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
To give you an example of what the book's like, the government tries to kill the main character by kidnapping her in the middle of a busy road and putting her in a plane with an atomic bomb.
What is this about?
Nice. That's the Empress Teresa book.
Oh.
Whew.
Huh.
The thing that critics fail to realize, Joker films are pretty much just as hard to make as great films.
Okay. So, here. Congratulations. This example you've done right here, mediocre films are just as hard to make as great films. So effort doesn't matter. They are the same amount of effort. Good. So we don't need to talk about effort and in terms of our final product at all. Woo! Goodbye!
Yeah, that's dumb. Effort at every step of the way is going to be important. Effort that's put into the script, effort that's put into the acting, effort that's put into...
No, but my whole point here is he says that we should talk about the effort at all stages and keep that in mind.
Oh.
But what he just said is that it takes the same amount of effort to make a mediocre film as it does to make a great film. Well, congratulations, you literally just destroyed your own argument. So effort
that's what I was building off.
It does not equate to the final end product. Congrats.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was building off there, though.
Oh, it sounded more like you were talking about like effort is important at the whole thing. Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Well, no, that like, God, maybe I'm too fucking tired. I'm just missing stuff, but he did say that effort. There's just as much effort in a bad film as there is in a good film, right? That's pretty much what he said.
Yeah.
So, the point I was making is, no, that's fucking stupid, because the amount of effort you put into every step of the process would result in a good film. Like, if you put in the effort at every step of the process, especially script writing, that should result in a good film.
Yes,
as opposed to not putting the effort in, which would result in the bad film.
Yep. And then I took his point. If I take his point at face value, it completely destroys his entire autistic need for effort to be brought up in terms of film critique. No, doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's
congratulations. If your statement is taken at face value, then you just proved it doesn't matter.
Yeah. What I think he's trying to say here is that bad movies should receive the acknowledgement that the same amount of effort went into making them, when no, not at all.
The last video gave Cree Dane Bramage. He got them brain dogs.
I'm just really tired for some reason. It's been a bit of a long day, and I have torn my room apart to get to some stuff. It's a long story.
Not fair. Alright, let's see if we can get a bit more, and let's go.
Yeah.
Critic to say that these films are shit when most critics themselves have no idea what goes into making a film of any kind.
Again, this doesn't fucking matter. Okay. So, I don't know the specs of the camera or how to direct someone to act properly in a scene or any of that bullshit, but I know what I can tell you. I can tell you when Master Chief picks up a fucking gun that was used previously that didn't harm the aliens, and now it only hurts the aliens, it doesn't matter what effort went into making that scene. The result is fucking garbage.
Yeah. I don't know who the scriptwriter. I don't know who the scriptwriter was. I don't know if the cameraman had his child's birthday that day. I don't know if the sound engineers were getting paid the big bucks. All I can tell you is that when you showcase the murder of a nurse and then have the very next scene showcase that the only way that murder could have been committed was if the murderer ingested these vials, but the vials are still present and have not been touched, then Morbius sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like we're already getting really close to this, but I'm wondering if he's going to actually make the argument of, well, you've never even made a movie before, so you don't have a right to criticize people who have made movies.
Honestly,
that is what he keeps trying to do.
Yeah, that absolutely seems where it's going, and that's like one of the most stupid arguments you could ever fucking do.
Yeah, you don't need to be able to... One, you don't need to know all this shit. Two, you don't need to have made something yourself to know if it's bad or good.
You don't need to be an expert chef to tell that the steak is burnt to a fucking crisp.
I feel like we dealt with someone who's done this before.
Yeah,
Been like,
Oxhorn.
oh, you're gonna criticize this game? You go make one.
Yeah, Oxhorn did this in like the first or second video we covered.
Yep.
That's what I thought.
It's literally, are you a biologist question? Yeah. God.
Look at some of the biggest contributors to this problem, shall we? Your Movie Sucks, also known as YMS, or simply Adam. A guy that's often praised amongst the movie reviewing community for his comedic cynicism in his videos, but also someone that obviously isn't that great at actually criticizing the production quality of most movies, considering the fact that he described Precious, a critically acclaimed film that currently sits at 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, as being sloppy.
Okay, so that's just an outright appeal to popularity and appeal to authority there.
Yes. Again, so, Neo Jesus, when your entire existence is based around using logical fallacies to justify your opinions, it means you're an idiot.
Yeah, pretty much. God. So I haven't seen this movie, so I can't tell how good or bad it is. But this is literally, oh, well, you said this movie wasn't good? Well, the critics say it was. The professional critics say it was. It's like, that doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah. The Last Jedi made a lot of money, and professional critics said it was good. Checkmate, atheists.
Yeah. I've never murdered someone, but I can tell you murder is bad. You are correct, Bob Skywalker.
Yes. It's going to be repetitive if you point out everything he says it doesn't matter, because it's probably going to be the whole video. Yeah, but we're explaining why it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Yeah. I knew this video was going to be shit from the moment I saw it existed.
That Nymphomaniac, a film that currently sits at 72% on Rotten Tomatoes, is
You can't even read numbers, you idiot!
75.
That currently sits at 72%. Oh, you fucking idiot.
You can't even say he's trying to average out the critic and audience score, because wouldn't that be a bit higher than 72?
Yeah. Good God. What the fuck? This is what we're talking about, everybody. This is the level of... This is what a film student brain looks like.
Quote, steaming pile of shit that is not worth the price of admission. Now, him not liking these movies isn't a problem. That's his opinion, and he's entitled to it. However, the reasons that he provides as to why he doesn't like these movies aren't really all that good. Rather than critiquing the overall story of either of these films, he just points out a few key scenes that he takes issue with, and then acts like they ruin the whole movie. Like when he...
But they can, okay?
Yeah,
depends on how important those scenes are to the plot and the world of the movie. If those are critical scenes and they're completely fucked, then the entire movie's plot is completely fucked.
Not only can a scene ruin an entire movie, a scene can ruin an entire franchise. Case in point, The Last Jedi. Fucking the Holdo maneuver, the suicide run, where she hyperspaces into the capital ship. I forget what it is. The supremacy.
The edgy... Oh, supremacy.
Yeah, the supremacy. And not only does it shear, like, one of the wings off, which is massive, by the way, but it, like, obliterates half of the Star Destroyers there, which are themselves insanely massive. So, that shot proves what a fucking amazing move this is. And why wouldn't you fucking use it all the time if you could? If it did this much damage, if it was this devastating. To have a ship this small crash into them like that. Literally strap an engine onto an asteroid or a moon or even a fucking planet and ram it at your enemies and you'll
or
decimate them.
You don't even need something big. Imagine if a single drone went into hyperspace. Boom! Right into the Death Star.
Yeah.
We are talking about the orders of magnitude of damage that the Holdo maneuver did for that ship compared to the supremacy in the entire fleet is astronomically greater than its mass. So just take a single drone. If you want to put a droid on it to make sure they aim it accurately, fine. And you just have it painted all black. Nothing can see it. It doesn't have a lot of intricate sensors or everything. It sits there quietly as the Death Star comes into the system. It boots up, right into it. Death Star's gone. This single maneuver literally destroys everything in Star Wars. Everything. Oh, it literally ruins all of Star Wars in a single scene.
Yeah. 5 more minutes maybe? Like real time, not video time?
Yeah. How about 7? We get to 9:30. We can cut it off right at 9:30.
All right.
Okay.
He said the editing in Precious was sloppy because it had one scene that had a cut that he thought seemed out of place.
She then sits on a bench for a few seconds after eating the whole bucket of fried chicken, and there's an obvious cut as she's, jumping.
Yeah,
that is really out of place. Holy shit.
Yeah, why? Why is that cut there? That is genuinely
so
sloppy.
Awkward.
There's something else I want to check too. This YMS video, I think this is the first video of that kind that he did. You can see that it's... Is he saying the YMS video is 2010 or the movie is 2010, by the way? I can't tell.
Let's
find... But anyways, I do believe this is one of his first reviews. I started
12
watching
years ago. Holy shit. Yeah, so it was 2010 for YMS.
Okay. So, that was the first review he did, I believe, or one of the first. You're not picking any newer examples?
He can't. He has, again, he's got to do the straw man thing, right? He can't go after the actual argumentation from him having learned his craft.
I had to stop you there because the video... I fucking hate this about YouTube. You open a video in a new tab, right? You go down and hit the pause button because you don't want it to play. Then it fucking unpauses itself.
Yep.
I've muted the tab now anyways. So yeah, this video was made in 2019 too. So there were so many YMS reviews that you could have chosen from, and you've chosen what is likely to be his first and most inexperienced video.
Yep, and it is. It is. It's literally his very first video ever.
Oh.
Even it has points, though.
Yeah, it has points in it, but, like, that's just how disingenuous this is. You can't take him down by looking at his more recent work where, obviously the quality is more experienced and the quality is going to be a lot better. It is, I'm going to pick apart his first review ever that maybe isn't as good as what he's made since then.
Yep. Because again, he has to strawman argument it. He cannot go after YMS in 2019 terms when he has had 9 years of experience and practice and honing his craft and understanding the logical fallacies and looking at everything more objectively. He can't do that. So he has to go back to Precious.
Off of the bench in a garbage can or whatever, and by obvious cut I mean from the same angle.
Or how he shit on Nymphomaniac because he didn't like how the aspect ratio changed throughout the film.
By this point,
yeah, that's pretty fucking distracting. Unless it's done intentionally.
Yeah.
Like, I won't spoil anything, but Everything Everywhere All at Once does the aspect ratio change, but they literally do it, like, it's to transition from everything that's like, that isn't a fight scene into a fight scene. And that's to make the fight scene come across as more cinematic.
Yeah.
And
Also,
it works
did you
really
notice...
fucking well. It's not random cuts. It's not random cuts like what he just showed.
Yeah. Did you notice that when he said about the Precious thing, he said that because of that one cut, YMS said it ruins the whole film? Did you notice he didn't show him saying that?
Yeah, no, he didn't say that. Yeah.
He pointed out a flaw in the film and pointed it out as sloppy, and that's it. And this guy conflates that with, he thinks the whole fucking movie was just shit because of that one thing.
Well, I mean, Neo Jesus is douchebag Starbucks attendee, so, you know, of course he's gonna lie.
Yeah, that's, wow, dude. Come the fuck on. Don't make statements you can't back up.
Well, see, this is the thing, too, is a lot of people who try to defend media online who really don't like criticism against the things they like will go to arguments like this. I've had people use arguments like this against me in my videos, where it's like, oh, you didn't like this thing, so it ruins the whole game for you, does it? It's like, you're picking out one small little thing I mentioned in an hours-long video. Do better.
Yeah.
You're why the aspect ratio is different. Well, your guess is as good as mine, but I'm sure it has some significance, right?
And he also didn't like this one scene where they made a mistake with the audio.
Wow, that scream sounded great. Let's copy and paste it to 10 seconds later in the same scene.
Now, regardless of what...
Yeah, that's noticeable. That's...
Yeah.
This is the pettiest of fucking criticism I've ever seen.
Yeah,
the
what
things
the fuck?
YMS the things YMS is pointing out here aren't wrong.
Yeah, I don't understand this. This is so... He's literally just upset that somebody's criticizing it. It's insane.
Now,
holy
Pagan,
fuck.
Like saying someone's insane for noticing the Wilhelm scream.
Well, it's funny you should mention that because I was about to make a reference to that. Pagan, which YMS video have we watched recently? Who is the Wilhelm and why did he scream? Because it's funny, because this scene that's happening, this is a horror movie, right? And this woman's investigating a house because her boyfriend went in and her roommate went in the night before. Neither of them come out. And she's like, what the hell's going on? Where are these people? And there's like a crazy weirdo doctor man in there. And she knocks over a bottle outside. This gets him outside. She goes in. She runs up to the attic and there's a guy there who is apparently deaf. Because he's been like experimented on. It's all fucked up. And then there's suddenly a scream from the distance in this giant fucking mansion. And that's when YMS is like, who is the Wilhelm and why did he scream? Because he's building up to a larger point where it's like, oh yeah, the guy in the guy here who's like deaf, he's actually the crazy science guy from downstairs. He switched costumes and somehow got upstairs before her because he's the only character here. Besides the girl who's investigating.
Yeah, and it makes no fucking sense because we literally watch him go outside and then she goes around him to get into the building and goes upstairs while he's still outside and runs into this deaf guy. And then the movie tries to be like, oh, you didn't expect this, but the deaf guy's actually the fucking crazy doctor. And it's like, how? How did he teleport from where he is to here?
Not just teleport, but change costume too, complete with makeup. Like makeup for surgery scars and shit.
Yeah, looks completely different. It makes no fucking sense.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, pointing out things like... It's all part of showing why the movie is poorly fucking made. Like, when you hear the same scream twice over, that's something you're going to notice. When you're watching a normal-ass movie... Well, I don't know what that movie is, but I assume it's fairly normal. And the aspect ratio changes constantly, then yeah, it's going to be something you notice and find fucking irritating.
Yeah.
Especially for someone who's a film buff.
We should acknowledge that what Adam is doing here isn't criticism.
Yes.
This is just nitpick.
No!
Fuck off!
That is criticism. Fuck off, you disingenuous liar.
It's people like this where the obnoxious whole fucking, oh, you're just nitpicking thing comes from. Yes, this is fucking criticism. These are things that are wrong with the movie. Well, movies.
Yeah.
Fuck. I hate this shit so much. I can't stand these people.
Why you always lying? Oh my gosh, stop fucking lying!
Yeah, I definitely want to come back to this and finish it off. Holy shit.
Yeah. What a disaster.
Huh?
Said, what a disaster.
Yeah. So I think we will cut it here. It's a bit of an awkward place to cut, but I need to eat dinner and I'm struggling to stay awake and stuff. We'll come back to this next week. Yeah. We'll even rewind it a bit when we come back to it next week, just so we fully get everything, you know?
Yep.
It'll be quite the note to start on, though. This isn't criticism, this is nitpicking. Because I'd like to see him try to justify this. How is it nitpicking? Because this is the kind of stuff that would impact your... Maybe not his, but a lot of people's experience of the film and would take them out of it. Anyways, I suppose we should start wrapping up. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated.
It was fun.
Yeah, very fun. Check out Indigo Gaming's channel, Prometheus Prime's channel,
Enclave Emily's channel,
and Artemis, you want to show yours?
Check out my channel, even though it's been a while since I put anything out, because I've been lazy.
But... Yeah, that's fair. Such Pagan.
What is this show?
What?
I just saw a clip from fucking that Resident Evil show. What the fuck?
Uh-oh.
Why?
What cursed shit are you telling us about now?
I'm just gonna post the clip.
I'm afraid.
I am too.
Yeah, it's weird. I'm not even sure what's going on.
I'll watch it after the stream ends.
Okay.
It's pending whether we...
Yeah, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Anyways, chat, for myself, I have a YouTube channel as well. There's stuff that is being worked on. It's just very slow because I'm doing a lot of other stuff at the same time. I'm also helping Creetosis with a response video that has been going fantastically.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to finish it and release it.
Yeah, we have about 2 hours of script in, maybe a bit more than that already done.
Actually, probably a bit less because I forgot how much space those images took up.
Well, not just that, but I was thinking, remember how much I shorthanded the stuff in the video where it's going over your things and everything?
True, yeah.
So, yeah. So we have that in the works. I also have a Twitch channel. I stream every weekday for at least 3 hours. The exception was Friday because I wanted to get a power nap in before the Stag 50. But yeah, so hopefully I will see you guys there if you want to come on to my channel. I'm pretty fucking spicy though, so prepare yourself for that. If you're easily offended, too fucking bad.
Anything pagan?
No, not right now.
Alright, I accidentally minimized stream chat. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. And have a good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye! Bye-bye!